Welcome to part 3 of Noble Reincarnation. I hope you all enjoy this amazing adventure. Please subscribe and join the Discord for more amazing audiobooks. Oscar's mansion in the reception room. Before Oscar and me lay a spherical object. The object resembled a crystal orb and sat on the low table, connected to a thread extending from outside the room. The thread and orb changed colors at regular intervals. Oscar read aloud the color changes as he recorded them. Black, black, white, black, 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 white, black, white, black, black, white, 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 white. If I'm correct, all whites signal the end. That's right. What happens if you apply the cipher we made to these sequences? Oscar compared what he had written with the chart I had prepared in advance, alternating between them. Hello, how are you? Oh, though simple, Oscar exclaimed in awe. It really forms a sentence. Indeed, by the way, this is connected to my detached palace. Your Majesty's detached palace, about 10 minutes by express messenger, I suppose. Try sending a simple sentence yourself. Understood, then? Oscar thought for a moment and touched two smaller spheres beneath the crystal orb. The spheres were black and white, and touching them would cause the orb and thread to change to the same color. Since it was his first time, Oscar stared intently at the cipher chart while sending a message. The orb and thread switched between black and white, continuing to shift even after Oscar removed his hand. Who's there? Don, the first Prime Minister? Yes, just helping with the test. This is incredible, Your Majesty, Oscar said excitedly. From being brothers to now a lord-vassal relationship spanning decades, this was the most emotionally charged, incredible I had heard from him. Depending on message length, it usually takes quite a bit, but completing this in under a minute is amazing. The benefit is limited at this distance, but even between towns, messages could be sent this fast. If we use this well, magistrates won't be necessary. A very administrative perspective. Still, people skilled at selecting and filtering information on site are needed. Certainly, previously, governors had to be highly capable, but with this, even puppets would suffice. Innovative indeed. I'd like to hear Henry's thoughts on this. Agreed. Though not my specialty, I understand how crucial communication is on the battlefield, even more so than the rear lines. I nodded, satisfied by Oscar's opinion. I had come to show the Humbaba thread now at a practical level, and Oscar's reaction was gratifying. There are two reasons I showed this to you. Yes, Oscar straightened himself and faced me properly. That this thread was revolutionary technology was something Oscar himself acknowledged, making the matter of elevating him from Prince to Minister of Internal Affairs a critical decision shaping the Empire's future. He immediately understood and behaved accordingly. First, we will connect this to every region. For that, we must select those skilled in cipher handling. As you wish, leave it to me. Simultaneously, we will remake the cipher. The current one is just a makeshift. There should be a more efficient or easier to understand cipher. So it will still be based on switching between white and black? Yes. Consider it done. Oscar bowed deeply, accepting my orders. Creating the cipher is best done by those who will use it, so I should not interfere. And the second, more important but less urgent issue. What is it? To develop something identical to this. Identical meaning a means to send binary information over long distances, white or black, presence or absence. You want us to develop the same thing? Yes. Why? Oscar's expression showed confusion, which was natural. Despite the Humbaba thread existing, it was reasonable to question why we should develop an exact duplicate. This was created using knowledge inherited from retired Emperor Your Majesty. Impressive. Don't you see it yet? See what? I inherited it from the retired Emperor. Ah. After a moment, Oscar suddenly realized. You mean it can't be passed on to the next Your Majesty? That's right. I nodded firmly. The Humbaba thread is loyal only to me. I did ask in advance, but it said it will obey the new emperor if I command it. So it obeys only Your Majesty? Yes, and that means if I die, now it's starting to look like a poisoned apple. Oscar slumped, and I nodded. It's undoubtedly revolutionary and convenient technology. If widely adopted over 10 or 20 years, it would revolutionize information transmission. But if it can't be inherited, if it's a technology that cannot be passed down, the moment I die, the technology will revert decades back. Once you're too used to convenience, you can't go back. You probably can't go back at all. What do you mean? If we connect these, express messengers and carrier pigeons become obsolete. That's true. Don't you get it yet? I see. Technology unused for decades will definitely be lost. Exactly. Your Majesty, it's amazing you considered that far ahead. I was just overwhelmed by how wonderful this is. It's certainly an excellent technology. I will live as long as possible, and meanwhile, we must develop an equivalent. Yes, I will spare no expense, government or civilian, from anywhere. If so, framing it as cost-saving improvements might ease development. Leave it to me. Understood. I conveyed both orders to Oscar and took a breath. Next, we would connect the provincial capitals and the imperial capital to test actual operation. We will keep the existing communication methods for now, running them in parallel. New issues might arise, or improvements could be found even if no problems occur. There's so much to do, but I am confident that when successful, the Empire will leap to the next level. First, I gasped. My face stiffened, clearly even to myself, because I noticed something unusual in my vision. Your Majesty, what's wrong? Your Majesty? Oscar peered at me, puzzled. Oscar, why yes. Gather all the princes in the imperial capital. Wait, who isn't here? Only Brother Henry and Dustin are absent. Dustin, where is he? Henry, naturally, is on a personal military campaign, so that's understandable, but I frowned at the mention of Dustin. Well, apparently he took the 5th concubine's request and went to his hometown. I see. I wasn't angry, that's just Dustin's style of concealment, so no particular irritation. But, call him back immediately. Dustin? Yes, if he doesn't return, punish him, you may relay my exact words. To allow the original words to be delivered is very important. It leaves no room for misunderstanding. At that point, Oscar understood something serious had happened. Though his face stiffened, he nodded. As you wish, anything else? Just gather all the princes, all my brothers. Brother Henry, I will go myself. Yes. Please don't overexert yourself. Before Oscar finished, I dashed out of the room, out of the mansion. What I had been seeing all along, since birth, since reincarnating as Noah Larrett, something only I could see, my status. Name. Noah Larrett, Emperor of the Empire. Gender. Male level. 17 + 1 + 1 / infinity HP. C + SSS Fire, E + SSS MP, D + SSS Water, C + SSS Strength, C + SSS Wind, E + SSS Stamina, D + SSS Earth, E + SSS Intelligence, D + SSS Light, E + SSS Spirit, E + SSS Darkness, E + SSS Speed, E + SSS Dexterity, E + SSS Luck, D + SSS. That status was acting strangely. It was a change I had only seen once before, and I realized one thing. Jizz. I flew straight to the palace on Jizz's wings. At the same time, I used a distraction technique to infiltrate the palace. Inside, the palace was chaotic. I half suspected that the worst-case scenario I had imagined was coming true. As I moved further in, I heard a familiar voice. A hoarse voice I had heard countless times before, the voice of Noisyhill, who had served as the first Prime Minister for 30 years. The doctors who just entered, don't let them leave without my orders. Everyone inside must keep their mouths shut. If even one of you speaks unnecessarily, I will have your heads cut off. Why, yes. The voice that responded fearfully to Noisyhill's orders was a eunuch's distinctive high-pitched voice. The eunuch's fear came from the strong commands he had been given, but even Noisyhill's tone carried a sense of fear and panic. I will put this in writing now. Deliver it to your Majesty immediately. Your Majesty. But your Majesty is currently on a personal military campaign. What level of urgency for the express messenger? I see. Noisyhill clicked his tongue, not at the eunuch in front of him, but at his own uncertainty. Officially, I was supposed to be on the campaign, but in reality, I had already returned to the imperial capital. Noisyhill probably knew this and tried to contact me, but to a mere eunuch, I was still at the campaign site. That's why he asked about the level of urgency, how fast the messenger should be. There was no way to tell them that your Majesty had actually returned to the imperial capital. I heard Noisyhill muttering, as if troubled. There was no doubt now, the situation was just one step before the worst. If it had really been the worst, a man like Noisyhill would have been calm and composed. Since he wasn't, it meant it was only just before that step. The worst, I could clearly imagine it in my mind, Father's passing. When I saw him yesterday, he was stable but weakened compared to the man he used to be. He was also very old. It wouldn't have been surprising if his condition suddenly worsened. Most likely, his condition had taken a turn for the worse, and doctors had been summoned, but to control information they were allowed in but not out. I thought for a moment. What I needed to do now, with that thought, I looked up at the sky through the window. With Jizz's wings fluttering and magic power cloaking me, I flew through the sky. I flew through the clear sky at a speed more than twice that of an express messenger. Faster, more haste. Responding to my will, Jizz increased the flying speed. My body creaked under the strain. Flying at twice the speed of an express messenger meant facing twice the headwind. The wind was so strong it felt like my body was about to be torn apart, and the wind pressure tore my skin. I stretched my arms and legs straight, hugging my body as tightly as possible. I consciously tried to become like a single rod to minimize the effect of wind pressure. Still, the wind pressure was intense. My right shoulder, which faced the wind directly, tore open, bleeding as if slashed by a sword. Blood splattered and flew backward. Don't slow down! Despite the pain, I ordered Jizz. I noticed Jiz had slightly slowed down, probably concerned about the bleeding on my shoulder and my injury. I told him to stop doing that and took out a potion. I poured the potion over my torn shoulder. The wound healed rapidly, however, the other side tore open as well. This tear was even larger and blood sprayed onto my face from the wind pressure. I took out another potion and poured it on. The wound healed immediately, but the pain didn't subside, and the potions were running low. But there was no time to think about whether it would be enough. I flew non-stop through the sky and arrived at the personal military campaign's encampment. I landed next to a familiar tent and entered immediately. "Henry, Your Majesty?" Henry wasn't the only one in the tent. Neil was there too. Neil knelt before Henry, bowing apologetically, but both were shocked by my sudden appearance. "Why are you here? When did you return? We'll talk later, follow me." "Why, yes." "Neil, yes. I'm entrusting the army to you. This time you must take a firm grip on the reins." "Why, yes." Neil was about to nod, but suddenly realized the gravity of the situation and panicked. "There's no time to talk. Henry, come." "Yes." I took Henry outside, and carrying him, I flew up again on Jiz's wings. Jiz's power was incredible. Even with two people, the speed was almost the same. This is amazing. I never thought we could fly through the sky. "Your Majesty, what is this?" "The retired Emperor, Your Majesty, is in critical condition." Henry gasped inside my arms, tensing up. "He is likely at death's door. The only way to make it in time was for me to come." "You came to make it in time for me? I understand, but why?" I clearly heard Henry's unspoken question. It was normal for a Super Express messenger to be sent for the retired Emperor, Your Majesty's critical condition. But for me, the Emperor, to come personally and desperately retrieve him was unusual. He found it strange. Gilbard and Albard. Father always regretted having lost two sons before, so, at least now on his deathbed, he wants to see all his remaining children alive. "Yes, Henry groaned in agony in my arms. He had shifted position due to being held, and the wind had torn his neck. I took out a potion and applied it to Henry. A neck wound, normally dangerous, was saved by the potion. If the body was missing a part, there was nothing to do, but for cuts or similar injuries, even fatal ones on the neck or thigh posed no problem. "Thank you, Your Majesty." "Keep your mouth shut. Jiz, can you increase the speed a bit more?" "Just do it." Jiz responded that going any faster would be truly dangerous, but I scolded him to ignore that and push on. After a moment, the flying speed increased further. Goo! Henry in my arms struggled. I too was battered by the wind, but I did not slow down. I kept applying potions to Henry as much as I could, maintaining Jiz's top speed to get back to the imperial capital as quickly as possible. And then I landed in the palace courtyard. I urged the unsteady Henry on and entered the palace together. "Why, Your Majesty, and forth His Highness?" Female court attendants and eunuchs who were shocked parted as I pushed through and headed down the corridor. With Henry, I moved toward Father's room. We arrived before the familiar grand door. Normally, the Emperor would leave this to others, but I pushed the door open without hesitation. Everyone, they were all there. Oscar and the princes, Father's sons, were all in the room. Even Dustin, who was supposed to be on a journey, stood there with a serious expression. "Your Majesty, older brother, did we make it in time?" "Yes, probably." I nodded slightly at Oscar's hesitating reply, then turned to signal Henry. Together, we approached the bed where Father lay. In this short time, Father had grown even weaker and thinner. Even an outsider could see the unmistakable signs of death. Father's eyes remained closed, his breathing shallow and irregular. I approached and gently pushed aside the watching doctors, whispering into Father's ear, "Father, it's Noah. I'm back now. Henry is here too. Everyone has gathered." "Father," Henry called out to Father. Amid the shallow breaths, Father slowly opened his eyes. A little light returned to his clouded eyes. His gaze focused on me, then Henry. With a final, faint smile, Father closed his eyes again. His breath grew thinner and thinner. "Father!" His sons all shouted simultaneously and knelt. The moment their father, who had reigned over the empire for over 60 years, passed away. I felt a relief that Henry had made it in time. At the same time, regret that if I had not come to retrieve Henry, maybe I could have received some final words from Father. But that was meaningless now. It was the past, and no one can have everything, even an emperor. So, what? The ring glowed. The ring I had worn on my thumb since childhood shone. It emitted a light I had never seen before, yet was somehow familiar. "I'll give you a little more time." "Time? Enough time to say goodbye. Now say my name." "Thank you, Apophis, no Apep." The moment I called his name, Apophis, who governs poison, returned to his original form. A brilliant light radiated, condensing just before me. It became a vividly colored, unmistakably poisonous droplet. Without hesitation, I swallowed it. In an instant, my consciousness faded. When I awoke, I was in a place unlike this world. Mist and clouds filled the surroundings, but none of that mattered. I didn't care where I was, because I saw the back I had been watching for so long. Father, walking slowly, stopped and turned toward my call. He was surprised the moment he saw me. Noah, why are you here? Return immediately, this place is... I understand. Apep, who governs death, gave me a little time to talk at the end. I see. Father nodded and smiled gently. Amazing, Noah, I've never heard of anyone chasing after their last will in this form. Father, I had a good son. I'm happy to have a wonderful son who inherits my life and elevates it further. Thank you for your kind words. If I have any regrets, yes. I bowed once, then raised my face to look Father straight in the eyes. Father's regrets. If there were any, I had come to hear them and was glad I had. I regret that I expected too much from you and could only treat you as emperor, never giving you the love of an ordinary father. Father, up to Oscar, I played with them on my lap once or twice. I'm the one grateful to have you as my father. Truly, I mean that. I see, then I have nothing more to say. Yes, do as you like, make your own history with me packed in it. Understood. Farewell. Father said that and turned to walk away. For real this time, I thought. But he suddenly stopped, as if recalling something. He didn't turn back but spoke over his shoulder. This is just a soliloquy, but there is something else I searched for and never found a clue. I didn't respond. There had to be a reason he called it a soliloquy. I chose my grandchild as the heir. A good grandchild guarantees prosperity for 3 generations, but until a certain point I thought, if there is no good grandchild, I must be reborn as one. In the end, I recalled the thing I never found through a threaded legend. Having said that, Father resumed walking. I silently watched his back, then bowed deeply one last time. Your Majesty! I looked around. We were back in Father's bedroom. Oscar's face was right in front of me, looking at me with concern. Are you all right, Your Majesty? Nothing to worry about, I felt tears streaming down my cheeks. They seemed to overflow after seeing Father off for the last time. I didn't wipe them away and ordered Oscar. Oscar, I leave the funeral arrangements entirely to you. Yes, what posthumous title shall we give the late Emperor, Your Majesty? Father was wise and virtuous, the foremost among many emperors. Holy Emperor would be fitting. As you wish. Oscar bowed his head. While the princes and brothers mourned Father's death, I gave Oscar various orders and made decisions on the spot. A new era was coming. As proof, the status display I always saw in the corner changed again. Name, Noah Laret, Emperor of the Empire. Gender, male. Level, 19/infinity HP, SSS Fire, SSS MP, SSS Water, SSS Strength, SSS Wind, SSS Stamina, SSS Earth, SSS Intelligence, SSS Light, SSS Spirit, SSS Darkness, SSS Speed, SSS Dexterity, SSS Luck. SSS, the plus indicators that had been visible since birth were completely gone. I felt this was proof that the entire empire was now mine. Everything of the empire passed down from Father. Watch over me, Father. With this power, I would make the empire flourish even more and prove that Father was the greatest wise ruler who maintained his honor until the end. I resolved this again, to devote my life to that. This concludes Chapter 8, and thus Part 1 is complete. Noah, born as a prince, has become the true emperor, marking the end of Part 1. If you enjoyed this, if you look forward to Part 2, if you want to support the updates, please rate from the below the ads. If you're truly supportive, give 5, if not just 1 star, however you feel is fine. Even a little support encourages the author greatly, so thank you very much. From here begins Part 2 and the serialization resumes. I will continue regularly for half a year, so please support me. Almeria Province, Eastern Region, Balosso's Plain. This land, famed since ancient times as the site of many decisive battles, was about to witness another fierce confrontation. The frontline forces numbered 5,000 on each side, and from horseback I could see the enemy soldiers' equipment was of exceptionally high quality, and their morale appeared equally strong. Your Majesty, the enemy forces are on the move. Mounted atop a white horse adorned in splendid attire, I nodded. As the soldiers had reported, the enemy surged forward, kicking up clouds of dust. The stamping of 5,000 feet shook the earth, and their battle cries surged forward like a massive wall. Gulp! I heard someone among the soldiers nearby swallow hard. I glanced at the soldier behind me. There was no sign of fear or dread, but the tension was clearly visible on their faces. If so, first things first. Let's shake off that tension. Leviathan! I raised my hand and summoned Leviathan. The demonic sword Leviathan appeared with overwhelming presence, a symbol of power manifesting in my bare hand. A different kind of emotion began to spread among the soldiers. Strike first. Can you do it? As you wish. Leviathan responded in a strong yet obedient voice. Leviathan, embodying both the ferocity of a mad dog and the loyalty of a faithful hound, has never once questioned my orders nor claimed anything impossible. And now it agreed at once. Silently, I raised Leviathan above my head, gripping its hilt tightly with both hands, readying myself. Then, with the ferocity of a great beast, I brought Leviathan crashing down upon the onrushing enemy forces, casually yet with full strength. As Leviathan's blade descended, it unleashed a massive wave of sword energy. The energy took the shape of a crescent moon and shot toward the enemy. A gigantic crescent flew through the air. The enemy, possessing the momentum of a beast, was large and could not stop quickly. The crescent-shaped sword energy collided with the front line and exploded. The soldiers in the first row were bisected along with their armor, screams echoing as a flood of fresh blood sprayed forth. The relentless sword energy gouged the earth, raising a dust cloud and causing a massive explosion. The dust mixed with blood and screams, engulfing the enemy formation, which broke apart, their momentum completely halted. Ooh, my own troops, witnessing my strike, erupted prematurely into cheers of victory. To keep their spirits high, I immediately thrust Leviathan toward the sky. All units charge. At my command, the highly trained Imperial soldiers, emboldened by my strike, charged the enemy with unprecedented vigor. Some were broken in momentum, others gained speed. From the front to the rear, I surveyed the battle unfolding overwhelmingly in our favor. Amazing! An excited voice came from the side. I turned my gaze. After the whole army charged, only a small group of fewer than 100 men remained around me, the Emperor. This unit was mostly composed of young soldiers, all gazing at me with admiration in their eyes. That's the legendary demonic sword. It's my first time seeing it up close. Such incredible power. Amazing. Perhaps their role was to protect me now that the front line had engaged. The young soldiers, who until moments ago had been tense, now showed no trace of nervousness. Had I been too forceful in dispelling their tension? I shrugged, still holding Leviathan. I eyed the smoothly advancing front line and continued to oversee the battle. Evening. Since the enemy forces had been routed, I gave orders to conduct a moderate pursuit and then withdrew to the camp. Perhaps because the news of our advantage had already spread, the soldiers remaining in camp greeted me and the small force of fewer than 100 with cheers. I accepted their greeting calmly and returned to my tent. A woman inside noticed me, hurriedly stood up and quickly approached. "Welcome back, Your Majesty. I apologize for not coming out to greet you." "Don't worry about it, Evelyn. You don't need to come out for a minor skirmish victory." "Is that so?" She tilted her head in puzzlement. "Evelyn, once a household member of mine when I was the 13th prince, she was the first to be sent out as a magistrate. Having steadily accumulated achievements since, she was recently recalled to Almeria province's capital as a close aide. Now holding the position of 4th Prime Minister, she oversees domestic affairs. You should start being aware of your position. You are now the 4th Prime Minister. You must be conscious of how your actions are perceived." "Consciousness? That means you should behave in a manner befitting your rank, especially in front of the soldiers." "Understood. I shall keep that firmly in mind." Evelyn said this with a serious expression, as if engraving my words deeply into her body. Passing by her, I patted her on the shoulder and said, "Don't be so tense," then took my seat at the Imperial desk. "Anything from the Imperial capital?" "Yes, Your Majesty." Evelyn snapped back to attention and hurried over to face me across the desk. She picked up one of the documents on the desk and handed it to me. "This is the news from this morning. It seems heavy rain has begun in Goful, and according to the local elders, it will likely continue for several days to 10 days. "Goful? That's this way, Your Majesty." Evelyn said this and swiftly stepped aside. In front of the desk, the map of the Empire spread across the tent wall, filling my entire view. The enormous map of the Empire covered the whole wall of the tent. Its width was expansive, and even standing, an adult man had to look up to see the top. A pointer was needed to indicate the highest points. "Prepared, aren't we?" "I am honored." "Your Majesty." I stood and moved in front of the map. "Goful is in the northwest here." I pointed to the upper left on the map. Due to its size, the northern area required me to look up. "Yes, here," Evelyn said, using the pointer she had somehow brought, indicating a spot on the upper left. That place was a highland with a mountain range. "I see. This is the opposite side of Almeria province from the imperial capital, so the heavy rain started there." "Yes. The elders' experience can't be underestimated if it rains heavily upstream. The downstream regions will soon face rising waters. The rain started this morning, right?" "That is correct." "Then we have no time to spare, but still enough to prepare. Evacuate all downstream." "Yes. Your Majesty, depending on the scale of the rain, there will likely be damage. Prepare food first, then building materials, farming tools, and seed rice." "Yes, understood." As I issued orders, Evelyn took notes diligently. After recording everything and realizing I had no further commands, she headed to the tent's entrance and summoned one of the clerks. The clerk took the papers from Evelyn and moved to a desk in the corner of the tent, placing the papers on the desk. He put his hands on a device with 2 buttons. Outside the tent, a thick wire connected to the device. He began pressing the 2 buttons alternately but irregularly. I watched him, because I had created this system. I understood it just by watching. The button combinations were the exact message Evelyn had written down from my words. "Amazing, Your Majesty." I turned my head and saw Evelyn had returned. She looked at me with more admiration than ever. "Your Majesty's wired telegraphy is truly a revolutionary invention." Wired telegraphy refers to this system we are using now, using the awakened Humbaba's threads. It can send binary signals, black and white, to distant locations. By encoding the black and white patterns into a cipher and sharing the codebook, information can be transmitted instantly. By the way, telecommunication, Chinese letter means passing messages sequentially. That is a relay. Since it was a newly created system with a complicated name, I kept the name wired telegraphy and spread Humbaba's threads like a spider's web over the Empire's key regions. And now it had proven useful. From Goful to the Imperial capital, and from the Imperial capital to this Bolosso's plain. Ordinarily, even express messengers on swift horses would take 10 days at best, or up to half a month if delayed, but this morning's events had already arrived. Considering the time spent gathering local opinions, the transmission itself took only a few hours. "That's right, Your Majesty. This speed is incomparable to before. Your Majesty, what are you thinking? The more I use this wired telegraphy, the more I come to a particular conclusion." "What conclusion, Your Majesty?" Evelyn looked at me with a puzzled expression. "Magistrates, no; governors, perhaps. Why do you think the Empire or any country appoint people to govern local regions?" "That is—" Evelyn suddenly understood. Being intelligent, she grasped it correctly. It was a bold idea, and realizing it, Evelyn grew excited instantly, her eyes as innocent as a girl's. "Amazing, Your Majesty, that is a double-edged sword." I smiled wryly. Waving to calm Evelyn's excitement, I continued. "Fourth Prime Minister Evelyn, the first household member sent out from the 13th Prince's mansion, the greatest success story. Now fourth Prime Minister, Evelyn was intelligent enough to understand quickly. With such fast information transmission, it would no longer be impossible to conduct all governance centrally from the Empire's core. Why then appoint governors or magistrates, sometimes the highest local authorities, in various regions? It is purely due to the limits on the speed of order transmission. It takes days for an emperor's orders to reach the provinces. Considering the cycle from situation reports to order transmission, it can take weeks or even a month. Some decisions in governance must be made immediately, indeed, most often. Because communication from the center takes so long, capable and trusted people are placed locally with limited authority to act as representatives. In other words, the brain is multiplied everywhere. However, if you can contact the frontier within a day, you can eliminate these distributed brains. Extremely speaking, the brain can be centralized, leaving only hands and feet in the provinces. Perhaps eyes and ears must remain. So governors and magistrates remain, but their power and authority can be drastically reduced and effectively delegated to local executors. In theory, the position of governor could even be abolished. Greater centralization is possible, that's the double-edged sword. Still, Your Majesty, creating this possibility is incredible. Despite my mentioning it as a double-edged sword, Evelyn, not yet fully grasping the meaning, grew even more excited. While Evelyn was excited, I alternated my gaze between the map and the wired telegraphy. "Is something the matter?" Noticing my demeanor, Evelyn asked. "It's about the wired telegraphy. There's something I've been thinking about a lot recently." "What is it?" "Well, right now it's sending text messages." "Yes, but theoretically, if we get creative, it should be possible to send images as well." "No way," Evelyn was stunned. And rightly so. The technology to send text at an overwhelming speed over long distances is already incredible, and it's a major advantage for the Empire. Now, hearing that images could be sent as well, spoken with such certainty, it was only natural to be amazed. "It's theoretical. There's no practical application at the moment." "What do you mean?" I returned to my desk with Evelyn following. I grabbed a pen and paper, drew lines on the paper, creating a grid. I drew alternating vertical and horizontal lines. "Done. Let's call this tentatively graph paper." Graph paper. There are about 10 squares vertically and horizontally, a total of 100 squares. "Yes. Now, using the technique of pointillism." As I said that, I started filling in the squares of the makeshift graph paper. "Is this a flower?" "Yes, a flower, drawn in pointillist style across 100 squares. Now," I glanced at the wired telegraphy equipment tucked in the corner of the tent. The wired telegraphy uses Humbaba's threads to send codes in black and white combinations. Naturally, we can send the black and white squares directly. If we predefine the grid and send black and white signals sequentially from the top left to the bottom right, you could send pointillist pictures through telegraphy? Exactly. Evelyn understood, and I nodded. The realization that images could actually be sent made her eyes sparkle. Your Majesty, this is amazing. If images can be sent, the range of applications will expand even further. But it's not practical. Why is that? Right now, it's 10 squares vertically and horizontally, a total of 100 squares. Yes, this is pointillism. I tried it, and to make it practical as an image, it would require about 300 squares vertically and horizontally, a total of around 90 to 100,000 transmissions. On 100,000. See, it's possible in theory, but not practical. That's true, but it would be a shame to discard it completely. Whenever I see the telegraphy sending and receiving and simultaneously see some image, I can't help but keep thinking about it. Still, I think the prospects are not great. Even if the numerical problem is solved, a new problem arises because only black and white images can be sent. Solving that will be much harder. It's more realistic and effective to think about methods to send faster or ways to expand the telegraph network. Just as I shifted my thoughts toward making it faster. Angus Bull, I have returned. Come in. Responding, a young general appeared outside the tent. When he entered, Evelyn, who had been chatting casually, stepped aside and moved to the wall of the tent. Angus Bull, the husband of my sister, the 14th Princess Arlene, and one of the Empire's generals. Angus entered the tent with steady steps. Though lightly purified, the scent of blood still lingered. If there was enough composure to purify but the heavy scent of blood remained, that meant, did you win? Yes, the enemy forces were routed. The rearguard general fought desperately, so we didn't pursue recklessly and withdrew. That's good. There's no need to waste time on dead men. Yes, Your Majesty, but it's amazing. What is? Thanks to Your Majesty, morale soared, but beyond that, after the charge, the absolute reassurance that Your Majesty was holding back has spread among the soldiers. As long as Your Majesty is present like this, our Empire's army is invincible. The soldiers universally believe so. I nodded. I see. Name, Noah Alarit, Emperor of the Empire. Gender, male level. 32/Infinity HP SSS, Fire SSS, MP SSS, Water SSS, Strength SSS, Wind SSS, Stamina SS, Triple S, Rank Earth SSS, Intelligence SS, Light SSS, Spirit SS, Darkness SSS, Speed SSS, Dexterity SSS, Luck SS. I glanced at my stats in the corner of my vision. Since Father's passing, these all SSS stats had become completely mine. Since then, I had been more active on the front line. Lately, I'd participated in almost every battle, always delivering the first strike with either Leviathan or Bahamut. The Empire's army is experiencing the intended effect. If only this could spread to all opposing enemies as well. To the enemy army, Your Majesty? Angus looked puzzled, as if asking, what do you mean? I am currently in my prime. It's not unusual for me to be on the battlefield, so I do so, and I make sure to show that I can always be there. Yes, as expected. To my own troops, as Angus said, this has a certain effect. But in battle, the enemy is always present. What effect does this have on the enemy army? That would be fear, wouldn't it? Indeed, I nodded. In short, it's fear. The middle-aged emperor always appears on the battlefield and always deals devastating blows to the frontline soldiers. Rephrased, that means the soldiers at the forefront always die. Ah, Angus gasped. It's easy enough to find generals willing to die, but to always maintain soldiers willing to die, that's difficult. With some prodding, it's manageable, so the effect is, like always having a fishbone stuck in your throat. Even so, having it or not makes a huge difference. It constantly complicates enemy troop formations. Truly amazing, Your Majesty? Angus's eyes shone with excitement, but it was brief as his excitement quickly subsided. The only flaw is that there is only one Your Majesty. If there are multiple fronts, that's why it's only the first strike. Because it's only the first strike, I can quickly rush to another front after releasing it. If I always only deliver the first strike, my delay is meaningless. As long as middle-aged Emperor Noah is present, the vanguard will always be wiped out at least once. Awesome, truly amazing, Your Majesty. Angus's excitement grew even more. He was the most excited he'd been all day. So I will withdraw first thing tomorrow morning. I leave the rest to you. Yes, leave it to us. We'll clean up every last trace. Good, Angus's reply was reassuring. I shifted my focus from war back to the political affairs I had left in the imperial capital. Imperial capital inside the palace. After Father passed away, I took over his office and was now facing the first Prime Minister, Don. Don held a stack of documents, reading them aloud as he reported to me. These are the final members for this year's night selection. What does Jessica say about this? The concubine said. I will do my utmost and dedicate myself to selecting talents for Your Majesty. That sounds like her. Tell her to relax and do as she pleases. No, I'll tell her that myself when I summon her. I smiled faintly. Concubine Jessica. She is my consort but also involved in military affairs, which is why she's been appointed as a judge for this year's night selection. I had intended to tell her to ease up and do as she likes, but decided it would be better to say it directly when I called her. That concubine has also left a proposal on a different matter. A proposal? Yes, first let me summarize. She proposed something akin to a consort selection, similar to the night selection. Consort selection? Here are her words. Thanks to your Majesty's generosity, women can now be evaluated for their abilities even in the night selection. Therefore, she wishes to provide a similar evaluation opportunity for women with talents other than knighthood. I understand the idea. The ideal is acceptable. It depends on the system. Tell her to present a well-developed plan. As you wish, as expected of your Majesty. I looked at Don, puzzled by his sudden expression. Even though she is a concubine, all her orders on political affairs go through me. It's truly remarkable. That's proper protocol. That's the kind of strictness expected from your Majesty. Impressive. More importantly, just as I was about to move on to the next topic, both Don and I noticed something strange and our words stopped. Don glanced nervously around while I looked up at the ceiling. After a brief pause, we said together, "Is it shaking?" It was an earthquake. The shelves in the office started to rattle noisily. The initial tremor was slow but lasted unusually long, then suddenly the shaking intensified explosively. "Your Majesty, don't panic, protect yourself," I ordered him. Don curled into a ball like a turtle while I braced myself on the desk and stood up. I kept looking up at the ceiling. Normally, as this was the Emperor's office, no one spoke casually nearby and the surroundings were quiet. But now loud screams could be clearly heard. As the shaking continued, tiles began falling from the ceiling, heading straight toward me. But before they could reach me, they were consumed by intense flames and melted away without a trace. The earthquake lasted almost a full minute, then gradually subsided. "Your Majesty, are you unharmed?" Don stood hurriedly and asked. "More importantly, we need to assess the situation quickly." "Yes, sir." Don rushed outside, grabbing eunuchs at random and issuing orders rapidly. 2 hours later, in the same office, Don and Evelyn, the two prime ministers currently residing in the palace, were both before me. Don held a bundle of reports and reported. "We've compiled reports from all regions. Currently, Enlil province's capital has suffered the most damage, with nearly 1,000 buildings collapsed in the capital alone. This is a map with the initial damage reports marked." Evelyn presented a medium-sized map on the desk. True to her words, various numbers indicating damage were marked in a circular pattern around Enlil. Looking at it, the damage is radiating out in a circle centered on Enlil. Yes, so the epicenter was almost certainly in Enlil province. This is amazing, Your Majesty. Yes. To have a grasp of the situation across the lands in less than half a day since the earthquake, that's the benefit of wired telegraphy Your Majesty implemented. Both said this, and I agreed. Wired telegraphy is a communication method far faster than express messengers, and it really proves its worth during natural disasters. Previously, it would take several days to compile such reports, but now, in a few hours, even just to identify the epicenter, we can respond promptly. It also helped that Humbaba's network wasn't disrupted by this disaster. I stared at the map, deep in thought. Enlil is, if I recall correctly, I looked up at them. Don answered my question. Yes, the 24th Prince Jeremy holds his fief there. Jeremy Ararat, the 24th son of the previous emperor and my younger brother, younger than my eldest son Sem. Jeremy had been in Enlil overseeing his fief for some time now, but the timing was unfortunate. Jeremy's staff should be competent. Let's entrust the basics to them. Don, send stored food supplies from the capital to Enlil. As I recall, that region has difficulty increasing food reserves due to its climate. As you command. Secure funds from the treasury. With nearly 1,000 buildings collapsed, fires are likely already breaking out. Large quantities of construction materials will be needed for rebuilding. Yes, sir. Begging Your Majesty's pardon, Evelyn spoke up. What is it? Transporting treasury funds to Enlil will incur transport costs. Would it not be better to use merchants to handle the money through fake bills and ledger manipulation? Evelyn had a valid point. Large sums mostly mean gold coins. Transporting heavy gold coins in large quantities requires horses, carts, carriers, and guards. Just the transport alone costs a fortune. To save on that, it's common to partner with local merchants who advance the funds based on future tax exemptions, all documented with a single piece of paper. That certainly saves money, however. This will likely be a major disaster. The people may panic, so it's better for relief to be visibly coming directly from the capital. It will reassure them. Ah, if we can buy public calm, then the transport cost is worthwhile. This is incredible, Your Majesty. I never thought that far ahead. Evelyn's eyes gleamed with admiration. Begging Your Majesty's pardon, Don said hesitantly. What is it now? I turned my gaze to Don. He looked reluctant but finally spoke. Your Majesty's birthday is approaching. That doesn't matter. My birth date is trivial in the face of a disaster. My apologies. There's an earthquake. Food won't run out immediately. Send the visible funds first. As you command. Then go. Evelyn, stay behind? Yes. Don bowed once and left the office to carry out my orders. Evelyn stayed behind, awaiting my instructions. This is not urgent, Fourth Prime Minister. Yes, she responded, but looked back at me with a questioning expression. This concerns food storage. Develop technology and systems for storage. Provide proposals from both angles. Deadline is 6 months. Understood. I'm counting on you. This is my fault. I only realized the weakness of areas where food storage is difficult after the disaster struck. No, Your Majesty is impressive. Even in such times, you remain calm and look ahead. Truly a model emperor who governs the core. Also, compile a report on aftershocks. Half-a-day intervals are fine. Yes. After giving all the orders, Evelyn left the office to carry them out like Don. At that moment, a eunuch entered. Your Majesty, a messenger from the Empress Dowager has arrived. From Mother? Yes, she requests Your Majesty to visit once things settle down. Tell her I will come immediately. As you command. The eunuch exited. Then another aftershock came and another tile fell. This time it landed farther away, shattering into pieces on the ground. Mother, the Empress Dowager, is she all right? I left the office and hurried toward her location. Leaving the office, I headed straight to Mother, Her Majesty the Empress Dowager's chambers. The palace corridors showed minor damage from the earthquake, with furnishings toppled here and there. Female attendants were busy tidying up. When the attendants saw me, they hurriedly stopped what they were doing, bowed their heads, and made way for me. Damage was widespread, and if I stopped to tell everyone no need, it would never end. So I just passed through and went straight to Mother's chambers. Mother's quarters were in a detached building within the palace, a smaller structure. Though smaller in scale, it was a place used by successive Empress Dowagers, designed and decorated splendidly to uphold the dignity befitting an Empress Dowager. At the grand front gate stood a woman in formal attire. She appeared to be in her mid-40s, calm and composed in appearance and expression. Her name was Vivian. She was the chief female attendant who took care of the Empress Dowager's daily needs. Though she had no real power in terms of status, the chief attendant was comparable to a governor of a province. Vivian bowed quietly the moment she saw me. We have been expecting Your Majesty. Vivian, is Mother well? Yes, Her Majesty the Empress Dowager is safe. Did any roof tiles fall? Roof tiles had fallen even in the Emperor's office. If it happened there, it was very likely something similar occurred where Mother was. They did fall, but a young attendant instinctively shielded Her Majesty the Empress Dowager, so Your Majesty sustained no injuries at all. What happened to that attendant? She hit her head and bled, but it seems she will recover without any serious harm. Assign a court physician to her. Also, give her a reward, 500 no 1,000 lien. Understood. I talked with Vivian to learn more about Mother's quarters. The scale of the damage was not much different from my office, and the attendant's injury was the most serious damage reported. Relieved that it was nothing major, I arrived in front of Mother's room. With a glance, Vivian opened her mouth and spoke inside. This is Vivian speaking. Your Majesty has arrived. Please enter. Hearing the reply from inside, Vivian politely opened the door. Inside, the room was arranged like a parlor, with a bamboo blind hanging from the ceiling in the center. Beyond the blind, I could faintly see a lady sitting, dignified as befits a noblewoman. I approached the blind and quickly knelt on one knee. Sorry for the delay, Mother. Please raise your face, Your Majesty. Above all, are you unharmed? Thank you for your concern. I stood up and faced the lady behind the blind Mother. Though the blind blurred the view, I was sure our eyes met. There are no injuries whatsoever. That is most fortunate. I apologize for troubling you during such busy times, Your Majesty. Not at all. It is precisely at times like this that I feel relieved to see you safe with my own eyes. Mother and I spoke somewhat formally. The attendants like Vivian around us showed no surprise. Their expressions were calm. Though mother and child, we were also Emperor and Empress Dowager. We could not behave like an ordinary mother and child. By the way, Your Majesty? Yes. What is the extent of the damage among the people? According to the first report via wired telegraphy, there are areas where 1,000 homes have collapsed. Wired telegraphy, that is the thread telegraph you invented, isn't it? I improved upon it. I see. 1,000 homes, that's quite a lot of damage. Yes, we are urgently gathering details and issuing instructions for rescue and reconstruction. I don't mind if you cut into my budget. Mother, I was a little surprised at her sudden words. Knowing your Majesty, I suppose you intend to draw funds from the internal treasury as well after using the national treasury. The internal treasury is a colloquial term. The royal family's household affairs, especially those of the Emperor and Empress, fall under the Ministry of Internal Affairs. That ministry has a separate wallet apart from the national treasury, called by various names, one of which is the internal treasury. Mother had pointed this out. I could have tried to evade the issue, but you are quite perceptive, Mother. Since it would be found out anyway, I decided to admit it honestly. I expected you would do so. You probably think you can manage if you endure a little more. It is the privilege of the nobility. Then I shall go along with it. There is no need, Mother. The Empress Dowager's lifestyle should be comfortable. Do not speak foolishly. Mother cut me off quietly but firmly. Where is the mother who would become a shackle when her son is trying to be a wise ruler? Mother, cut the Empress Dowager's budget as much as you can. Don't worry, I still have some savings. The attendants around me can sustain things for about a year with that. Understood. Then, Mother, I called to her, paused my words, and looked intently at the blind. I felt as if our eyes met through it. Perhaps sensing it too, Mother responded in a different tone from before. What is it? Please allow me to use you. Use me? Yes, the Empress Dowager taking the lead in cutting the budget and feeling the pain for the people that can be used for publicity. Impressive, Your Majesty. Mother said this softly and gently. It lasted just a moment before she returned to the dignified tone befitting an Empress Dowager. Politics is state affairs. I will not interfere. Thank you very much. I bowed my head again, then turned and left Mother's quarters. Back in the office, a eunuch informed me that Oscar requested an audience. I told them to summon him immediately, and without delay, Oscar entered. Prince Oscar, the 8th prince. Though my older brother, he was now approaching middle age or early old age. Though that was his real age, his gentle and kind expression had not changed since long ago. Perhaps because of that, he looked much younger than his age, easily passing for mid-30s. The moment Oscar entered, he knelt on one knee and bowed his head. Apologies for my late audience. No problem. Raise your head. Yes. Oscar stood as told and faced me directly. Was there any damage at your place? Thanks to God, none in particular. Only a panicked servant suffered an unnecessary injury. I see. More importantly, you came at a good time. There's something I want you to do, as you also serve as Minister of Internal Affairs. I have already prepared everything. Knowing Your Majesty, I expected you would eventually suggest using the Ministry of Internal Affairs funds. So I calculated the amount currently available. As expected, very thorough. It's not like we just met yesterday. Mother said the same. Oh, Oscar looked surprised. That's why she said she would go along with my stubbornness. As expected of Her Majesty the Empress Dowager. So, please reduce the budget from Mother's side as much as possible without strain. Then subtly spread rumors that the Empress Dowager did so. Are you sure? Unlike the Empress Dowager doesn't have a salary high enough to save easily. People will think so. What do you mean? Oscar stared at me seriously, asking. Mother is not politically savvy. If the Empress Dowager does that and I publicize it, wealthy people will surely come to her side. Ah, yes, an excellent opportunity to curry favor. Exactly. But wouldn't Her Majesty the Empress Dowager refuse bribes? Is bribery only giving money directly? No, there's payment in kind or excessive discounts. Anything is possible. Honestly, Mother probably can't see through all that, but so what? It won't lead to her living in hardship. It might even improve her situation. That's true, but wouldn't that create debts for the Empress Dowager? Or for Your Majesty? That doesn't matter, I answered immediately. As long as Mother feels satisfied, the public thinks she is a virtuous empress, and perhaps several hundred more people can be rescued, then it's no problem for me to accept a debt or two to those people. That's also stubbornness. Amazing, Your Majesty. Oscar said that with an expression that seemed deeply moved. Luke, I called out toward the door of the room. Luke, who always stood at the entrance of the office and handled every message, hurriedly ran over. Your Majesty, you called? How long until the report is ready? The next update will be in an hour. Then let's eat in the meantime. Oscar joined me. Understood, I will accompany you. Prepare enough for two, as you wish. Luke, who had once been quite awkward, had now become capable of smoothly carrying out these routine orders. He immediately dashed out of the office, and shortly after, a few lower-ranking eunuchs entered, setting up a table and chairs in a corner of the office and arranging the dishes on it. Will we be eating here? Oscar looked slightly surprised. I have been doing so for a while now. I stood up and took a seat at the newly set-up table, our dining table. With a glance, I gestured for Oscar to join me, and he bowed before sitting down beside me. It was a rectangular, long table. Oscar sat along the long side. Since this was the office, meaning inside the palace, and thus a semi-official setting, Oscar avoided sitting directly in front of the Emperor and instead chose the side. It felt a bit strange, even for a makeshift table in the office, but such was the protocol. I often have to leave the imperial capital and have little time to dedicate to administrative work. It's troublesome to have others find me or for me to move around for each report. That's why I eat here during work. I see, Your Majesty, that is indeed remarkable. That's out of the blue. Why do you say that? I was a little taken aback. It was rare for Oscar to flatter me. Oscar looked toward the entrance and added, I mean that eunuch. Luke. Yes, he used to be just a child, but now he's incredibly capable. I'm always in awe of Your Majesty's keen eye. Ah! I looked toward the entrance as well. I could see Luke briskly giving orders to the lower-ranking eunuchs under his command. Indeed, when I first saw Luke, he was an innocent child, completely unversed in the world. He became a eunuch to pay for his sister's medicine, understandable circumstances, but the irreversible act of castration for that purpose always felt questionable. Now Luke had become remarkably competent. People can change drastically depending on their environment. I know that firsthand. Firsthand? For example, if I had been born and raised in a rural village, I would have likely lived a life consumed with protecting my wife, children, and fields. I smiled softly as I spoke. Though I used the word would have, to me it was an established fact, no, simply my past. Before being born as Noah, that was the life I would have lived and ended with. But being born as Noah Alarit changed everything. As the Emperor's 13th son and Prince 13, I learned in the best environment possible. If the education a noble receives is rated 100, that of commoners, especially peasants, wouldn't even reach 1. The difference in environment is that significant. Because I have experienced both, I feel that deeply. You must be joking. Even if Your Majesty had been born in a remote village, you'd have quickly stood out at the night selection. Oscar didn't seem to believe it. Since he hadn't experienced it himself, I didn't press the matter further. While we talked, Luke returned with a group of lower-ranking eunuchs carrying our meals. They set down 2 meals in front of me and Oscar. Once everything was arranged, Luke quietly led his subordinates out of the office. This is, Oscar looked at the meal with a bewildered expression, as if a fox had pinched him. What's the matter? Well, this meal. Is it too plain? I chuckled softly. Oscar looked a bit flustered. No, it's not that. You must remember too, Oscar, after decades as a prince, you must have tasted every sort of luxury. Well, yes, Oscar nodded vaguely. I reached out and began eating. 1 bowl of rice, 1 meat main dish, and 1 vegetable side dish. That was it. Without Oscar saying it, I understood this was far from the typical image of an emperor's meal. 1 meat and 1 vegetable. I'm constantly on the move, so the seasoning is a bit strong. That's enough. But, besides, this makes dealing with minor people easier. What do you mean? Oscar's expression changed from displeasure to curiosity. The more tastes and pleasures you indulge in, the more diverse the methods those trying to curry favor with you will use. If you have no interest in food or women, those who seek to flatter you will disappear, and you won't have to be on guard unnecessarily. I see. As expected of Your Majesty. Oscar smiled with admiration mixed with a wry grin. It's always been a headache to me, the variety of tricks people use to ingratiate themselves. That's natural. If you hold the second most power after me, it's inevitable. Yes, if it were directed at me personally, I could block it, but when it comes from wives or concubines, I'm helpless. Unlike Your Majesty, I cannot cut off my desires, so when a favored concubine whispers by my pillow, I'm completely undone. That's fine. Let yourself be undone as much as you want. When you're completely undone, you're trustworthy. You are amazing, Your Majesty, to say that. Unexpectedly, Oscar and I complimented each other, whispering by the pillow, meaning the concubine's seductive pleas afterward. Oscar admitted he was helpless then. If he understood that, he could control himself and avoid unmanageable situations. As long as he maintained that, considering his ability, a little indulgence toward women was a necessary evil. We continued our aimless chatter over the meal. After a while, Luke entered, carrying some documents. Pardon the interruption during your meal, Your Majesty. Luke said to me. Oscar glanced sharply at Luke, wearing a disapproving expression. For some emperors, interrupting their meals was such a grave offense that it might be punished on the spot, but it's fine. I have ordered you to interrupt without hesitation if it's about state affairs. What is it? Yes, the disaster reports have been compiled. That was quick. Did you push yourself? Well, according to what I heard, it's not that they overexerted themselves. They're just not yet used to the speed of telecommunication and miscalculated the estimate. Ah, I nodded and smiled softly. That's expected with new methods. Sitting at the table, I looked through the documents Luke handed me. As he reported, they were more detailed summaries of the disaster situation. As I reviewed the papers, "What is it, Your Majesty? Look at this," I said, taking out a particular page that caught my attention and passing it to Oscar through Luke. Oscar looked down at it. "This shows more fires than usual. It does seem that way." Yes, Oscar nodded clearly. When a major earthquake strikes, fires inevitably break out. That's unavoidable. But this number. This can only be if the fires spread extensively. I think so too, Gigi. After a moment of thought, I called the name of my aide. A woman suddenly rushed into the office. She was in a hurry but not panicked. It was Gigi, a former maid who had served me since the time of Prince 13. Gigi knelt down before me and Oscar. Did you call, Your Majesty? Yes. Bring me items numbered 8-7. No, after that, about 10 more in order of youth. 8-7, understood. Gigi said that, bowed once, and left the office. Isn't she Your Majesty's personal document manager? Yes, her memory is astonishing, so I have her do it. I heard rumors she can't even read or write. Yeah, I nodded firmly. She said she recognizes her own name only when it's Gigi in full, but if it's just Jai alone, it looks suspicious. Is someone like that really reliable? The first digit is the category, 8 is for natural disasters. The second digit indicates importance, 7 is the second highest. When assigned like that, she remembers everything perfectly without mistakes. I see. Truly, Your Majesty is remarkable. Using eunuchs who can't read for document transport isn't unheard of, but entrusting them with management is beyond ordinary people. That's why I'm saved. The treasure remains untouched thanks to her. Oscar and I shared a laugh. After a while, Gigi returned, staggering under a huge pile of documents. Though her steps were unsteady, she managed to reach the table and place the documents on it. Sorry to keep you waiting. Good. Gigi, from now on, when there are many documents, use eunuchs. Why, yes, but, I don't know who to ask. Gigi fidgeted, looking apologetic. Her words were a bit unexpected. Oscar and I exchanged looks and both started laughing. Why, Your Majesty, don't worry about it. It's not about who to ask. Huh, you just give orders, you're directly under me. For physical labor, just grab any eunuch nearby and have them do it. Is that so? Your Majesty. Gigi remained timid despite my words. Oscar stepped in. She might need it explained a bit more clearly. Indeed, Luke. I called the eunuch Luke out loud. Like with Gigi, Luke immediately entered the office when called, just like Gigi, Luke came promptly when summoned. Did you call? Pick one strong eunuch, no, two, and assign them to assist Gigi. As you wish. Why, Your Majesty? Gigi was surprised, as if wanting to say something, but I raised my hand to stop her. I don't want you injured doing work you aren't suited for. Why, yes? Gigi looked apologetic, but also pleased. After Gigi and Luke left, Oscar and I started going through the documents she had brought. When we had read about half, we glanced up and met eyes. How's it looking on your side? It seems that fire incidents are disproportionately high. Indeed, it strongly appears to be human-caused. I thought for a moment, then ordered Oscar. Send someone trustworthy to investigate. I leave the methods to your discretion. As you wish. I was about to give more instructions when, Your Majesty, may I interrupt? Luke's voice came from the door, and Oscar and I turned simultaneously. What is it? Lady Evelyn sent some documents. Let me see. I took the documents from Luke and scanned them. Is something wrong? Oscar asked, curious about my reaction. It's quicker to see for yourself. I handed the documents to Oscar. As he read, Luke quietly left after delivering the papers. Success in repeated color change with a new material? What is this? It's a midterm report on research to find a substitute for Humbaba thread. Humbaba thread. For wired telegraphy? Yes. Why research such a thing? Oscar was puzzled, his eyes wide in the most surprised reaction of the day. Just as it sounds, we're trying to create something to replace Humbaba thread. I understand that, but why? Is there some problem with Humbaba thread? Do you know about Audrey's older brother? Huh. Oscar's expression shifted from puzzled to bewildered. The Empress's older brother. Yes. Well, Oscar looked thoughtful but hesitant. His expression said it all. He either didn't know or wasn't sure how to answer because he did know but couldn't say. If it's difficult to answer, that's fine. There's a saying, the wealth doesn't last for 3 generations. Prince Lay Indra was outstanding, but his grandson seems utterly hopeless. Oscar didn't even nod. He listened carefully but said nothing. Understandably, even if he were a prince minister, he was still a subordinate. He couldn't just casually agree to a statement like, the Empress's brother is incompetent. So he remained silent. Understanding this, I didn't press for a reply and continued. The previous emperor was even more extraordinary than Indra, a wise ruler once in a few centuries. Indeed, Oscar eagerly nodded at that. Now, if the saying about wealth holds true, what about my children? I don't know yet. That's not the issue. I stopped Oscar, who seemed about to say, if your Majesty's children are great, it'll be fine. The problem is that Humbaba thread belongs to me. Humbaba clearly stated it's given for my sake. To completely subjugate spirits, your Majesty truly is amazing. Well then, the problem is after I die, according to that, Humbaba thread will become unusable. Oscar's face showed a textbook realization. That's right, if we rely solely on Humbaba thread after I die, communication will regress decades, say 30 years. What happens if it suddenly becomes unusable after 30 years of use? The Empire will descend into chaos? Ah, Oscar gasped again. You see, whether my children are capable or not, the next emperor will have to rely on slow, inconvenient express messengers. That will inevitably lead to stagnation, confusion, and decline. So while I'm still alive, we have about 30 years, I must create a human-made replacement for Humbaba thread. Amazing, Your Majesty, to think you planned that far ahead. Oscar looked sincerely impressed. The previous emperor chose me because of Sem's presence. He seemed likely to be a great third generation, so I must live up to that. Indeed. Well, this isn't a matter of a day or two. I took the report back from Oscar and reread the research progress showing a small step forward. After Oscar left, Gigi came back. This time she brought along strong eunuchs to help carry documents. Gigi looked at me, seeming like she wanted to say something. What is it? Well, I was listening and were there really a lot of fires? Yes, do you have any observations? I remembered that when Your Majesty was in Almeria there were hardly any fires. Right, because of the focus on the water supply. I wondered if the water pipes might have been damaged by the earthquake. If so, then there's no problem. If the disaster was severe enough to collapse buildings, we can accept that. You mean that local officials may have embezzled funds and neglected water system maintenance, which allowed fires to spread badly? Gigi's expression changed to a realization. That was exactly what Oscar and I had thought and why I had ordered a secret investigation. That's awful. Exactly, that's why. I intend to go there myself. I had sent Oscar as a decoy. Using that as a cover, I planned to visit the area personally to see for myself. Night in Empress Audrey's chamber. I had planned to secretly leave the imperial capital, and I came to tell only Audrey about it. Because I had already informed a eunuch beforehand, when I entered the room, I saw Audrey dressed in formal attire. I have been expecting Your Majesty. Guided by Audrey, I took a seat on the high-quality sofa built into the room. I sat first and gave Audrey a meaningful glance. With just that, Audrey's expression changed as if she understood something, and she dismissed the two servants who had remained. And so, it was just the two of us alone in the room. Is there something the matter? I will be away from the capital starting as soon as tomorrow. Please manage things smoothly in my absence. Understood. Shall I handle it as usual? Yes. Audrey accepted this without any surprise. I often left the capital secretly, and every time, Empress Audrey cooperated in various ways, so she must have gotten used to it. And her best quality was that she never asked questions even when I did so. Audrey was the Empress. According to imperial law, especially the imperial decree, the Empress and others in the harem are forbidden from interfering in politics. And when I secretly go somewhere, it is mostly to handle internal affairs. Therefore, Audrey never questioned my frequent absences. In return, I never interfered with internal matters, that is, the affairs of the harem, which I entrusted entirely to Audrey. By strictly dividing our roles this way, our relationship was maintained smoothly. That said, it was not a purely business-like relationship. You will be lonely again for a while? Audrey spoke words sweet like a wife in the world. Sorry. Once this matter is settled, I will try to make more time for you. I appreciate your thoughtfulness. If Your Majesty is a wise ruler, that alone is enough. I see. I will strive not to betray your expectations. I smiled softly, and Audrey returned a gentle smile. Yes, Your Majesty, I have something I would like to request. A request from me? That's unusual coming from you. I was a bit surprised. To put it simply, Audrey rarely asked me for anything. If anything, she once asked me to make her younger sister Anya concubine. Yes, as Empress, you may take this as a formal request. I'm listening. I straightened my back involuntarily. I entrusted internal affairs entirely to the Empress, and Audrey strictly observed that role. So when she said, as Empress, I had no choice but to listen seriously. Please increase the number of women in the harem or increase the number of times you produce heirs. I see. What's the reason? There aren't enough princesses. Princesses? At present, the only unmarried princess is Your Majesty's youngest sister, Princess Claire. The marriage destination of princesses falls under politics, but their education before marriage is under my jurisdiction. At this rate, two problems will arise. Two problems? I thought for a moment. One was obvious. Princesses are essentially pieces in political marriages. The emperor also has the duty of producing heirs, and unlike princes and nobility, it's an obligation to produce many daughters, princesses. The value of a prince's daughter in political marriage isn't that high, but an emperor's daughter, a princess, is different. There was the incident with Angus and the 14th Princess Arlene. The law was amended so that when a princess married, her husband's rank would be roughly equal, but that was only within the empire. There will still be cases of princesses marrying abroad. so it was easy to understand that a shortage of princesses would cause diplomatic problems. But I looked Audrey straight in the eyes. She was the Empress and made an effort to behave accordingly. She had just declared that she wouldn't intervene in marriage destinations, so the real reason she was concerned must be different. And it must be related to the affairs of the harem, with the Empress as its head. Thinking that through, I understood. I see it's a break in knowledge and skills. Exactly, I nodded in understanding. That makes sense. It was thoughtless of me. It is natural that knowledge and skills for educating princesses properly would eventually be lost if not practiced. Yes. As mistress of the harem, I cannot overlook the disappearance of those skills in my generation. Reasonable. So, I want you to devote yourself more to producing heirs. Understood, I will increase the number of princesses. I promise. Thank you, Your Majesty. Audrey smiled very happily. It's your request, no one else's. Because it's me. Audrey looked somewhat surprised. You are a good wife, and I believe no one else but you can manage the harem. If you say it's for the mistress of the harem, I can't refuse, and if it means you will be remembered in history as a virtuous empress, I will do most anything. That's unfair, Your Majesty. After being told that, I want to offer not just my body and heart, but even my soul. More than ever before, take it easy. Yes, Audrey looked at me with moist eyes. I took her hand and pulled her close. For a while, I held Audrey in my arms. By the way, suddenly something came to mind, and I asked Audrey, has Prince Lei said anything to you? No, nothing. Nothing? Yes, I see. Has he said nothing at all? Yes, nothing, Audrey replied cheerfully. Because I am just Audrey. Ah, I understood how that worked. In royal families, especially those who marry the emperor, there is a ritual called the expulsion ceremony. By removing the surname before marriage, that is, the family name, it symbolizes that they have no home to return to and declares that they belong completely to their spouse. In her case, she was originally Audrey Ararat, but by becoming my wife, she became simply Audrey, with no surname. Throughout history, there are countless examples of families trying to interfere in politics or benefit through their daughters who became empresses or consorts. The expulsion ceremony was created to prevent that. Of course, it doesn't prevent everything, but Audrey seemed determined to uphold it strictly. I will be completely honest with Your Majesty. I can guess. Considering things before I married in. Therefore, I make an extra effort not to know or hear anything unnecessary. I see. I cannot interfere with Your Majesty's affairs, so I try to act as the ideal empress even in small ways. You're amazing. Foo-foo. Audrey covered her mouth and smiled mischievously. At first, I thought she smiled because she was pleased to be praised, but it wasn't that kind of smile. It was a more playful, amused smile. What's funny? I found it funny that Your Majesty was praising yourself. You mean I was praising myself? I furrowed my brow in puzzlement. Because everything I do is an imitation of Your Majesty. Mine? When I asked, Audrey raised a finger and smiled, blending the expression of a teacher advising a student with that of a playful girl. Strict with rules, stricter with the law. Strict with others and stricter with yourself. She counted those off one by one, then accentuated her playful smile and said, all of it I learned by watching Your Majesty up close. Except maybe the last one is a bit much. No, I'm strict with myself as well, Your Majesty. Without that, I couldn't say or carry out that stoicism is a noble's privilege. So, the truly amazing one is Your Majesty, and you were praising yourself. With that, Audrey laughed joyfully like a young girl. Outside the imperial capital, on the road heading toward Enlil, I was alone in the carriage with Cindy. For something meant to carry the emperor, it was too modest, but if considered a merchant's carriage, it was decent enough. The ride was comfortable, and it seemed like the journey would be without inconvenience. Regarding the carriage, Cindy apologized to me. I'm sorry, it was so sudden that this was the best carriage I could prepare. That's fine, actually this is better. This time it's a secret trip, I don't want the carriage to draw attention. Why yes, then what about accommodations during the journey? Cindy paused, watching my expression carefully before continuing. Something decent will do. If it's me, a man, I'm fine even with a large room where we all sleep together. I wondered when was the last time I used or instead of yo in front of Cindy, adding a bit of playful spirit. It seemed the meaning behind or was correctly understood. Cindy sighed with relief and relaxed a little. Understood, then though I can't disclose too much, I'll arrange for lodgings at a respectable household. Good. Being overly humble would only arouse suspicion. Yes. Cindy nodded and spoke to the man in the driver's seat, likely about tonight's lodging or the pace of travel. I decided to leave those details to her. What is it? I smiled subtly at Cindy, who called me Your Majesty, implicitly telling her not to worry about earlier mistakes. Tonight we will spend the night at Nail's Post town, but what shall we do after tomorrow? There's no need to rush that much. Are you sure? Cindy looked a bit surprised. Rescue efforts are probably just beginning now. Arriving too early would only get in the way. I see. Besides, this trip is to inspect the waterworks situation. Usually by now, the numbers on buildings and casualties would be massaged. That kind of cover-up comes much later, so there's no need to hurry. Massaged? Like military reports, bad news is minimized, good news is exaggerated. Isn't it similar in business? Yes, Cindy gasped and then shifted to a troubled expression. It seems the same everywhere around here. I created a whistleblowing system with Fuwawa's box, so it got somewhat better, but I learned it's impossible to root out entirely. That alone is impressive. Even improving that tendency is truly remarkable, Cindy muttered with a troubled look, filled with emotion. From her words alone, I could sense she must have gone through hardships herself. By the way, yes, how's your relationship with your father these days? When asked, Cindy's expression became even more troubled. Originally, she was a girl taken in and adopted by Byron Allen, a merchant. Byron saw Cindy's talent, took her under his wing, and educated her. Cindy grew into a capable merchant, living up to those expectations. However, when Cindy was grown and Byron was middle-aged, a typical family squabble arose. Byron, who until then had no son, had a biological boy for the first time. A child born later in life is cherished, and naturally, a successful merchant with a family to pass on would want to hand everything down to that child. That made Cindy a thorn in the side, a story I'd read countless times in history. So I gave Cindy a new family name, one far more prestigious than a merchant's. Normally, this would be a name so high in status that she wouldn't even need to compete with Byron's family heirs, saving her from the usual family conflicts. Now I was about to hear from Cindy how that all turned out. Probably it's okay. Is that so? Yes, perhaps making it clear by always using the new name that I don't intend to compete has been effective. That's good. Losing a woman like you would be a waste. Tell me anytime if you feel threatened. Thank you. What's wrong? You look troubled. I noticed Cindy's troubled expression and was puzzled. I had just guaranteed her safety, me, the Emperor. Given her uneasy expression despite that, I wondered why. No, it's just... Cindy seemed to understand my question, hurriedly waving her hand with a look that clearly said, no, that's not it. It's just the responsibility feels heavy. Responsibility? Evelyn-sama. Evelyn? Why did Evelyn come up now? I was even more puzzled. Evelyn-sama is now the 4th Prime Minister. Everyone agrees she's the greatest success among your Majesty's household. I see. After Father passed and everything of the Empire was transferred to me, I promoted Evelyn to 4th Prime Minister. Previous magistrates and governors were also notable promotions, but the 4th Prime Minister is an unprecedented leap. If you rank power in the Empire, Evelyn is definitely in the top 10. Considering she was once just a simple parlor maid, it's an incredible rise. Did you know among commoners, Evelyn-sama's name has become synonymous with rising through the ranks? Yes, I know. That's good. She recognized her talent and promoted her regardless of gender. His Majesty is truly remarkable. But on the other hand, Cindy gave a wry smile, deliberately lightening the mood. With Evelyn-sama, being seen by someone like you has placed a corresponding weight of responsibility on my shoulders. She cut off her words, looking down slightly but meeting my eyes from under her lashes. I understood. Do what you can. What I can. I don't order weapons from the armory. I only speak to those I believe capable. Just do what you can. If you believe what you're doing is what I wish, that's enough. Yes. But, I tilted my head, listening. The words I said to ease her seemed effective. Her expression brightened a bit, but suddenly she blushed and shifted to a resentful look. Hearing that makes me want to meet even higher expectations. Just don't overdo it, that's all I'll say. Yes, Evelyn has become synonymous with rising through ranks. I believe Cindy can become synonymous with hitting the jackpot or something like that. Me? Yes, so don't push yourself. Just do what you can. Yes, I will. Maybe my pep talk worked. Cindy's gloomy, embarrassed, and resentful looks instantly changed to a positive expression. At that point, I thought everything would be fine. We have arrived. The carriage came to a stop, and Cindy whispered with the coachman before reporting to me. I nodded slightly and got off the carriage. Since I had come incognito, I didn't wait for a stepping stool to avoid revealing my identity and jumped straight down. The carriage entered the post town, and after Cindy and I disembarked, the coachman directed the carriage toward a parking spot behind the inn right in front of us. The post town, bustling with a fair number of people, was bathed in the glow of the setting sun. Watching the sunset and the departing carriage, I asked Cindy, "Is that coachman one of your subordinates?" "Yes. He's skilled. Here, take these 100 lien and give it to him later." I said so, took out a leather pouch filled with money, and handed it to Cindy. She received it with both hands, looking curious as she asked, "Thank you, why now? Wouldn't you tell if the coachman was skilled right after getting on?" With a puzzled expression, she carefully inquired. It's true that in terms of comfort when riding, that's also a sign of skill. So, things always have reasons. Why do you think this post town exists here? Huh, Cindy blinked, looking puzzled and at a loss for an answer. Sorry, I don't know. I was being mean. The reason isn't just one, it's the feet of people, pack horses, express messengers, all sorts of feet. Where many such feet converge, a post-town forms. Naturally, the more feet gathered, the more people use it, so the town's size grows. I see. What do I mean by feet? Generally, it means a distance that can be reasonably covered during the day. Traveling too far at night is dangerous. Ah, Cindy's face lit up as she looked up at the sunset sky. That's right, it's about maintaining a reasonable pace so you can arrive just as dusk falls. That alone shows skill. I get it. It's amazing that you know such things. I seem to push myself too hard when alone. That's how I learned. I shrugged and said jokingly. After several times of personally taking express messenger duties, Henry and Oscar scolded me, telling me to understand this better, in a polite but unmistakably firm tone. When the conversation ended, Cindy dashed into the inn with a surprised look. From the exterior, it looked like the inn had an attached tavern. I thought I might gather some information there tonight. Just then, "What is going on?" I heard Cindy's angry shout from inside. Though we've known each other for decades, this was the first time I'd heard her yell with such fury. I had been waiting outside, but went in. Beyond the counter, I saw Cindy confronting a middle-aged man with a beard, probably the innkeeper. "What's the matter?" Sorry. We had reserved a room in advance, but... Apologies, earlier another guest arrived. Cindy spoke apologetically because I asked. But when the innkeeper said that, Cindy's anger reignited and she shouted at him. "This is not what we agreed. Didn't I tell you to keep the room ready beforehand? I also paid you." "Oh, of course, I'll return the money." "So please, that's not the point." "Now wait." Cindy was about to lash out further, but when I stepped in, she immediately stopped shouting. She stopped so abruptly that the innkeeper suddenly understood our hierarchy and began to grovel before me rather than Cindy. "I am truly, truly sorry. Tell me exactly what happened. I assume the best room was taken by someone else, but are there no rooms left?" "And no, there are 2 private rooms left, but they're the lowest grade. Don't be ridiculous. That will do." Cindy was surprised that I accepted this. "This isn't a sightseeing trip. A roof over our heads and a place to rest is enough." "Yes. Thank you for understanding. Of course, I'll return the advance payment. Even for tonight's fee, it's fine. No need to go that far." "Pay him?" "Yes." Reluctantly, Cindy paid the innkeeper the adjusted lodging fee. We got back the money for the better room we had reserved and paid for the cheaper rooms instead. Meanwhile, I glanced around. There was a door next to the counter, and through it, I faintly heard the lively sounds of a tavern. That must be the tavern. Just as I was about to head there for information gathering as planned, then Kaya. "Someone help!" The 3 of us, Cindy, the innkeeper, and I all looked up simultaneously at the source of the scream. The scream came from above. "Lily!" The innkeeper shouted a woman's name and rushed from the counter to the stairs. I followed and Cindy trailed behind me. The 3 of us rushed up to the top floor. The lower floors had several doors, but the top floor had only one. This was the largest room, taking up the entire floor, a common setup. "Stop it, Newf!" "Lily!" The innkeeper kicked down the door and entered. Inside was a reasonably spacious room. In the back, on the bed more precisely, a middle-aged man was pinning down a young girl. Her clothing was disheveled but didn't seem to have suffered anything fatal. "Father, Lily, hey, what's this?" The innkeeper, really read the air. The man sat up and looked at us. The girl jumped up quickly, escaping the bed to hide behind her father's back. "Don't interfere, do you understand? I am Imperial Law, Article 127. I muttered and stepped forward. The innkeeper and his daughter looked startled at my profile, while Cindy's eyes sparkled with excitement. An Imperial envoy must not disturb the residents." What are you talking about?" The man's complexion changed. He must have gradually realized that I was no ordinary person, pointing out the Imperial law. But it was already too late. According to Article 365 Supplementary Provisions, if an Imperial envoy reveals their identity and thereby incites the populace, the punishment is death. I don't know any such article. That was enacted after His Majesty ascended the throne." "Wah," the man faltered, and his eyes widened. I thought he would be disheartened, but instead he clenched his teeth, glared wildly, and snapped back in anger. "Who the hell do you think I am? I could say the same to you." Who do you think I am?" I said this, directly appealing to his consciousness with a declaration. Not my face, not my name, nor any tangible proof. It was a technique that directly instilled in the opponent's mind. "I am the Emperor." I directed this only at the man. His body began to tremble. His face instantly grew pale. He shook violently. He collapsed onto the bed, and steam seemed to rise from his groin. Struck by a fear so intense he lost control of his bladder, he was unable to form coherent words. Now then, I was about to turn toward Cindy. In a post town there should be some guards, and in a somewhat larger town where carriages stop, There should be officials, too. I was about to send Cindy to fetch them when, please forgive me. The man, having come to his senses after losing control, jumped off the bed and prostrated himself on the ground before me. I was about to turn around when I caught sight of the innkeeper and his daughter, who looked utterly bewildered at how this situation had escalated. Putting them aside for the moment, I faced the man again. He begged for his life in a grand fashion. It was a moment of madness. I haven't done anything yet. You've already caused a disturbance. That's impossible. My elderly parents are at home. My mother is frail, and if their only son disappears, it would be disastrous. I glared at the man coldly. I wondered where he had heard about my tendency to show leniency toward family-minded individuals. That wasn't exactly a secret. In fact, it was well known. It wouldn't be surprising if this man knew that Emperor Noah was that kind of person, so he used that as a reason to beg for his life. But imperial law does not reduce sentences based on family circumstances. It only grants discretion to the adjudicator regarding sentencing. And Article 365 is unique in that it mandates the death penalty without exception. And no. Please help me, Leviathan. Expecting nothing but more pitiful pleas if I allowed him to continue, I ordered Leviathan to silence him with pressure until he fainted. As usual, Leviathan answered simply, "As you wish," and emitted an overwhelming aura of pressure. In an instant, the man's eyes rolled back, foam dripped from his mouth, and he collapsed unconscious. Without a glance, I turned around. There stood the innkeeper and his daughter, their expressions even more confused than before. "Call the local constable." Yes, the innkeeper looked perplexed. He seemed unsure whether to follow my command. It made sense. I had only revealed my identity to the unconscious man before me, while to the innkeeper and his daughter I was still just a wealthy, mysterious guest. Their hesitation was natural. Now what to do, I wondered, when thudding footsteps ascended the stairs. The innkeeper and his daughter looked toward the door. Cindy appeared, leading several men. At the front was an official dressed appropriately, followed by 3 armed soldiers. "Sorry for being late." Cindy gave me a slight bow. "So you went to get them?" "Yes. Partway through, I realized you would soon need help." "Well done." After praising Cindy, I looked to the official. I was about to consider how to explain the situation, but the official, named Robin, gazed at me with wide eyes, shocked. He was about to kneel. This was the reaction of someone who knew I was the emperor. If he did that here, it might create complications, so I gave him a sharp look just before he knelt, stopping him. He froze momentarily. After a brief pause, he spoke in a rather casual tone for addressing the emperor, merely bowing his head slightly. "Long time no see. You know this man, Lord Robin?" "Ah, yes. He's a high-ranking official in the Ministry of Justice." Robin was the name of the official. I was somewhat impressed by Robin's reply. Calling me a high-ranking official of the Ministry of Justice was not a lie. I am the Prince Minister of Legal Affairs, and it prevented unnecessary fuss, lending legitimacy to my actions here. I thought he was a clever man with a sharp mind. "So that's the case. Yes, I also know my lord personally. His Imperial Highness the Prince?" I thought, my lord is a prince, meaning this man came from someone's household. That made things easier. Take this man away. Enforce Article 365 of the Imperial Law thoroughly. "Understood, hey?" Robin nodded and gestured to the soldiers he brought. They entered the room and carried out the unconscious man. Since Robin knew I was the Prince Minister of Legal Affairs, I could trust that the rest would be handled properly. The innkeeper nervously addressed Robin. Both he and his daughter glanced between Robin and me with uncertainty. I decided to answer directly. "That man will never bother you again, rest assured." That is true," Robin added, since the innkeeper and daughter looked half doubtful and nervous when I spoke. They visibly relaxed. It's natural that the words of a local official they knew were more reassuring than those of a stranger they just met. Robin's support was apt, and I was pleased. "Thank you, really thank you very much." After parting ways with the innkeeper and his daughter, Cindy and I returned to our room. We didn't move to a nicer room on the top floor, partly because of the unfortunate incident, and partly because the man had lost control on the bed, making it unusable immediately. Still, when the innkeeper insisted on offering a better room, I declined and came back here. With us was Robin, who had accompanied us. After entering and closing the door, Robin silently knelt before me. It was a formal bow without a word. "You are well aware, rest easy." "Yes, sir." With my permission, Robin stood. "Which household do you come from?" I asked, sitting down. Cindy quietly prepared my tea with the utensils in the room without a word. Robin answered my question. By the way, Cindy only prepared tea for me. Whether I was emperor or not, offering tea to only one person was a good way to clarify the standing of both parties. I let Cindy proceed as she wished and faced Robin. Sir, I come from Lord Dustin's mansion. Though I was not born there, I entered the household with my parents at the age of 2, and I swear loyalty no less than that. Dustin, huh? He has good retainers. You flatter me. Robin bowed his head again. Is there a reason you cannot leave here? Huh, no, there is no reason. That kind of wit is wasted simmering in a post town. Try testing your skills in a larger place. When I said that, Cindy quietly offered paper and pen from beside me. Robin's eyes widened in surprise, then he suddenly prostrated himself fully on the floor. Thank you very much. I took the pen and paper from Cindy and began writing. After drafting a concise message, I folded it into quarters and placed it into the prepared envelope. Just then, Cindy handed me a candle. I took it, dripped wax onto the envelope's seal area, then pressed the Emperor's seal, one I always carry with me, onto the wax. Having finished the task, I handed the envelope to Robin. Take this to Dustin. As for the work here, delegate everything except the urgent matters to someone capable. Why, yes. Robin accepted the envelope respectfully, held it above his head, bowed, then backed out of the room without turning around. Once again, it was just Cindy and me in the room. Yes. Why send it to Dustin? Wouldn't it be better to deliver it directly to the provincial offices or to Lord Oscar? It's nothing serious. I just wanted to save Dustin's face. Save his face? Don't you get it? You'd feel bad if a subordinate you nurtured was snatched away from you behind your back, right? Huh. No, actually, I think it's an honor for that person. Cindy looked puzzled, not feigning it but truly unable to understand. I realized that this was the result of her deep admiration for me. I thought carefully about how to explain it so she could understand. It's like that with royalty. That may be an exaggeration, but family members are often regarded like property. If that property is taken away unilaterally, it leaves a bad feeling, so I left it up to Dustin himself. Wow, you considered it to that extent? Honestly, maybe it wasn't necessary. Among my siblings, the 10th Prince Dustin is especially skilled at concealment. And his concealment isn't about hiding ambition. It's based on his insight into my personality and methods, understanding that, without ambition, a prince can live out his natural life. That continues even now. He maintains the stance of the profligate prince without breaking it, so I sent a message through him as well. As long as he does that, I will treat him with importance as a prince. To preserve father's late years, as the emperor's chosen successor, I cannot afford to have defectors in the family. Well, I'm optimistic that Dustin won't cause much trouble. While thinking this, I caught sight of Cindy, her cheeks flushed and her expression dreamy. What's wrong? Is the room too warm? No, I just thought it was amazing. Such skillful judgment and the appointments afterward. With this, dishonest officials will soon be purged and those who oppress the people eradicated. Eradication is impossible. I chuckled softly, and Cindy looked dumbfounded, caught off guard. If eradication were possible, then all humans would have to become gods, or rather, angels loyal to the gods. Why, yes, sorry, I think rulers should have the resolve to eradicate wrongdoing. Eradication is nearly a fantastical ideal, but good rulers hold ideals while balancing them with reality. So I think they should have at least the resolve to eradicate wrongdoing. Wow, I think that's exactly right. Cindy said that with admiration in her eyes. I smiled faintly, stood up, and began walking toward the door. Where are you going? Cindy looked a bit surprised. I'm going to the tavern to gather information. You should rest first. Why, yes. Understood. Leaving Cindy behind, I stepped out toward the tavern, where I could already hear the raucous partying through walls and doors. Upon entering, the lively atmosphere hit me. People drinking, savoring food, shouting loudly. Near the entrance, 2 men were playing a drinking game. One pine tree, a square, cornered on all sides. Double chin, ah damn, you lose. Ah geez. The 2 men faced each other, extending one hand, then calling out numbers from 0 to 10 as they simultaneously revealed a number of fingers. If the sum of their fingers matched the called number, the caller lost. It was a simple rule. Each round lasted about 10 seconds, and the loser drank, making it a popular game for lively drinking sessions. This was a common game in the bustling taverns of the common folk. Watching this lively scene, I scanned the tavern. Should I find an empty seat and eavesdrop, or join a group somewhere? Young man, I don't recognize you around here. A hoarse voice addressed me directly. I turned to see an old man quietly drinking alone at a table. Taking it as fate, I approached and sat opposite him. Here on business to Enlil province? I see. First time here? Yes, I just took over the family business from my father. Is that so? And you, sir? Oh, I used to live in the capital when I was young. Didn't suit me, so I moved down here. Sir, if you were young during the previous emperor's reign? Indeed. It's ironic. The previous emperor was a wonderful man, but because of that, the capital became too lively for me. Haha, well, things don't always go smoothly. Exactly. We laughed together, and he poured himself more sake, then offered me a cup. I accepted and drank. Is something wrong? No, if that were the case, he wouldn't drink on his own. Never mind, I see. After a pause, I decided to ask a question. I came here because I wanted to understand the lives of commoners firsthand. Reports to the Emperor are always biased, no matter what one does, so I wanted to hear uncensored, genuine voices. Are you still working? My son took over when the previous emperor died. I see. The previous emperor was a great man, that's why I feared turmoil after he passed. I'm old now. I could live quietly, but if something big happens, I don't have the strength to deal with it. Of course, that's something for the younger generation, your son, to handle. So I kept a low profile for a while, but apparently the current emperor is quite remarkable. Oh, my son's family can get by just fine, so I can spend my retirement drinking like this. If the emperor were no good, I'd have to save for emergencies. Ha ha, I see. I felt somewhat satisfied. That this old man can live without worrying about retirement is proof that at least the people can live in peace. So I was a little content. Well, that emperor seemed like a clever boy, so he's grown up well. I was a bit surprised by the old man's words. Does he know about my childhood? Do you know your Majesty the Emperor? It was many decades ago. Despite being inside a tavern, the old man's eyes seemed to look far away, as if reminiscing about something dear. I saw him about 3 or 4 times. Really? I was surprised. Decades ago meant when I was still a young child. Hearing that he had seen me 3 or 4 times back then made me even more curious about what the old man was saying. That was in a tavern, not some vulgar place like this, but one where you could enjoy both song and drink. Well, one of those in a big city. Oh, I replied, beginning to grasp the story. Probably your Majesty helped the daughter of the singer at that tavern. Just as I thought it must be about Alice. Helping the singer's daughter means she must have been bothered by thugs or something? Exactly. There are many such stories in the world, but your Majesty not only helped her but even supported her financially. Such a thing? The daughter was a good girl, of course she wanted to repay the kindness. That's natural. What do you think your Majesty said then? Well, it was the incident with Alice. Of course I remembered, but I pretended not to. He said she only needed to keep singing. She was a beautiful girl, and if she had come up to me asking to repay kindness, I would have been completely smitten right there. The old man said jokingly with a laugh. Isn't that just a charming facade? If that was all, yes, but I told you I saw him 4 or 5 times. That's right. At those times, not only did your Majesty refuse repayment, he also continued financial support, even went as far as purchasing the whole tavern so that the girl could sing comfortably. Even after all that, he never sought repayment. Until I left the city, that girl kept singing at that tavern. Such a thing? Incredible! The old man was excited, downing his drink in one gulp. His face reddened further, and his excitement grew. I've lived a long time, but of all the people with power who didn't become corrupt, I only know that emperor. Most would brandish their power at the slightest opportunity, but he never did. Maybe because he was still young, even the son of a town mayor will wield whatever small power he has from a young age. I see. That makes sense. I met your Majesty 6 or 7 times, and even until the very end he never flaunted his power. So he is that kind of person. I kept nodding in response to the old man's words. It was a bit amusing how the number of times he met me seemed to increase in proportion to his drinks. What do you think about your Majesty continuing the war? The previous emperor did the same. For those of us living underground, as long as we can eat and not worry about tomorrow, that's a wonderful emperor. I see, he is well loved. Is there anything you wish your Majesty would do? The old man's drinking made him speak more candidly. I thought I'd listen to his honest opinion. Well, I'd like him to come visit more often. Visit for leisure? The previous emperor often traveled to the provinces officially. Ah, so not leisure, but official inspection trips. My father, the previous emperor, did often travel to the provinces for inspections. And it wasn't secret visits like I often do, but large-scale official expeditions with big escorts. It's good to wage war, but sometimes I wish he'd come down to our places. When the emperor shows his face, it reassures us. Also, well, it brings in money. That does make sense, I laughed. This was probably the honest opinion of the common folk. Officially and publicly inspecting the provinces costs a lot. Taxes collected in the capital end up being distributed back to the provinces this way. Also, while my father wasn't so much like this, people generally loosen their purse strings when away from the capital, becoming more relaxed while traveling. But with the earthquake, it seems unlikely for a while. I hear your Majesty doesn't like needlessly stirring up trouble among the people. That's the opposite. The opposite, after a natural disaster, it's better if he comes quickly so the officials hurry to fix things. That's an interesting perspective. I was a little impressed and continued to listen as the old man shared more. A few hours later, I returned to my room. Inside, Cindy was writing something, but when I came in, she immediately stood to greet me. Welcome back, your Majesty. You're not asleep yet? No, I was keeping a diary. A diary? I write down in detail everything that happens each day during our travels, so we're prepared for anything. I see. If you have pen and paper, then write the letter to send to the imperial capital for me. Yes, Cindy said, sitting back down and picking up her pen. Calculate roughly how long reconstruction will take and plan my initial inspection accordingly. Make sure to push that. Not necessarily immediately. If you go immediately, wouldn't reconstruction proceed faster? No, pushing too hard now would cause cracks to form. We should stick to the original estimate. But the inspection schedule will be very loose. I'll roam around as I please. Your Majesty's whim, if the schedule and itinerary are fixed, we just have to put on a show there. I won't allow that. The message is to cover everything evenly. I understand. That's amazing, Your Majesty, Cindy said excitedly, writing down my words. Finished? Yes. Then send that to the imperial capital immediately by wired telegraphy. Telecommunication? Cindy's eyes widened in surprise. That's still a long way off. Wouldn't a horse suffice? We will enter the disaster area tomorrow. If any suspicious movements occur because of this, I will follow up directly while I'm there. That's impressive, Your Majesty, to consider all that. Send it quickly. Yes, right away. Cindy rushed out of the room. In a large town, about the size of this post town, there would be a wired telegraph relay station. With a relay station, messages can be sent from there. I watched Cindy head off in that direction. I should have brought Alice along too. That unexpected reunion was somewhat amusing, and before I knew it, a smile spread across my face. The next morning, we left the post town early in the morning and arrived near the city by around noon. Cindy exchanged words with the coachman and then reported to me, "We'll be at the city of Medan shortly." Medan. So that means we've entered Enlil province. Yes, all right, stop here. Yes. Surprised, Cindy hurriedly gave instructions to the coachman. After the horses neighed, the carriage slowly came to a stop. It's not exactly the city yet. Are you sure about this? If we enter the city, we'll have to get off and walk around anyway. Better to be inconspicuous from the start. I see. Wait outside the city, close enough that if I call, you can come immediately. Understood. Leaving Cindy to give further commands to the coachman, I jumped off the carriage alone. Ahead on the road, the silhouette of the city was faintly visible. I started walking ahead and Cindy hurriedly followed behind. From a distance, it doesn't look like there's been much damage. Yes. That seems to be the case. Walking closer to the city with Cindy, I observed more carefully. Once inside the city, there was indeed some damage. It hasn't collapsed entirely, but there's damage to roof tiles and exterior walls in spots. Yeah, what shall we do? Over here. I said that and led the curious Cindy along. Where are we going? I have a rough map in my head, this spot. I led her to a place where an aqueduct ran through the city. The aqueduct wasn't flowing with water, and upon close inspection, it had cracks. This means the aqueduct has been damaged. Seems so. This will make life difficult for everyone. I squatted silently and touched the bottom of the aqueduct. There was still some mud that hadn't dried yet stuck to the bottom. Is something the matter? No, I was just wondering if the aqueduct is like this. What are they using for daily water? Now that you mention it, let's look around the city. Yes, I took Cindy with me and started walking. Water is more important to humans than food. Most people won't die from missing a meal for a week, but very few can survive a week without drinking water. If the aqueduct is broken like this, there must be some alternative source. We searched around the city for it. We found it quickly. Water stall. I read the sign out loud, furrowing my brow so deeply it almost merged in the middle. At the shop with that sign, people came and went constantly. Most carried jugs or barrels, paying money to buy water. They're buying and selling water, it seems. Looks like it. I approached, and when there was a brief pause in customers, I called out to one of the shopkeepers. May I ask something? Welcome, You don't have a container? No, I'm a traveler. What kind of shop is this? As you can see, we sell water here. Drink it or use it for cooking, whatever you like. Water. Yes, here comes an old lady. The man left me and Cindy to serve the next customer, an elderly woman. She handed over a well-used jug and had it filled with water. All right, since it's our own jug, you get a 10% discount. Let's go, I said softly, took Cindy's hand, turned around, and began walking away. Perhaps I was giving off a displeased aura because Cindy spoke sympathetically. That's a terrible merchant, to take advantage of a disaster and do business like that. They might not be able to stay in the city once things return to normal. No, I don't think you need to worry about that. Why not? Remember the last thing the shopkeeper said. The last thing? 10% discount because it's our jug. I don't see how that would ease the complaint. No. It's our jug, so you get a 10% discount. Oh, right, I forgot. The old lady's jug was very old and well used. What does that mean? They were selling water even before? That's right. So there's no worry about them not being able to stay in the city. Cindy let out a breath, looking impressed. but it seemed she still didn't fully understand. You know, Cindy, in the Empire, any city above a certain size must have at least a first-class aqueduct. Yes, the Empire's aqueducts are classified by quality. Special grade, first class, second class, and third class. Special grade is safe to drink raw. First class can be used for drinking once boiled. Second class is for washing items, not for anything entering the mouth but safe for skin contact. Third class is for any use where water quality doesn't matter much. The Empire, a warrior nation frequently at war, knows the importance of water well, and maintaining first-class aqueducts is a national policy. That means it's strange that people are buying drinking water, especially for ordinary citizens. Your Majesty, that's amazing, indeed. Except for a few wealthy people, it's odd to buy water when there should be quality water available for drinking. Let's do some inquiries. Yeah, we'll split up. Yes. After about an hour of searching around the city, I faced Cindy at the city outskirts with an increasingly stern expression. I have a report. Go ahead. It seems that in this city of Medan, the first-class aqueduct water has been unsuitable for drinking for some time, so water stalls selling drinking water are scattered throughout the city. I see. Even though the aqueduct was damaged in this recent earthquake, everyone says it hasn't affected them much. That matches what we heard in our inquiries. Were you able to hear any rumors? Yes, there are rumors that the magistrate has embezzled the budget for aqueduct maintenance, and many even affirm this as fact based on the magistrate's lifestyle. So it was as expected, I sighed. One reason I, the Emperor, had left the imperial capital and come here was because the number of fires after this earthquake was unusually high compared to past ones. I suspected some kind of corruption involving the water system and wanted to check it out personally. Maintaining first-class aqueducts is a national policy, yet ordinary people were buying water for drinking. This clearly indicated corruption. What shall we do? How far is the nearest city from here? If we hurry, we can get there by sunset. I want to check there as well. Yes, Cindy agreed, and together we left the city, heading for the carriage waiting for us. Several hours further from Medan was a city called Skork. As Cindy said, pushing the coachman, we arrived at the city around sunset. We sent the carriage and coachman ahead to the inn, and Cindy and I surveyed the city on foot. I already had a mental map of the city's layout and led Cindy straight to the first-class aqueduct. What we saw was dirty. Cindy was speechless upon seeing the aqueduct. Unlike Medan, this aqueduct wasn't damaged and was still flowing, but the water was extremely dirty, practically sewage. Cindy was stunned, but immediately after, she was left even more speechless. Hick. A man who was clearly drunk staggered over before sunset and without hesitation dropped his pants and urinated right by the aqueduct. What is this? I looked around. There were still many passers-by because it was before sunset, but no one rebuked the man. Usually, first-class aqueducts have guards or patrols. Even if not, since the water is meant to be potable, anyone seen urinating there would normally be scolded. Yet no one did. That meant this water hasn't been used for drinking for a long time. Yes. It seems leaving the imperial capital and coming here was the right choice. I started turning over in my head what to do next. Nighttime inside the inn. As I was lost in thought in my room, Cindy entered carrying a water jar. Sorry to keep you waiting, master. I will prepare a drink immediately. She called me master as she came in. This was my first time traveling with someone while hiding my identity, and Cindy seemed uncertain about how to treat me. It seemed she settled on the somewhat awkward but safe term, master, which wouldn't easily give me away. What is this? Yes, it's water suitable for drinking. The innkeeper prepared it. How much does it cost? Cindy flinched and her gaze started to wander. She must have found it hard to say. Relax, I have no intention of blaming you. In a town like this, it's natural there's water sold to the rich, and it's only expected that you'd prepare that. Why, yes, I'm sorry. I said I don't blame you. Since we came here hiding our identities, I want to know the reality. I'm sorry, I made an inappropriate assumption. Cindy placed the water jar on the nearby table and hurriedly bowed her head. All right, so? Yes. This is 2 lien? I nodded slightly. When I was a child, adults in the imperial capital earned about 10 lien a month. After father's long reign, things improved, and now it's nearly 20 lien a month. So 2 lien is about 1/10 of an ordinary person's monthly earnings. Given the state of the waterworks and that this business targets the wealthy, it seems reasonable. Yes, I see that you're troubled, master. Why are you troubled? The injustice is real. Even just from the waterworks condition, if imperial law were strictly enforced, the local magistrate could be sentenced to death. They could be hanged at worst. Then, why? Because I've grown old. Just kidding, half kidding. I chuckled softly and continued. Only circumstantial evidence exists, but I'm 99.9% sure the officials fattening their own pockets caused all this. Yes, the problem is this isn't just here. Most of Enlil province is in the same state. Afterwards, Cindy and I asked various people. We learned that not just the two towns we visited today, but most of Enlil province is in a similar situation, to varying degrees. In other words, this is the environment we're dealing with. Now then, why yes. Cindy stiffened with a start as I fixed my gaze on her, realizing the real discussion was about to begin. Words are crafted carefully over time. Right now, some are enriching themselves privately. If we punish them and simply replace them with hungry new officials, what happens? After about 2 thoughtful breaths, Cindy's eyes widened almost painfully. They'll start eating from scratch? I nodded. Of course, the officials who fattened their pockets and ruined the waterworks will eventually face the law, but not now. If we exterminate them without changing the environment, the people will only suffer more. You've thought this through, amazing your majesty. You just called me that again. Sorry. Haha, it's fine. I'll take it as proof my words have reached you. I smiled gently. There is a way to change the environment, but is there something troubling you? To do that, a trustworthy person must take command, someone at the governor level. Governor. If we want to avoid making the people suffer twice, we must be sure the person we appoint will never fail in that. Someone who can be trusted not to make the people suffer. A capable person who swears absolute loyalty to you, master. Exactly. Since they swear loyalty to me, they wouldn't do such a thing. Evelyn, right. Yes, that kind of person. I nodded. As Cindy said, Evelyn is probably the right choice. I then considered Zoe or Leon. But Evelyn is the 4th Prime Minister. Appointing her as governor would be a demotion. Did something happen, master? What did you just say? Just now, Evelyn, 4th Prime Minister, demotion to governor. That's it. Cindy repeated my words slowly from the beginning. At demotion, I sharply pointed at her. Are you planning to demote Evelyn and send her as governor? I see. On paper, it's a demotion, but it's actually a sign of your trust. I'd gladly accept such a post. Amazing, master. To think of that, I thought for a moment, organizing my thoughts. Send the order, write it out for me. Yes, Cindy happily prepared pen and paper. She placed them on the table, briefly asking my permission to act as scribe, then sat down. Regarding the waterworks situation in Enlil province, it is deemed appropriate that the person responsible takes full responsibility. Yes. Therefore, by imperial order, you are demoted and appointed governor of Enlil province. As governor, you must work to resolve the situation and atone for it. Yes, Just as she was writing smoothly, Cindy's hand stopped. Her whole body stiffened, and she turned her head stiffly as if a rusty hinge was squeaking. Master, what is this? It's a matter of the responsible person taking responsibility. The responsible person. Is that your majesty? You? Yes. Whereat? Cindy let out a scream, or rather, something almost like a scream. What does this mean? I got a good hint. If I'm going to be demoted anyway, I might as well do it myself. That's unprecedented. Imperial law does not forbid the demotion of the emperor. That's impossible, Cindy yelled as if that was obvious. Well, of course it's unheard of. Demoting an emperor sounds like nonsense. But it's not a trick to be used repeatedly, though if necessary I will use it as many times as needed. What do you mean? Because I'm usually strict about the law, the absurdity of not forbidden by law can be accepted. Amazing. To think you've considered it that deeply. Cindy's eyes sparkled like never before. More. Yes, during the demotion, transfer domestic affairs authority to Oscar, military authority to Henry. Also appoint Crown Prince Sem as Prime Minister overseeing all. Yes, why not Henry or Oscar as Prime Minister? Sem is fine, it's a countermeasure against Oscar. Amazing, master. It took her some time to understand because she's not from the royal family and because she only recently learned about the Oscar incident. Oscar values the emperor's authority. The power transfer from emperor to first imperial prince is a perfectly normal system, and we want to avoid making Oscar feel dissatisfied. Finished? Yes. Send it by express messenger to Oscar. The message itself will be meaningful. Yes. Watching Cindy carry out my order, I began to consider what to do next if I were the governor. Imperial capital, the 4th prince's mansion. Henry was engrossed in a vast map of the entire empire spread out in his study when a servant entered respectfully. Henry Sama, the 8th Your Highness is here to see you. Oscar. Show him to the reception room. Understood. The servant took the order, bowed respectfully, and exited the study backwards. Henry was puzzled by Oscar's sudden visit. After fixing his appearance, he left the study and headed to the reception room. Along the way, a maid in her mid-20s was waiting in the corridor to receive orders. No alcohol, bring tea. Oscar seems to have taken a liking to it lately, so prepare it with the cold spring water stored underground. As you wish. Henry didn't stop walking, leaving the order as he passed by, and quickly made his way to the reception room. Upon arrival, he entered the room where Oscar was already there, admiring the paintings decorating the reception room. Still the same, Are you interested in that? Yes, I thought the touch was unexpectedly sensual for something displayed at your older brother's mansion. Has his taste changed? It was a gift. If you want it, you can take it home. Actually, my tastes have changed. Lately, I prefer more heroic compositions. You change so often. Has that always been the case? Do you still frequent Cobalt Street? Right after the great earthquake, so not openly. You're timid in strange ways. Dustin should learn from you. When I met him the day before yesterday, he said he paid a down payment for 100 slaves to Enlil. If you're going to do that, you should have started 30 years ago for it to make sense. Haha, that's true, the fourth prince and the eighth prince. Now the highest authorities over domestic affairs and military respectively in the empire, the two began with casual sibling chit-chat to ease the atmosphere. After a while, Henry spoke up. So, what brings you here today? You come to my mansion maybe once a year if that. Did something happen? A secret letter from your Majesty arrived, sent by express messenger. Express messenger? Henry frowned. Noah had established wired telegraphy technology using Humbaba's threads. Its transmission speed far surpassed anything express messengers could achieve. Though still costly and not open to the public, Emperor Noah could use it with top priority, making the use of express messengers for his communications pointless. If speed is needed, wired telegraphy is the only choice. If not, leisurely transport would suffice. Yet an express messenger was used, causing Henry to furrow his brows deeply. Here it is. Oscar handed over the sealed imperial letter from Noah. Henry took it, unfolded the paper, and read. His suspicious frown gradually turned into surprise, then to sheer astonishment. After finishing, Henry lifted his face as if seeing a ghost, staring at Oscar. Demotion to governor? That's what it says. Isn't it a fake? No, it's definitely from your Majesty. After receiving this, I thoroughly checked the imperial law from cover to cover. There's no clause forbidding the emperor's demotion. Law, Henry suddenly realized and muttered quietly. Yes, very much in your Majesty's style, strict with the law, yet interpreting it as not wrong. Even so, a demotion from emperor is unthinkable. That's not necessarily so. Oscar smiled wryly and shrugged. How so? The abdication of the emperor. The retired emperor ranks below the emperor legally, that is. Henry was even more stunned by Oscar's words. Of course, no one really thinks the retired emperor is inferior, but legally their rank drops. So abdication to retired emperor could be considered a demotion. I see. However, going from emperor to governor of a province is a completely different matter. I'm amazed by your Majesty's thinking. Ah, your Majesty really is incredible. Henry said that, and Oscar nodded. Even the late emperor couldn't have done this. It's quite something that we are strangely convinced by it. Yes, it's because we both understand your Majesty's stance on the law thoroughly. It's rare for one's own evaluation and others to match perfectly. Incredible indeed. In Noah's absence, Henry and Oscar, the elder brother and his subject, praised Noah lavishly. Your Majesty becoming governor means wielding great power. Money will be needed. I'll manage. Since this is about reconstruction, funds must come from the treasury anyway. With your Majesty watching closely this time, there will be less embezzlement than usual. We'll seize this opportunity. I see. Oscar spoke with a smile, and Henry nodded. Born into the royal family and part of the empire's core since youth, the two did not indulge in idealistic notions about eradicating embezzlement or corruption. They knew from long experience and accumulated knowledge. Well, knowing your Majesty, you might just pull money from somewhere other than the treasury. That's possible, because it's your Majesty, if that's the case. The problem is, yes, the brothers exchanged looks and nodded. If your Majesty leaves the imperial capital as governor, besides government affairs, I worry how neighboring countries will react. Without the emperor here, some factions will likely celebrate in secret. Once they hear this, the Rakshasa thieves will probably start their pre-celebration. Your older brother should be the one to suppress them. That's true, but officially it's still peacetime. My authority is limited. Your Majesty, knock knock. Henry was interrupted mid-sentence. Frowning but controlling his irritation, he responded, Enter. A young man in his early 20s entered. His youthful face still bore traces of innocence. He held a folded paper. Excuse me, Henry Sama, a wired telegraphy message from your Majesty. From your Majesty. It was an unexpected surprise. Both Henry and Oscar stood up. Give it here. Henry reached out, but the young servant did not hand over the paper. What are you doing? Give it an imperial order. Henry and Oscar were shocked again. Their voices trembling, clearly unused to saying such a word. The young servant was addressed by the two with surprise, but both smoothly dropped to one knee. Imperial order, meaning the emperor had issued a formal command. At this moment, the young servant became the emperor's representative, and by formality outranked the two princes until the order was delivered. Hence, Henry and Oscar knelt. In recognition of 4th Prince Henry's long-standing achievements, an increase of 5,000 liens annually, and the granting of the character Yu, meaning bravery, shall be bestowed. By this order, the title of Prince Yu is conferred, and full authority over the Northern Army is entrusted. End of order. Such an honor. Henry bowed deeply while still kneeling. Then he stood, accepted the imperial decree from the young servant. The servant in turn knelt, bowing his head. Congratulations, Henry-sama, Prince Yu. To each servant, 1 kilogram of meat, 1 fresh fish. Those who wish may have up to 2 liters of alcohol. The celebration must be held tonight. From tomorrow it will be busy. Why, yes, thank you very much. The young man beamed, bowed once more in gratitude, and left the reception room. Henry stared at the decree for a while. Oscar smiled softly and settled back into his seat. Congratulations, Prince Yu is quite a straightforward title. That's exactly why. The title is meant to be used to keep the Rakshasa in check. Indeed, your Majesty really is amazing. That you didn't get it must not interfere with Prince Sem. That's probably it. Then, you'll get it eventually. At the necessary time. Ha, that's right. The brothers shared one last laugh, praised Noah once more, and then set about their respective duties in domestic affairs and military. As the carriage jolted along, I was poring over documents and papers when I felt the speed slowly decrease. The halt barely caused any inertia for me inside, and the horses barely neighed. As always, I thought the coachman was very skilled. We've arrived. Is that the city of Agoras? Yes, I stopped just within visual distance as you ordered. Thank you for your efforts. From outside the carriage, I overheard a quiet exchange between Cindy and the coachman. Just like before, we had instructions to disembark a little outside the city limits and enter on foot, and Cindy and the coachman followed that order. Expecting Cindy to come and call me now that we'd arrived, I took the jacket I'd set aside and put it on, waiting, but Cindy, who I thought would come, didn't show up. I wasn't the only one wondering what was going on. Lady Cindy, shouldn't we call out to her? That person was working through the night giving instructions. Let's allow her to rest a bit longer. Understood. I sensed movement beyond the carriage. Listening carefully, it seemed the coachman was doing something to the horses. Curious, I stepped out of the carriage. Seeing the coachman, I understood. I see you've quieted the horses so they wouldn't make noise. Ah, I'm sorry for alarming you. Cindy and the coachman both panicked the moment I stepped out. Don't be afraid, I woke up on my own. Why, yes, but you should rest a bit more. I've taken a brief nap, let's go. Yes. I took Cindy with me, leaving the carriage and coachman behind as we set off on foot. The silhouette of the city faintly appeared across the road. This is amazing. What is? Despite hardly resting these past few days, you don't show any sign of fatigue at all. That's how it is in emergencies. Apophis has been helping as well. I've heard about that a few times, but what exactly is this help from Apophis? It's like when you drink strong coffee to stay awake, right? Yes. Imagine drinking coffee twice as strong as that. Tea that can't be good for your health, can it? It's an emergency. That was all I said. It was clear to me that some degree of strain was unavoidable. I thought to myself, don't overdo it, but I'd dismiss any such warnings with a simple, it's an emergency. With that, I took Cindy and entered Agoras. Now inside in Lille Province and getting closer to the epicenter, the cityscape showed more and more collapsed buildings. This place, too, looks like there was a fire. Seems so. Maybe the water supply is... I didn't answer. I suspected the same, but hoped it wasn't true. Either way, I needed to confirm it with my own eyes. With that thought, we entered the city. Once inside, I noticed an unusual amount of commotion. Something's off. Yes, stay close to me. Why, yes, I kept Cindy near to protect her no matter what happened. While shielding her, I planned to catch someone and gather information, but before I could act, someone approached us. A middle-aged man carrying a wooden beam about as thick as an adult's thigh ran toward us. At first, he was looking somewhere else, but once our eyes met, he changed direction and came straight at us. He stopped right in front of us. You folks travelers? Yeah, did something happen? No time to explain. I'm not saying this to be mean, but you should leave the city for now and come back around tomorrow. I see. Thanks for the warning. All right then. Having said his piece, the wood-carrying man looked satisfied and hurried off. I turned to Cindy. I'm following him. Huh, Cindy looked surprised. But it's dangerous now. No problem, stay close to me. All right. I took Cindy and started following the man at a short distance, trying not to get noticed, though it wouldn't be a big deal if we were, so as to avoid questions, we quietly trailed him. After a while, other townspeople began to join him. Like the man with the wooden beam, these others held sticks or similar objects. One person alone might be ambiguous, but seeing a whole group armed like this, weapons, that's what it looks like. I nodded at Cindy's words and got closer, prepared to react or defend at a moment's notice. As we followed, the sounds of disturbance grew louder and clearer. Led by the townspeople, we arrived at a destination. It was a well-constructed shop. Despite some buildings around it being burned down, this place was almost untouched. Because it was intact and open for business, townsfolk gathered in front of it. A rice shop? Looks like it. What on earth are they? Ah! Cindy's suspicion instantly turned to shock. The townsfolk suddenly began attacking the shop as if rioting. Armed with wooden beams and various makeshift weapons, they started smashing the store. At first, the storekeepers tried to stop them, but with over a dozen people gathered and more joining, they were overwhelmed. They stopped resisting and fled from the shop, and the townsfolk didn't pursue them. Instead, in a frenzy that could only be described as single-minded, they kept destroying the shop. They trashed the store, dumping the rice products everywhere. "Is this looting?" Cindy's expression stiffened as she murmured. Having grown up in a merchant family, she felt deeply affected by the scene before us. A disaster area and now shops being attacked. Not unheard of, though not exactly common. Security was clearly breaking down. As I racked my brain thinking about what to do and what policies to implement, an unbelievable sight unfolded. After destroying the shop and scattering the rice, the townsfolk poured what looked like sewage water onto the rice. The rice spilled on the ground soaked in filthy water, completely ruined and unsellable. Moving on, next. Ooh. At someone's shout, the crowd ran off somewhere. "So it's over. We need to investigate that." "Huh, why? That's not looting. Legally it would be treated as such, but it's different." Cindy seemed to realize something from my words. I nodded and continued. "Yes, this is a disaster zone, yet instead of stealing food, they ruined it with sewage water. It's obviously unnatural." "That's true. I'll go and ask around." At today's GAFest 2025, the anime adaptation of this work was announced. For more details, please refer to the official website or activity reports. I'm going to follow after them. Since it's bound to cause a commotion, you come after me. "Yes." Cindy nodded firmly and dashed off to gather information. I followed the residents a little later. Though some time had already passed since they left, the noise was loud enough to be heard even from a distance. Chasing after it, I found the residents gathered in front of another rice shop. There were a few customers in the shop. Women and children were among them. The women and children who had come just to buy rice were frightened by the group of residents holding primitive weapons like wooden clubs and sticks. "Customers, please step away. Hey, this isn't something for the children to see. Take them somewhere. Go check if there's any fire inside." The group of residents efficiently carried out their tasks. They first evacuated the customers, then some of them convinced the young-looking children to move away. One of them entered the shop and carefully extinguished the lanterns, candles, and any other sources of fire. Hey, what do you think you're doing?" A man who looked like the shop owner appeared from inside. He seemed half confused and half scared by the sudden situation. "We're about to destroy this shop. Why? Because you engaged in unscrupulous business during such a time." "That's not true. Business is, all right, all the fires are out. The women and children have been moved away. We made mud water. All right, let's do this." With the momentum of having prepared everything, the residents swung their weapons again. Just like what I witnessed at the previous shop, they smashed the shop, scattered the rice products everywhere, and splashed mud water carefully on top of them. In no time, the shop front was destroyed and the goods ruined. "Ah, what are you doing?" the shop owner screamed, trembling, and then collapsed to his knees. Whether it was because his goods were ruined or because he was frightened by the sudden rampage, the man slumped down looking pale as death. "All right, next." "Yeah." After finishing their actions, the men shouted a unifying cry and dashed off to the next target. They had done quite a lot, yet so far no one was injured. It was very interesting that they were making efforts so that innocent people wouldn't be harmed. The fact that they checked for fire sources in advance and moved children away was notable. What they were doing was very unusual and strange, and my curiosity outweighed my judgment. There was another point of curiosity. How should these people be judged legally? This was a disaster-stricken area. So initially, I thought this was the usual looting that comes with such situations. If it were looting, it would be a serious crime, and if anyone was killed or injured during the process, the death penalty could be imposed. However, under imperial law, looting is defined as carrying away money, valuables, or goods. These people hadn't taken anything away, therefore it wasn't looting. Similarly, it didn't fall under theft or robbery either. Those are also defined as forcibly taking and carrying away goods. So what they did could only be described as property damage. Since there were no human casualties, and they seemed to avoid causing any, that was the only applicable charge. Even in terms of disturbing public order, if someone could testify that children and women were moved away in advance, there would be considerable room for leniency. Moreover, as they said themselves, they acted out of righteous indignation because prices were raised during a disaster. This was also plausible, and usually there would be plenty of witnesses, so the judgment would consider the public's anger and mitigate the sentence. There is a story. Once, a foolish son of a landlord got drunk and forcibly violated a tenant's daughter. The girl could not bear the shame and hung herself shortly afterward. When another tenant man learned this, he caught the landlord's son and killed him in front of everyone at the girl's grave, offering the head as a sacrifice. The surrounding people felt relieved. However, the young man was caught and sentenced to death. The imperial law was strict. Murder was punishable by death, except in cases of self-defense. Revenge killings were the only act that mandated death penalty regardless of reason. Though it was necessary to sentence the young man to death, the magistrate personally appeared at the execution and served him his last meal. He prepared a lavish meal, poured wine, and fed it to the young man who was tied up and unable to move. Officially, the death sentence was unavoidable, but emotionally they sympathized and respected him, treating him like a hero, a little performance. This performance worked, as the law was still strict but humane and public outrage was suppressed. Back to the matter at hand. The more I investigated the destruction, the more I thought the maximum leniency should be applied under the law. Therefore, if I were to judge, I'd impose about 10 days of labor. If someone were injured or disabled, a blood relative could serve the sentence on their behalf. That would be about the extent, but I sensed something deliberate. Unlike the previous story, this felt intentional. Far from being revenge driven by anger, their current actions seemed designed to exploit a legal loophole. I recalled the scene of the attack again. The perpetrators showed no hesitation. Despite the unusualness of their actions, they were resolute. If this is not a matter of local customs, ma master, we're going to the magistrate's office, we'll have them arrested. Why, yes, the shop owner took his servant and ran in the opposite direction. Watching this natural reaction, a lot raced through my mind. Night inside the inn. In the warm glow of the flickering lantern light, I was receiving the report from Cindy. Similar incidents happened all over the city. I see. Is this the usual situation? No. After asking elderly people and women who didn't join the riot, it seems this is the first time something like this has occurred. I thought so. What does that mean? Cindy tilted her head in puzzlement as she asked. Firstly, that pattern is strange. You understand that, right? Yes, there has been no looting at all. My father taught me that if looting happens, everything is taken and people's lives can be at risk, so profiteering during disasters is strictly forbidden. Smart. I sighed a little, then looked at Cindy approvingly and continued. If all merchants stopped such short-sighted business practices, the country would save a lot of trouble cleaning up. Cindy blushed, shyly understanding the praise. From what you've seen, it looks like they thoroughly avoid looting and try to gain support from those who didn't participate in the riot. Yes. Someone must be ordering them strictly, right? I nodded quietly. Since I had just confided that my father had said similar things to me, Cindy quickly understood what I meant and what I felt. I have no proof, but I strongly feel that way. That's why you're making me investigate. Amazing. If that's the case, I'm curious who's behind it. You want to catch the ringleader, right? Maybe. Cindy looked puzzled. They are the ringleaders, but how much can they be charged? What do you mean? For example, if it were looting, the ringleaders would be heavily punished. Yes, but this time. They might have thought it through to lighten their sentence as a way to vent everyone's anger, or even if brought to trial, if they confessed to doing their best to avoid casualties, the penalty would be almost negligible compared to looting. Does it get that light? The lightest sentence currently would be tattooing the tongue and release. Formal. Yes, it's essentially a badge of honor. It won't impact daily life, and the people around would see it as a medal and elevate them to heroes. They would have to, given the current situation. Public outrage must not arise. That kind of judgment exists. Amazing. Cindy was amazed. If incitement or instigation leads to damage above a certain amount, the minimum penalty is tattooing. The tattoo location is not fixed, but customarily on a part related to the offense. Tattooing the tongue is rare because it's meant as a public example, but it is not forbidden. According to the law, that's the limit, or with leniency, a pardon could avoid the sentence. In any case, it's not a serious sentence. Even if caught, it would only trigger public anger, so it's meaningless. Then, anyway, I'm curious. If a clever person is behind this, I want to at least know for sure. Is that so? I know the law well. Yes. If I want, I can legally make someone see hell. Merchants should understand that quickly. Cindy suddenly looked pale. Merchants can do similar things under legal boundaries. Right. Like promising to pay later verbally, and every day delivering ultra-premium ingredients that can't be returned. I laughed and joked. Then Cindy looked surprised for a moment, then impressed. Amazing. Indeed, if that's the case. Since they're food ingredients, they can't be returned, and if you deliver out-of-season fresh items, you can charge a high price without complaint. Exactly. It's amazing that you understand merchants so well. That's right. Anyway, first find out if there's someone behind it, and if so, what kind of person. That's the first step. Yes. A few days had passed just before noon. I was blending into the crowd, accompanied by Cindy. Among the crowds gathered on both sides of the main street, a solemn group of soldiers marched forward. At the center of this group was a woman on horseback. Dressed in the formal attire of an imperial envoy, she sat upright and looked straight ahead. Her dignity and beauty were striking. Half the crowd was captivated by her, while the other half questioned her presence. Isn't that the envoy? But it's a woman. Don't you know? The current emperor's retainers are mostly women. Yeah, there's even a woman who became prime minister. Oh, so she must be someone close to your Majesty. Then why has she come? Who knows? The crowd murmured restlessly. They were speculating about the woman's identity and her purpose. The group advanced further and arrived in front of the government office. The main gate was already wide open, and a middle-aged man who looked like a magistrate stepped out, leading his subordinates to greet them. We've been expecting you, envoy. Orders from above. The woman cut off the magistrate's flattering words with a firm tone. The magistrate flinched for a moment, then hurriedly knelt on the spot. The inaction regarding the looting has been intolerable. I hereby entrust all matters to Envoy Maya, temporarily grant her all necessary authority and fully assist her. This is the order. Do you accept the command? The woman glared at the magistrate from her horse, her words not a question but a statement. The magistrate froze, then exclaimed, No, absolutely not. Then hear my first order. Yes, yes. Arrest every single person involved in the looting without exception and isolate them. I will personally interrogate them. Why, yes, yes. Listen carefully, capture them alive. If necessary, execute some harsh punishments as examples, but for every person who dies, you will also die once. Keep that in mind. Why, yes, yes. The magistrate's face turned pale as he barked orders to his subordinates. As the scene stirred the crowd into further whispers, the woman led her party into the government office. That night, in a house on the outskirts of town. The building Cindy had purchased for our extended stay was well equipped with a proper study where I could approve various decisions. Inside that study, a figure cloaked in a black mantle covering their head entered. As soon as they entered, the figure removed the cloak and knelt. Apologies for my tardiness. It's fine, don't make a fuss. Relax. Yes, sir. The person who removed the cloak was the envoy, Maya, a retainer of Prince 13 since his early days, just as the crowd had said. Naturally, she was a familiar face to me. Here, you may keep your old name. Understood, master. You really carried yourself well today. You overwhelmed everyone regardless of rank. I am honored. It's thanks to your training, master. Training, huh? You all always say that. I chuckled softly. Maya was one of the oldest retainers in my household. When I had just become Prince Wise, there were children whom I rescued from the hands of a black slave trader connected to Crown Prince Gilbard's family. Most of those children stayed on as retainers at Prince 13's residence, becoming my household members. As time passed, following the path opened by Evelyn, the first retainer I released outside, some took official government posts. Maya was one of them. She and other former slaves or retainers humbly referred to my guidance as training. Well, whatever the words, I rely on you all to carry out my orders precisely. You flatter me, master. So how many have been secured? Currently 69. All have admitted to the charges and cooperated calmly. What do you make of it? It feels off. I don't know why. I nodded and rose, pacing around the study. Lately, I found pacing helped me organize my thoughts. My intent is clear, to secure those involved. You understand that, right? Yes, but the common folk do not know this, and even if told, they wouldn't understand. So normally they would panic or resist. I looked Maya in the eyes, silently asking if that had happened. No, it did not. I thought as much. What do you mean? Someone is definitely feeding them ideas. The ringleader, you mean? I smiled lightly. Maya looked surprised. I'm not sure if ringleader is the right term. You know the background, right? Yes, we held back what would have been an ordinary looting. Regardless of the truth, they can claim that as an excuse. How cunning. I want to focus on that cunning part, Maya. Yes, we'll flush that person out. Understood. How? Isolate those captured, keep them under strict guard, and don't let any information leak. That's the premise. Can you do that? Leave it to me. Maya bowed deeply. On top of that, can you make it look like we're torturing them? Yes, if we produce waste products similar to those generated during real torture. Good, make it look intense. That way they'll talk, and if they don't, they will. I laughed softly again. I was almost certain about this. Maya caught my meaning and tilted her head, wondering why I was so confident. Destroying buildings and spoiling food on sight is fine. I can genuinely praise that as a brilliant tactic. Yes, but the order to keep women and children away, especially the children, from witnessing the scene only has a minor effect on evading the law or reducing penalties. That came from their human heart. If they realize everyone is being harshly tortured because of them, their conscience won't bear it. So they'll talk. Truly amazing, Master. After hearing my explanation, Maya understood and nodded. Leave it to me, I'll lure them out properly. Good, well. Wait, yes, I called Maya back as she was about to leave. She looked slightly confused, as if to ask, is there something else? I thought for a moment. You told me not to let anyone die during the day. Yes, why yes. Was that a problem? No, I'll use that too. How so? Request a reasonable amount of medicine every day and have it delivered. The decoy will seem alive and be useful. Incredible, Master. I will do exactly that. Good, I nodded, and once Maya confirmed there was nothing else, she left. I wonder how many days it will take for them to talk. While pondering this, I turned back to the documents transferred from the imperial capital. 3 days later at noon, while reading documents in the study, there was a knock at the door. Come in. Pardon the intrusion. It was Cindy. She closed the door behind her with her hands behind her back and bowed deeply. Master, a messenger from Maya has arrived. I paused and looked up. What's the message? To come at a convenient time only. Humph, cautious, did you secure the person? Did we? Do you know what the most important command I gave Maya was? To lure out and capture the ringleader. Close, 1 step away. Cindy thought hard but didn't get it. Sorry, it's all right. That's not how a merchant thinks. I comforted her and continued. The most important thing is to show me the person alive. Ah, exactly. We lure them out and capture them because I want to talk. All right. Maya is probably watching personally. If you leave this kind of thing to subordinates, they might commit suicide or be silenced. Bringing the person here is also risky. We don't know the full situation and must consider silencing during transport, so it's better not to move hastily. Therefore, it's best for Master to come directly. That's right. As expected of you, Master. I never thought of it that way. I smiled softly and stood. Cindy hurriedly brought me my coat and draped it over me. Let's go. Yes. Inside the room were Maya and a very young girl. They sat facing each other on chairs. Though the atmosphere was watchful, the girl was uninjured and unrestrained. If she wanted, she could escape. At least that's what the scene suggested. I was more surprised by the girl herself than the scene. She still had a childish air, probably in her early teens. I had imagined many possibilities, but never expected such a young girl to appear. Maya stood, and since others were present, simply bowed her head with a slight nod and said nothing. That's how it is. The girl glanced at me with an enlightened expression. How so? I entered, sensing Cindy closing the door behind me, and asked the girl. Since a household retainer as an envoy acts like this, it means your Majesty, right? Hearing that, I assessed the girl more carefully. There are several standards for measuring the education of commoners, and one is how they address the emperor. Most commoners, including peasants, say Emperor Sama. This is purely about their level of education. They regard Sama as the highest honorific, similar to calling someone God. If they have even a bit of education, they know there is a more proper honorific. Those people use the original Your Majesty, Chinese letter. This girl, though still young, knew that. At least she was not an uneducated child, I judged. Meanwhile, Maya looked slightly flustered at this assumption. I raised my hand, signaling don't worry. Then I asked the girl directly, how much do you know about me? Amazing person. I nodded and approached. Since I used I in a formal sense, Maya judged there was no need to hide anything, and despite being an envoy, pulled out a chair for me. I sat down and faced the girl. She said, amazing person, but without any hint of flattery. I found myself a little more interested in the girl. Now then, I turned to the girl once more. Unintentionally, I have revealed my true identity, but what is your name? Newf. An unusual name. Do you have a surname? No, I don't. I'm an orphan. When necessary, I just call myself Sailing. Newf Sailing, huh? I nodded slightly and continued questioning. How much education have you received? I haven't had any proper education. Oh, that doesn't quite seem right. Even if wisdom comes naturally, I wouldn't be surprised, but yours clearly comes with knowledge. It's not just innate talent. If you can't say that's fine, I won't scold you. It's purely out of curiosity. Newf looked a little surprised and stared at me intently. She was trying to gauge my true intentions. After a moment, she slightly lowered her face and spoke. I was an attendant. Until last year, I worked as a servant in a merchant's household, but at some point I started accompanying the son of the house for his studies. Ha ha, I see. I laughed cheerfully. Cindy and Maya looked curious about why I said that, and Cindy asked directly, what do you mean, Your Majesty? You and Maya both study voluntarily, so you probably can't understand. In families of certain status, it's not uncommon for a child who dislikes studying to push all their studies onto an attendant like this girl. Sometimes it's just various types of ghostwriting, and in severe cases, having them do all the homework. Such things happen? Both Cindy and Maya were shocked and looked like they couldn't believe it. Both are intelligent and have clear goals within themselves, so studying hasn't been a burden, and such a concept was unfamiliar to them. However, it certainly does happen. Even among the royal family, it has become less common now, but before the reforms, when the system was the crown prince does everything, others do nothing, such things were commonplace. Because of that, everyone but the crown prince grew up foolish, and the nation's strength steadily declined in the past. Putting that aside, I stared at Newf. So essentially, you were the one receiving all the education that the merchant's child was supposed to receive. That's probably how it turned out. I see. That also explains why your way of speaking is like this. Ah, don't worry, I don't intend to reprimand you for that either. Newf startled momentarily, turning pale, but I raised my hand to show it was okay. By now, my interest in her was far greater. There was no need to get worked up over formalities. You said until last year, does that mean you're not doing it now? They found out I was doing all the homework, so I was kicked out last year. They made you take the blame. Yeah. They said it was because I taught bad things, so I was thrown out. What a waste, or rather, I should say it's fortunate for me. I muttered this to myself, feeling enlightened inside. I understood that this was not an uncommon story, but Cindy and Maya, especially Cindy, showed clear displeasure bordering on anger. Still, since I was the master talking with Newf, they couldn't openly express their feelings. They clearly repressed themselves. Ignoring them, I asked Newf further, "So you learned about me because of that?" "Yes, from various rumors and tales of valor." "I see, that makes sense now." "What do you mean, Your Majesty?" Cindy asked. I decided to explain. "The imbalance between your wisdom, knowledge, manners, and speech is too great. From earlier, you've been restless, trying to do something but not really knowing what to do." "Indeed. I noticed you were fidgeting, so I was cautious, but since there was no hostile intent, I was curious." "So it was like that, as expected of Your Majesty?" Maya gave a satisfied expression, and Cindy praised me. Unlike Cindy, Maya has some knowledge of martial arts and apparently was unofficially guarding me. If you've been a stand-in for a merchant's child's studies, you probably had no idea about manners and proper speech. "I'm sorry." "That's all right. I didn't lure you out just to witness formalities." I waved my hand lightly and ended that topic for the moment. Again, I asked Newf, "Let's get to the main point. Why did you do such a thing?" "Well, to vent." Newf hesitated, and the word she finally uttered was to vent. Upon hearing this, Cindy and Maya flared up. They looked ready to leap at her or shout accusations. "I want to hear the whole story." "Why, yes." "As you wish." I stopped them, and reluctantly they stepped back. I couldn't stop their anger from leaking, but at least for now I let it be. "What do you mean by venting?" Everyone was at their limit. In Newf's eyes was a deep worry unbefitting her age. "There was an earthquake, the water supply stopped, and the fire spread. That alone was infuriating, but the merchants in the town took this chance to raise food prices." "I see, so the townsfolk were about to explode." "Yeah," Newf nodded firmly. Cindy and Maya, now understanding the real meaning of venting, calmed down. "The merchant's son I studied with cried a lot, but after crying he quickly bounced back. That's when I realized people, if they release their anger and sadness bit by bit, it doesn't build up or grow too large." "Indeed, that's correct." I nodded and asked Newf. "But that's not all, is it?" "Huh. In general, the people won't explode into major riots over merchants. Without government involvement, things usually stay moderate. You dealt with merchants, and even if they raised prices during a disaster, residents would be angry but unlikely to act." "Oh, I didn't know that. What don't you know? The local magistrate's family runs the biggest rice wholesaler around here." "I see." For a moment I understood, and my voice tone dropped noticeably. I averted my gaze from Newf and looked at Maya. Maya lowered her head. "I apologize, I don't know that much." "That's all right. The ultimate responsibility for appointing local magistrates lies with me, the Emperor." I told Maya not to worry. "Though I hadn't appointed them personally, no, that's not right. I'm still nowhere near Father." I muttered inadvertently. If it were Father with his information network woven like spiderwebs throughout the Empire, he would have been aware. I kept that in mind as a problem, then asked Newf again. "So the current magistrate is not only incompetent, but his family is gouging profits?" "Yeah." "I see. No wonder you're so dedicated to venting." Newf nodded. I turned to Maya. "Maya, yes, detain that person, keep strict surveillance, absolutely no letting them die." "As you wish, under what pretext?" "The water supply issue is enough reason." "Go." "Yes, sir." Maya dashed out with a stern expression. Newf stared at me, dumbfounded. "What's wrong?" Nothing. I just think it's amazing how that once boastful magistrate was taken down with just one word." "But if you're going to charge him, won't you need evidence?" "I already said, the water issue is more than enough. The water system is a national policy of the Empire. The magistrate's neglect in that matter is a failure of duty. He'll probably claim the earthquake caused the damage, but testimony saying the water system didn't work properly even before the quake." "I'm sure everyone will testify that," Newf interrupted me. From her reaction, it's clear she has strong feelings about the water issue. "The water system is a national policy. If his neglect is proven malicious, the worst penalty is Dismemberment, Newf said with such force that she leaned forward. Her expression was innocent. You know quite a bit. Ah, you studied the law. Ah, yeah, I studied. I see, heh heh. What's the matter, Your Majesty? Cindy asked. No, I thought I caught a glimpse of a child acting her age, and it gave me a strange sense of déjà vu. Ah, Cindy seemed to have realized something. What is it? Well, tell me. When I first had an audience with Your Majesty, from the outside, you looked like such a smart child. I see. Heh heh, that was Cindy's unique perspective. The first time I met Cindy was when I was 6 years old. Only Cindy could recall things from that time. Again, I looked at Newf. She seemed unsure of the situation, watching me with a somewhat fearful expression. A brilliant child, huh? Maybe she has memories from a past life. Huh, I joked, but Newf didn't get it. Just kidding, I said, ending the topic. I thought again. I was beginning to understand this girl named Newf. Since she effectively received education from the magistrate's merchant family, her knowledge of the law is probably sufficient. However, to casually mention dismemberment as she did suggests she has never actually witnessed it. Dismemberment is considered a harsher punishment than beheading because of the prolonged suffering and gruesome appearance. Beheading, needless to say, ends immediately with almost no pain, but dismemberment doesn't kill instantly. The body is cut in half, and death is usually from blood loss. In most cases, it takes 10 minutes to several tens of minutes to die from massive bleeding. During that time, struggling and suffering is a characteristic. When used as a public example, dismemberment shocks spectators far more than beheading. As the Prince Minister of Legal Affairs, I have sentenced and witnessed a fair number of dismemberments. Though I'm accustomed to it, I never speak of it lightly. I judged that Newf, an innocent young girl, spoke so casually because she had no first-hand experience, and I found it somewhat amusing to glimpse a child's age-appropriate side in such an intelligent girl. Yes, why is the water system so important? I understand it's important, but why is it so important that a great person like the magistrate would be punished by dismemberment over it? Did no one teach you? It was just said to be important. I see, I nodded, understanding. This is well known, but many epidemics can be greatly prevented by simply washing around the sick person and those who contact them with clean water. Is that so? Not perfectly, but visibly effective. We tried various methods. For some cases, strong alcohol is even more effective, but it's too costly, so improving the water system is more realistic. I see. If the water system can somewhat suppress epidemics, I paused, then looked at Cindy before continuing. Even if people's hearts grow bitter from seeing severe punishments, the deterrent effect of harsh punishments ensures more lives are saved by securing clean water. I have judged accordingly. Ideally, I would want punishments more severe than dismemberment. Bitter, more than that, Newf muttered with a serious face. She was the one who suggested keeping children away from riots, explaining it would be bad for their hearts and education. That's why she reacted to my words. Though I spoke indirectly, she responded. I slightly revised my impression of Newf. Smart children often become headstrong and tend to believe their own thoughts are absolutely right. That's different from adult stubbornness. It's a child's kind of stubbornness. It's common, but Newf seemed free of that. At least she could stop and reconsider, with a soft mind in a good way. Taking stock of this treasure before me, I also adjusted my thoughts a little. Cindy, issue an imperial edict to the Ministry of Justice in the imperial capital. Leave the details to me. Yes. Cindy stood and moved toward the desk in the corner. On the desk was a full set of writing tools. Cindy took them and prepared to write. This is groundwork for a law revision. Public executions, especially extreme punishments, will prohibit children's viewing. Have it written accordingly. Yes. Cindy calmly began writing, and Newf stared at me in astonishment. I said to Newf, children should only be indirectly exposed, like watching their parents' reactions. Yes, now let's talk about you. Why yes? Newf clenched her hands tightly on her lap and tensed up completely. This isn't about your punishment, not yet, but should we talk about that first? Your charge is inciting a crowd, but your motive counts as a mitigating circumstance. The punishment is 10 lashes, but considering your youth and physical condition, I will suspend execution until you turn 20. Impressive, Your Majesty. While Newf was confused, Cindy immediately stopped writing and praised me. What does that mean? Newf was still bewildered, looking between me and Cindy. There will be a pardon for non-rebellious criminals on the 100th anniversary of the previous emperor's birth, before you turn 20. A minor crime like 10 lashes will be pardoned at that time. Which means pardon, right? Whispering while watching my expression and rapidly calculating. Innocence and pardon are different, but the result is the same. No need to point it out. That's correct. Ending that, I asked Newf again. Let me ask once more. What are you doing now? What is your daily occupation? I grow various things on a small plot outside the town, and that's it. I see. Then why do people listen to your advice? Why are you taken seriously? That's, Newf faltered, again watching my expression carefully. I'm just curious, not for investigation. Ah, well, I'm friends with Rain, the wife of Wait. She always buys the vegetables I grow. I asked Rain to tell her husband. I see, so that Wait fellow is the man who actually led the riot. Ah, yes, a leader who can rally many people, yet weak to a bedtime story. I nodded in understanding. There is a male leader, and his wife is friends with Newf. Newf whispered her methods to the wife, who passed them on to the man. The explanation, once uncovered, wasn't surprising. Throughout history and across cultures, many such relationships between men and women exist. Even someone as high as the emperor is sometimes swayed by a favored concubine's word. And women, due to their maternal instincts, are often weak toward children. So you emphasize that children must not be shown this? Yes, Newf nodded, wanting to teach the magistrate's family and merchants a lesson, but not wanting children to see it. It was easy to understand why a child like Newf discussing this would resonate with women who might be wives or mothers. What crops are you growing? Right now, just rice. Only rice? That's just about half the year's work, isn't it? No, I found a method to harvest twice a year, so even with just rice, I'm quite busy. What? Startled by Newf's words, I stood up with such force that I nearly toppled my chair. The next day, on the outskirts of the town, I left everything concerning the town to Maya, the imperial envoy who had just arrived, and I came to her house with Cindy and Newf. It was a modest house made of wooden planks, with gaps here and there where the wind could seep through. Near the house there was a rice paddy. It was probably the size that a single girl could manage on her own. Is this the place? Ah, yes. We just finished harvesting, so I wonder if new shoots have sprouted. Newf said this and headed toward the rice paddy. Master, it looks like the harvest is quite high up. Yeah, that's what it looks like to me too. Cindy said this to me, and I nodded. I have a decent amount of knowledge about rice paddies, rice cultivation. It is the staple crop mainly grown in the southern regions, so important that the population fluctuates greatly depending on the yield. Naturally, I've kept some knowledge about it in my head. Newf's rice paddy was harvested much higher than usual. Ah, there they are. These are it. Newf stopped in front of a certain stalk of rice, turned to me, and beckoned. I walked over to her. Is this it? Yeah. I bent down and looked closely at the rice. Just as Newf said, new shoots were sprouting from behind the harvested stalks. So, in other words, I thought for a moment, this will grow and can be harvested again. As I said this, Cindy gasped. She instantly understood how significant this was. On the other hand, Newf accepted it matter-of-factly. Yeah, if you harvest like this, a second harvest is barely possible. It's tight unless there are many warm days, so if you go further north it might not work. Sunlight, huh? Are there any other factors affecting the yield? The amount of initial compost and additional fertilizing has to be quite a bit more than usual. It's obvious since you're harvesting twice. Also, it's because of this variety. I see, I thought for a moment and asked Newf more. Will the second harvests yield very greatly? Just a little, but if done well it can be about the same as the first harvest. Is anyone else doing this? Huh. I don't think so. I just accidentally found this by leaving the paddy after a failed harvest and tried it as an experiment. Newf, why yes, what do you want to ask next? I thought. It was barely a few seconds, but my mind was spinning faster than it had in years. For those few seconds, Newf looked anxious, glancing back and forth between my and Cindy's faces. What's wrong? Your parents? Parents. Mine. Newf suddenly looked as if she didn't understand, but answered hesitantly. They're gone, then I'll make you my adopted daughter. Huh, master, what does it mean to be an adopted daughter? That makes your status that of an imperial princess. When the next commander arrives, you'll work under her as a special envoy, overseeing and expanding the cultivation of this variety. Yay? For a moment, Newf screamed out in astonishment as she finally understood. I quickly gave orders one after another. Cindy, contact the imperial capital. Call Evelyn here. Evelyn Sama? She understands all this in her head, but she can't control those around her. Evelyn will be the stabilizing force. To bring in someone like Evelyn Sama as a stabilizing force? Yes, that's how serious I am. Understood. Newf, why yes, your annual salary will be 5,000 lien. What? That's your stipend. It's equivalent to a prince's, not just an imperial princess's, including political duties. Don't refuse, this is necessary. Why yes, Cindy, also contact Henry at the same time. Why yes. For at least 2 years, strengthen the front lines and keep the enemy at bay. Don't go on the offensive, but don't let them think you won't attack. It's okay to lose some land if necessary. You can repeat that part verbatim. Understood. Cindy counted on her fingers, responding as if counting things. Though initially flustered, she had gotten used to my rapid-fire orders, counting each one on her fingers as she deeply imprinted them in her mind. Neil, no, send Eisen here too. Tell them there are people who must not be killed more than even the Emperor in the coming years. Yes, I kept issuing commands rapidly. Cindy took my orders seriously and memorized each one carefully. Newf remained astonished. Next is Mother, the Empress Dowager. We'll present this rice to her and explain the details. I thought the Empress Dowager didn't interfere in political affairs, and your Majesty doesn't wish for that either. Ah, that's true. Mother probably won't say anything, and I don't want her to. But the fact of presenting it to the Empress Dowager remains, and I can use the excuse that she did not disapprove. An excuse, Cindy repeated my words slowly, savoring the meaning of excuse. She was probably reflecting on why I deliberately used that word. And also, Cindy, why yes, did you deal in horses before, war horses? Not now, but I have the know-how. Good, let's do it properly around here. You'll be exempted from taxes for 10 years. Why horses? I've tried horses, cows, chickens, pigs before, but horse manure is the most effective fertilizer. If this rice can produce the expected yield, you'll need not only fertilizer, but also a large number of war horses eventually, so it's better to do it together nearby. I see. Amazing, Your Majesty. To think you considered that in an instant. It wasn't exactly that instant, but I didn't say so. That's all for now. Any questions? No, good, then go. Yes, Cindy nodded and ran off at a trot. She got into the carriage waiting a short distance away and left. She left me behind, but after decades together, Cindy knows me well. At times like this, I prioritize and place utmost importance on having orders carried out, so Cindy left without hesitation. Left here alone, I looked at the rice again. If cultivation really takes off, hey. Newf's voice came from the side, pulling me back from my deep thought. What is it? What have you been thinking about all this time? Why so serious? How much do you know about the history of agriculture? Just a little. If so, you understand that agricultural technology has progressed over thousands of years, right? Ah, yes. Irrigation, farming tools, and so on. Newf looked at me as if to ask if that was enough. That's sufficient. The total population of historically recorded countries and their limits roughly correlate with agricultural advances. Because being able to produce more crops means more people can be supported. Exactly. I smiled at Newf's quick understanding. The country's population plateaus when there are no wars or disasters for a while. But whenever that limit is broken, it's always due to some major agricultural breakthrough. I'm confident this rice is such a breakthrough. I looked at the rice and said, and it's something we've been longing for. Your Majesty wants to increase the population. I want to expand the territory. Expand territory, huh? That means, Newf was surprised. Though clever, she was still a young girl at heart. The talk was a bit shocking. Of course, wanting to increase population is not wrong, but the core reason is to expand the territory. The Empire is a country of warriors. To prove the Empire is the Empire, clear battle achievements are necessary. The previous emperor, Father, led the Empire into a golden age. Especially in his later years, focusing on internal affairs, the territory and population reached their historical peaks. He left me the Empire in that state, and Father said, 90% of those called wise rulers tarnish their final years. By saying that, Father clearly didn't want to be counted among those who tarnished their final years. Father passed away, having accomplished everything. However, one thing remained that could stain the final years. That is the choice of successor. One of the emperor's important duties is choosing the next emperor. Father chose me. In other words, my actions and achievements as emperor reflect on Father's reputation. If I prove a fool, Father's final years will be stained for having chosen such a successor. Therefore, I must strive as emperor of the empire. Maintaining the status quo is just passing. Expanding the territory is the path of an imperial emperor. Of course, I could force it, postpone all consequences and temporarily expand the territory. But history is merciless. If that leads to decline, it will be recorded as my failure and misrule. And my failure is Father's failure too. So I believe I should increase the population and strengthen the empire before expanding territory. That's why after Father's passing and while preparing the foundations, this big change and seed came along. I'm clearly convinced this is the turning point. But if the Empire wants to expand territory, wouldn't it be easy to do so now? Newf, do you know a sure way to win a battle? Sure way. Is there such a thing? Smart. It's impressive to reach that realization at your age. I genuinely praised Newf. With some knowledge and education, one realizes there is no certain victory in war. That is correct, even a truth. But fools want to believe in some magical method, some guaranteed win trick, not just in war, but in all matters. They believe in phrases like the strongest way as a secret to success. If you understand that, I'll rephrase it. It's a method that's nearly guaranteed to win. Sorry, I don't get it. That is, always prepare troops and supplies to overwhelmingly surpass the enemy. Is that it? That's it. But isn't that more about internal affairs than a sure way to win? Exactly. Create conditions to win before fighting, and don't fight until it's a winning situation. For decades, the Empire's wars have followed that path. The Empire's battles have always been orthodox, at least since I was born. A stratagem is literally an unusual plan. It doesn't always succeed. Relying on risky stratagems is worse than the orthodox way. To realize the orthodox way requires national power. Over 90% of national power is population, more precisely, a stable population with food and livelihood. To achieve that requires higher-level agricultural production. I see. After my explanation, Newf finally looked convinced. Humbaba. I raised my hand and summoned Humbaba from the ring. She appeared before me more beautiful than when we first met, a beauty that could easily be called a breathtaking beauty if she were human. Wow, what's this? Newf was surprised, and I smiled gently. Then I ordered Humbaba, stretch threads to this place, the imperial capital's palace, and the governor's office of this province. Understood. Humbaba smiled gracefully and stretched threads from her feet, shadows extending as if reaching out. Though the two threads went in different directions, they extended at incredible speed. After a while, they went underground and disappeared from sight. I'll teach you how to use these later. How to use them. A way to instantly communicate with the imperial capital. Such a thing exists. Humbaba's threads, something only I who control spirits could use, obviously weren't taught to merchants. It was natural for Newf to be surprised. You know about signal fires, right? Ah, yes. Assuming these threads connect to the imperial capital? I touched one of the threads, and its color changed. From white to black. Humbaba's threads have a mechanism to change color so others can use them, but because Humbaba obeys me, I can freely change the color just by touching them. Everything from where I touched to where the thread goes underground instantly turned black. The imperial capital's side turns black in an instant too. Then, if you have a code sheet pre-distributed with the order of white and black, amazing, you can transmit sentences. Maybe saying signal fire first helped. Newf immediately understood what Humbaba's threads could do, eyes shining with excitement. Her level of understanding confirmed she really was a clever girl. I thought a little more. Before becoming Noah, I was just a villager, but I was able to do various things largely because I received royal family education. Of course, having an adult brain and understanding human language from birth, being able to absorb knowledge was a big factor, but the environment to receive education was also crucial. Newf was a kind of genius, smart and wise, so like me, Newf. Yes, would you like to receive more education? The moment she heard this, Newf was surprised, then broke into a big smile. People are treasures. Newf's rice is wonderful and promising, but to me, Newf herself feels even more like a treasure. Indeed, with Newf in hand, the Empire and I are set to push forward toward the greatest expansion of territory in history. In Lille Province, Larek, the provincial capital. Under a cloudless, bright blue sky stretched a scene of rapid reconstruction. In Larek, which suffered heavy damage from the earthquake, the immediate aftermath was littered with rubble from collapsed buildings and structures burned down by fire. This devastation was not only due to the natural disaster itself, but also compounded by barbaric acts like looting and grave robbing, making the destruction even more chaotic. All such debris has now been cleared away, and the cityscape is a mix of intact buildings and those under reconstruction, roughly half and half. Naturally, there is the bustle of recovery, but alongside that another, more unusual kind of fervor has arisen. In the central square of Larek, about 10 criminals are kneeling. All men, their hands tied behind their backs, kneeling with both knees on the ground. Each is dressed in prisoner attire, their hair and beards long and untended, smeared with grime, dried drool, and bits of leftover food. Almost all of them hang their heads low, although none are gagged, not a single one speaks or makes a sound. From an outsider's perspective, they all seem resigned to their fate. A large crowd of citizens surrounds the prisoners in the square. Soldiers guard the perimeter to keep the crowd from approaching the prisoners. But even without close proximity, a strange heat of tension radiates from the crowd, filling the entire square. Nearly everyone in the surrounding crowd wears expressions of anger or deep resentment. Soon, an official inside the ring looks up at the sky to check something, then loudly announces, "The time has come." This one phrase sets off a spark in the pent-up anger. The square erupts with explosive shouts and cheers. Inside the governor's office at the governor's official residence in Larek, I Noah Laret sat facing my desk. A man stood across from me. He appeared to be in his mid-30s, dressed appropriately for a senior official, wearing the attire of a civil servant without any awkwardness. His skin was dark, and he seemed more suited to running around outside than desk-side work. His name was Words Gworth, one of the men I had brought under my command since arriving in Enlil province. Holding some documents, he reported the contents to me. I listened while seated. I report that today at noon, beheadings were carried out for those who accepted bribes totaling over 30,000 lien, but less than 50,000 lien. How did the public react? The scene was charged with tension aimed at the bribers, but after the heads fell one after another, the atmosphere turned to cheers. No riots or disturbances occurred, however. Yes. Well, words faltered, clearly hesitating to say something difficult. Those who have served me longer, like Don or Evelyn, know my temperament well and report without reservation. But words, still new to my service, seems unable to do so yet. Just say it, I encouraged him. Whether it was the word just or not, words tentatively began. It seems many food stalls and vendors have set up nearby and, well, I let out a slight smile. Because I hadn't prohibited it beforehand, the crowds had gathered, and vendors anticipated the influx of people. This was hard to understand for newcomers, especially rural folk who seldom witness executions, but the public desires the public execution of corrupt officials, and it has in effect become a spectacle, even a source of entertainment. Those familiar with the practice sometimes watch while munching on skewers of roasted meat. First-timers often gape in disbelief. Some enthusiasts even critique the executioner's skill. Of course, this is considered a breach of public morals, so Words' hesitation is understandable. But ignore it, it's trivial. Why, yes, if that's the case, proceed as planned. In 3 days, execute those who accepted between 50,000 and 100,000 lien. Understood? Words nodded, but looked like he wanted to say more. He glanced at my expression, unsure whether to speak. Is something troubling you? No, not troubling exactly. I just wondered why the executions are not carried out all at once. Your Majesty, I am currently demoted, not the Emperor but the Governor here. And I don't want to hear Your Majesty either. I cut him off. I had declared this from the start, but Words still adhered to formalities regarding the Emperor. Upon being corrected, he hurriedly bowed his head. My apologies. Good. To speak plainly, this demotion is partly a show. The appearance matters. If people still think, he's still basically the Emperor, then what I do becomes meaningless. That level of thought, impressive. If you understand, behave accordingly. I am the governor now, so act like it. If it suits my mood, I might even insult you. Understood? No, not at all. He bowed, then quickly raised his hand to wave it off. It takes courage to insult a governor, but some have the conviction of speaking truth to power. That was a joke, but Words didn't seem to get it. Fine, I let it slide. So, what's your concern? I returned to the topic. Words snapped to attention, bowed once, then continued. Yes, Governor, why are the death sentences not executed all at once when you have already sentenced everyone who accepted over 10,000 lien to death? He hesitated slightly over how to address me, but spoke fluently otherwise. Those who took between 10,000 and 30,000 lien received death with reprieve. Between 30,000 and 50,000 lien are beheaded. 50,000 to 100,000 lien are beheaded with their heads displayed publicly. And over 100,000 lien face hanging, the heaviest penalty short of treason. Yes. There are 2 reasons. First, by grading the death penalty according to the bribe amount, executing all at once would blur those distinctions. Simply labeling bribery as death reduces its deterrent effect for potential offenders. Reduce. How so? Words seemed not to fully grasp the point, repeating reduce softly. Have you ever seen a hanging? Even the corpse of someone who hanged themselves is fine. And no. The day before hanging, the condemned is given a last meal of their choice without limit. It's tradition, the body relaxes after death, so after execution, waste leaks from the lower body. Waste. Interestingly, even those scoundrels care about what happens after death. Beheaded bodies look somewhat cleaner, but hanging corpses are covered in filth. They stay hanging for a while with some excuse, creating quite a sight. It's because they find that degrading? Yes, they dread such a miserable death. Words' expression was complicated. He couldn't understand it. He thought death ended all, so why care about the appearance after death? Some people are like that. I wondered briefly which group was the majority. You don't have to sympathize. Just keep it as knowledge. Why, yes? He responded hastily, embarrassed that I had seen through his question. Unfazed, I pressed on. Incidentally, the severest beheading, the dismemberment sentence, lasts tens of minutes before death, and the upper body can move somewhat. The sight of someone struggling in a pool of blood is more cruel and miserable, so the Empire uses it as the harshest execution. So, is it a message like take it easy to future offenders? I became silent, staring out the window. Words panicked, thinking he might have said something wrong. In a slightly lowered tone, I spoke. I don't believe bribery can be eradicated. I aim for it but don't expect it to be possible. So I want to reduce its scale and minimize public impact. Yes, if you are the governor, surely that is. Confusing ideals with reality is the first step to folly. I cut him off. He widened his eyes, swallowing hard. The crackdown will inevitably shift toward concealment. Those who took over 100,000 lien will make excuses and claim they only took about 10,000. Or some will argue they are too busy with reconstruction to deal with it. Then we punish those harshly, and for now, calm is restored. If done well, the effect will last as long as I live. To think that far ahead. Amazing. Words' eyes opened wide in admiring surprise. I smiled and changed the subject. The conversation has gotten quite sidetracked. Have you found candidates to replace the officials being removed? Ah, yes. Startled, Words hastily searched through a stack of papers in the corner and handed me a thick bundle. I took it and glanced at the top document. It detailed the histories of prospective officials. It included their age, physical features, education, career, family structure, kinship ties, and main social connections. I was impressed by the thoroughness. I wondered if only the first was like this and flipped through, but all were equally detailed. Very clear. Who compiled this? Sir, by your order I thought it too important to delegate, so I did it myself. That must have been tough doing this much. No, since it was your command, it was no trouble. I see. What's your current salary? 40 lien per month. Suddenly the topic changed abruptly. Words was surprised and confused. 40 lien, about twice the civilian average. Yes, starting this month I'm raising it to 80, no 100. I reward work properly. Take it, thank you. The same goes for these candidates. Initially their pay will be 1.5 times their predecessors. 1.5 times? If they perform and achieve results, I'll increase it further. But if they still engage in corruption or bribery, the punishment will be severe. You're catching on? I smiled. It's the classic carrot and stick. Not everyone can be virtuous. Capable people should be rewarded accordingly. So first, increase the base salary. If they then still take bribes, punish them harshly. This is my basic policy. Not much changed since my days as a prince, but still. Amazing, Words was amazed. Meeting me for the first time, it seemed a fresh approach to him. Proceed in this direction. Understood. Next, a congratulatory gift from merchants arrived again today. Now only the Jacumi Trading Company has not sent anything from among those of a certain size. As usual, send it back. Next. Understood. Next, there is a request for the governor to name a new store opening. On the outskirts of Larak, there is a land called Fu Larak. In the old language, Fu Larak apparently means Mother of Larak. In Enlil province, centered around the provincial capital Larak, there are quite a few place names that start with Larak something. There are various episodes where history and legend intertwine, making it a land full of intriguing challenges for historians. At Fu Larak, where many young people are reclaiming the land, I arrived together with Newf. Wearing the governor's attire and accompanied by my young daughter, the young people working the land glanced over curiously at me while continuing their work. Ignoring their gazes, I watched as Newf carried out her tasks. Newf was inspecting the partially constructed rice paddies. Newf sailing, a girl I met after coming to this land. At first, I was merely impressed and interested in how she stirred and led the local people. But as we talked, I realized she was cultivating a new strain of rice. By innovating with the variety and harvesting methods, she had achieved a groundbreaking feat, producing 2 harvests per year. Needless to say, the amount of crops the land produces effectively determines the population it can support. That is, the upper limit of the country's population. And population size almost always corresponds directly to national strength. In other words, Newf's rice holds the potential to dramatically increase the nation's power. But beyond that, I saw in Newf the same traits I had as a child. For reasons that can no longer be pursued, one day I was reborn as a baby named Noah Alarit, a baby with the memories of an adult. Because of this, from an early age, it seemed like I was naturally smart, absorbing education rapidly and effortlessly, like water soaking into cotton. From the age of 6, I began to stand out because I was given an almost fantastical education that commoners never received. I saw the same potential in Newf. If given the right education, she would blossom greatly. So I took Newf under my wing. Of course, I wanted Newf's rice, but more than that, I believed that with noble education, Newf could become someone worthy of entrusting the future. Someone priceless. Together with Newf, today I came to Fu Larak, the land secured for large-scale rice cultivation. Upon arrival, I watched Newf thoroughly inspect the rice paddies. When she seemed to have finished, I seized the moment to speak. "What do you think?" Newf squatted down to examine the soil but raised her face to answer. "It's good. This soil should drain water at just the right rate. For rice paddies, too good or too bad drainage is bad, but this looks just right." "I see. And the rice itself, do you think it'll grow well?" "Maybe. We'll have to try, but if we keep nurturing the soil like this, I don't foresee issues." "Then, as planned, let's build a composting site nearby." "Nearby?" Newf stood up, tilted her head slightly, and looked at me. "Isn't it better to build compost sites far away since they smell bad? This place—" She paused and looked around. Right now, aside from the cultivated land, there were only a few simple buildings scattered about. "This land is empty now, but we're going to develop it and build houses. Wouldn't it be better to build the compost site a little farther away? I understand that reasoning, but if it's too far, then we'll need laborers to carry the compost. That means paying wages, and some might try to cut corners even if it means a slight drop in yield. I see. That would defeat the purpose. It's safer to keep it within a distance where family members, like children helping out, can carry it. I didn't think of that. Yeah, Newf made a thoughtful face, resting her chin on her hand and looking slightly down as if pondering the ground. She finally nodded as if to say she'd learned something new. To nurture the soil, she repeated. Meanwhile, I carefully considered Newf's words, turning them over on my tongue. After organizing my thoughts in my head, I left the still-thinking Newf for a moment and looked around. I spotted a middle-aged man standing a few meters away. He had a slightly hunched back and his hands were lowered, a gesture common among farmers who want to show respect but don't know proper etiquette. I beckoned him over. Startled, he hurried to me. "Why, you called for me? Are you the leader here?" "Why, yes. Well, not exactly the leader, but the oldest around." "I see." I understood the situation. He wasn't exactly the leader, but since he was the eldest, he acted as the representative. "If no one objects, you'll be the leader. I'll write it down later. Thank you. And tell everyone yourself." "Tell them what? This land is lent to you, right?" "Yes." "Then, 20 no, since everyone's young, 10 years is enough. If you keep cultivating the land for 10 continuous years, I'll give it to you." "What?" The man looked stunned. He clearly didn't understand. "What does that mean?" "It means exactly what I said. If you keep farming this land for 10 years without giving up, I'll make it yours." "Whereat?" He froze for a few seconds in disbelief, then shouted loudly. His voice was so loud that even those tilling fields tens of meters away stopped and looked over. Is that true?" "Yes. If you know the land will eventually be yours, you'll be more motivated to nurture it." "Thank you. And may I tell everyone?" "Go ahead." Normally, ordinary farmers wouldn't ask a governor or even the emperor if they could leave in the middle of a conversation, but he seemed so happy he wanted to. Since he wasn't a noble, I had no reason to refuse. He ran off shouting and waving his hands. He gathered the people and told them. Surprise and then joyful cheers rose up. "Wow, I looked to the side and saw Newf had finished her thoughts and was watching me and the men alternately. "I never thought of that. Everyone will be really motivated." "I see. Usually it's rare to get land even if you work your whole life. This land was originally nothing but wilderness," I said, looking around. Many young people were clearing the land. Black soil was visible where the earth had been dug up, but beyond the outer edges where people were working, the terrain still looked like untouched wilderness. They were digging up stones, branches, sometimes even rocks and tree roots from the soil. It was a situation where digging with hoes kept bringing up more and more debris. It was clear they were reclaiming land that had originally been barren. If so, it's best to give the land to those who sweat for it. Most wouldn't think that way. Usually the landlord owns the land even if tenant farmers develop it. "This is amazing." Newf repeated the words in amazement. Giving away the land outright seemed almost unbelievable. On the flip side, it was a very powerful incentive. After the man gathered everyone and told them, cheers continued for a while. Everyone looked at me, raising their hands and shouting, "Banzai, Banzai." "Well, I should be going." I turned on my heel and started walking, speaking to Newf. She looked a little surprised but followed. "Where are you going?" "I have one more task. You can go back to Larak first and you can use the carriage." "If it's work, can I come with you?" I stopped and turned, looking at her. She had the expression of a child begging their parents for a toy. It had been a long time since anyone looked at me like that. It felt refreshing. "It won't be interesting work and it might get a little bloody." "Then all the more reason," Newf's face said, "even more so. I want to see what it's about and learn." "I see. Then don't leave my side no matter what. It's dangerous." "Yes." I took Newf and headed to the carriage a short distance away. It was a sturdy 2-horse carriage suitable for rough suburban roads. Originally, I intended to send Newf back to the provincial capital Larak with this carriage and go on foot to my next destination. But since I was taking Newf with me, I sent the coachman home first. Unlike Newf, there was no reason for the coachman to come with us. I placed Newf inside and took the driver's seat. Using the reins and whip, I gave commands to the 2 horses. Though it didn't compare to the emperor's carriage in the imperial capital, the carriage trained for the governor of the province was surprisingly comfortable. "By the way, what kind of work is it?" "Cleaning up after the earthquake. It seems they can't manage all the way here, so I decided to handle it." "Cleaning up after the earthquake?" I could clearly see the suspicion on Newf's face. Most things associated with earthquake cleanup happen in the city, but the carriage was heading further away from any settlements. She was clearly wondering what kind of earthquake cleanup could be done out here. After traveling tens of minutes by carriage over roads needing repair due to the big quake, we arrived at a building standing alone in the wilderness. "We're here." I jumped down from the driver's seat and helped Newf down from the carriage. Looking up at the building, she asked, "A fort?" In a way, that impression is correct. It's understandable it looks that way from the outside. So it's different then? This is what's commonly called a ranch facility. A ranch? Newf glanced back and forth between me and the fort before us, looking increasingly confused. I understood her feelings. If someone pointed to a fortress-like building and called it a ranch, it was no wonder she was baffled. The nobles of the Empire? Ah, no, perhaps a different explanation suits you better. I smiled softly and rephrased. Are you aware that the Empire manages monsters? Monsters? You don't know what monsters are? No, I see. That is truly one of the late Emperor's great achievements. Unexpectedly, I felt a deep admiration for the heroic deeds my father had accomplished. Young people these days don't know monsters. Newf was more knowledgeable than most civilians, yet she didn't know about monsters. If even she didn't know, it was highly possible that the majority of common folk had forgotten monsters existed. Monsters, creatures that attack and harm people, had been suppressed to the point their existence was almost forgotten, a feat my father had achieved. Moved quietly by this realization, I began to organize an explanation simple enough for someone completely unfamiliar with the concept. Let me explain first. You know what a wild beast is, right? Yes, a dangerous beast, right? Exactly, but there are creatures even more dangerous than wild beasts, not humans, but beings surpassing wild beasts in danger. Some of them can even use magic. These creatures are called monsters. Such things really exist? Yes, until the late Emperor's youth they were scattered everywhere, but he carried out large-scale eradication operations mainly within the Empire, then controlled the lands where monsters could be born and strictly managed them. Wow, so that's what this is. That's right. Nodding, Newf and I looked up at the fort. You can't tell just by looking from outside, but this place isn't designed to keep enemies out so much as to prevent escapes. It's more like an inner lock, or rather, a prison. Wow, by the way, what did you mean earlier about the Empire's nobles? You were talking about this, right? I was glad she caught on to that point, so I continued explaining. The late Emperor sealed away all monsters within the Empire's borders. Moreover, he established a custom that the Empire's nobles, especially the princes, must defeat a monster before stepping onto the battlefield. They had to prove themselves by overcoming monsters first. Since they essentially raised the monsters they were supposed to defeat, this place came to be known as a ranch. I see. Newf's expression brightened. She looked as if she fully understood everything, including what I had started saying earlier. That is Haya. Before I could finish my sentence, a ferocious roar echoed throughout the area. The roar shook my clothes and pants so much that Newf instinctively covered her ears and crouched down. Almost simultaneously, the two of us standing side by side were suddenly overshadowed by a silhouette above. Looking up, I saw a massive, four-legged beast leaping out from inside the ranch, sprawled out like a giant X as it charged at us. Hold on tight. Wah! I crouched quickly and wrapped my arms around Newf's waist, lifting her up. Still panicking and unable to comprehend the situation, she clutched me as I leapt backward. I made a large jump to dodge the giant beast's pounce. Its massive body crashed into the ground where we had been standing, causing a slight tremor and kicking up a cloud of dust. Then it roared again. Usually a roar is meant to intimidate, but this one blew away the dust in an instant. From the clearing dust emerged a long-bodied giant. Its entire body was covered in fur, the texture and color resembling that of a cow. Though it had 4 legs, its posture was somewhat flattened and crouched, closer to that of a reptile. Yet its bloodshot eyes and the 2 sharp fangs protruding from either side of its mouth resembled a leopard or another fierce beast. What is this? This is a monster. This one is called a catapulpas, if I recall correctly. I retrieved this knowledge from memory. The Empire, having subdued all monsters nationwide, named each one and carefully recorded their traits and other information. Naturally, all this was stored in my mind. The catapulpas was somewhat troublesome compared to other monsters, so I knew its details fairly clearly. Newf, don't look it in the eyes. What do you mean? Newf was puzzled. Despite my warning, or perhaps because of it, she suspiciously glanced at the catapulpas. Like a person told not to smell something, she found herself drawn to look at it. The catapulpas roared again, its eyes glowing mysteriously. When its dark red gaze met Newf's, hands, why, I can't move. Newf was paralyzed as if bound by an invisible force. A roar strong enough to shake the ground usually makes one cover their ears, turn their face away, or crouch in fear, but Newf was utterly frozen and confused. Her confusion deepened and gradually slipped into fear. I took a deep breath and shouted from my core. That broke the paralysis gripping me as well. I smoothly extended my hand, focusing my will on my ring. Light spilled forth from the ring, particles of light gathered around my hand and began to take form. A sword appeared in my hand, its blade radiating both ominousness and elegant curves in perfect harmony. The water demon sword Leviathan. Leviathan, release Newf's restraints. As you wish. As soon as it appeared, Leviathan had aimed murderous intent at the catapulpas before us, but it obediently followed my command. Like its blade, both an embodiment and idol, the sword possessed the traits of a loyal hound and a mad dog at the same time. Immediately after obeying, a sharp pashu sound like something snapping echoed. How do you feel, Newf? I can move, just a word, and that's amazing. Don't stray from my side. Why, yes. Newf said this, clearly averting her eyes from the catapulpas, though she sneaked a glance to avoid eye contact and hid behind me. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr shaking the ground noticeably and causing debris to fall from the fort behind us. Newf flinched behind me. Such an intense roar could cause a weak-hearted person to faint or even lose their life. It's angry, offended at being ignored, perhaps. Impertinent, Leviathan retorted curtly. It seemed quietly furious itself. I used to wonder why, but after decades together I understood its reasoning. From its perspective, even if the master ignores it, there is just cause, so being angry about that is misplaced. Therefore, it quietly senses murderous intent toward impertinent challengers and nurtures that feeling. This dual nature of loyal dog and mad dog is exactly what I think defines it. Sometimes it's difficult to calm it down, but Leviathan, no mercy. Understood, Leviathan responded, its murderous intent tinged with a hint of joy. I once struggled to comprehend this, but now I realize it means permission granted to kill those who oppose the master. Leviathan's blade began emitting a faint pale blue phosphorescence. Even holding it, no, even Newf, merely nearby without touching it, felt the overwhelming power radiating. Holding Leviathan casually, I advanced toward the catapulpas, a ferocious monster, its blood clearly boiling. The catapulpas roared again and lunged fiercely at me without waiting for me to attack. It stretched out its front legs and charged. The sound of its claws slicing through the air was audible. I reversed my grip on Leviathan and swung it horizontally in a clean arc. A metallic clash rang out, key-in, and I felt a solid impact. The blade slid over the claws, severing the front leg and even bisecting part of the torso. Its thick leather-like hide, worn over years, was being cut through. As we passed, blood sprayed from the catapulpas midair where it was sliced. "Damn, Leviathan!" "As you wish," Leviathan responded, water spurting from its blade. The water instantly engulfed Newf. The completely severed catapulpas crashed backward with momentum, but the copious blood it spat remained on the ground, drenching both me and Newf. Just as Newf was about to be splattered with blood, Leviathan's water formed a shield, repelling every drop. When it was over, the ground was soaked with diluted fresh blood, but not a single drop touched Newf. Incredible. This time Newf's words were free of fear and filled with pure admiration, not for the swordsmanship of slaughter, but for the water technique that repelled all the blood. "Are you all right?" "Yes." "Amazing. To do something like that, and to defeat such a scary thing in a single strike." She looked at the dead catapulpas lying behind us and marveled even more. Then she suddenly grew serious. Cautiously, she turned toward the fort. "This is the kind of place it's in?" The initial encounter with the catapulpas had left her somewhat intimidated. Now even the fort itself seemed terrifying. "Don't worry, nothing stronger than that will come out. In fact, it's possible nothing else will appear at all." "Nothing else? What do you mean?" "There are records since this place is managed. That catapulpas is the strongest here in this ranch and is known for its fierce territorial instincts. If left alone, it attacks anything that enters its territory, humans, animals, even other monsters. So, there might be other monsters killed by it?" "Exactly. That makes life easier. Now shall we move?" "Don't stray from my side." "Yes." Protected and reassured, Newf smiled happily and drew closer to me. While guarding her, we entered the ranch and inspected it thoroughly from corner to corner. As expected, the interior showed signs of a fierce battle. Most monsters had already been killed by the catapulpas. The next day in the afternoon, in the governor's office of Larak, I was facing Words Quars, whom I recently appointed, receiving a report from him. "Inspection of the ranches across the province has been completed." What were the results?" "The repairs on the magical barriers and physical defenses within the ranches are expected to take about a year at the longest," Words was reporting, but his tone grew increasingly hesitant as he went on. I understood how he felt. Dealing with monsters, creatures more ferocious than beasts attacking humans, and having to report that the countermeasures would take a year was surely a heavy burden. "Why does it take so long? Is it a budget issue?" "No, it's not about money. First, the magical barriers are constructed by multiple magicians weaving complex spells together. There is also a process where they must rest the barriers for some time to stabilize, which inevitably takes time." "I see. And the physical barriers? From the documents, they seem to be just thick walls." These use special timber. The production of this timber is limited, and when repairs need to be done all at once due to an earthquake like this time, it's impossible to keep up. I understand. I tapped my fingers rhythmically on the desk as I sorted through the report in my mind. Should we speed up the process? Words asked cautiously, reading my expression. I shook my head firmly. No, if those are the circumstances, there's no need to rush. This method was devised by the previous emperor using the collective wisdom of many people. In fact, before the earthquake, monster damage nationwide was nearly zero thanks to it. Yes, then we should endure for a year to ensure perfection. Understood, Words nodded, but despite his words, his gaze was restless. Is there a problem? Your eyes are darting about. I'm sorry. It's fine, speak freely. This is a report of the actual situation. You are not to blame, and I will not scold you. Why, yes. Words wet his lips with his tongue, steeled his resolve, and began to speak. If the repairs take about a year, then during that time, regular monster exterminations and hunts will be necessary. Of course, if it's outside the management of the ranches, the natural reproduction rate will speed up, won't it? As I said this, I reconsidered, thinking the faster pace was actually the natural one, but I swallowed the thought without voicing it. Why, yes, I clasped my hands, rested my chin on them, and pondered. Words was frightened again seeing me like that, but I ignored it. After a moment, my thoughts came together. Let the civilians handle the increased exterminations. The civilians? Yes, grant business licenses to guilds or unions for that, something like a monster guild. Monster guild, a hunter's guild specializing in monster extermination, right? I nodded slightly and continued. If we invest seed funding, it will naturally sustain itself. The Empire is a land of warriors. Many sharpen their skills daily preparing for the night selection. Let's have them work. I see, that's a clever plan. First, create one public guild. Make a list of candidates. Why, yes, that was all I said, and words flew out of the room in a flurry. I stared at the closed door for a moment after his departure. He won't change, I muttered quietly. Words Quars is fairly capable. If promoted 1 or 2 steps from his current position, he would likely still perform well. But personality-wise, he doesn't suit working under me. Is it excessive timidity or just unfamiliarity? He frets over every little thing, always fearing, will I incur your Majesty's displeasure? I point this out every time, and Words tries to correct it. That back and forth wastes time. And Lille Province is right in the middle of earthquake recovery. There's a mountain of work. I can't afford to waste time on that. If I could overlook it, that'd be fine, but Words' hesitations involve unnecessary pauses, a total waste. From today's interaction, it seems pointing it out won't help. Maybe over a long year he'll improve, but I can't spare time now. I need at least one person by my side who's used to me and knows my temperament well. Don, Evelyn, maybe I promoted them too much. My 2 most trusted aides, now first Prime Minister and 4th Prime Minister, pillars of the Empire. I can't move them. Who else do I know well enough to call? I pictured various faces in my mind. About 10 days later, on a clear afternoon, I went out into the garden of the official residence with several maids to greet a carriage. The carriage was well made but heavily damaged in many places, probably from overexertion. The horse didn't look too tired, but judging from the worn splint, they had swapped horses along the way. As soon as it entered the grounds, a voice came from inside the carriage, and the driver pulled the reins. The horse stomped its front hooves and neighed, and the carriage slowly stopped near the entrance. Before the driver could bring a step ladder, the door opened from within and a woman stepped down. It was Zoe. She had once been a maid in my mansion, now working as a local official just like Evelyn, assigned outside. Zoe saw me and immediately ran towards me. Looking at her, I noticed she was quite worn out, just like the carriage. A carriage is fine for short distances, but long journeys produce considerable fatigue. Because of the wheels, uneven ground causes harsh jolts. Sometimes the entire carriage shakes violently, more intense than a ship's motion in some cases. Long-distance rides naturally leave one exhausted, sometimes even walking would be easier. Zoe's clothes looked neat, but her face clearly showed exhaustion. Still, Zoe didn't slack off. She stopped the carriage a short distance away and took the last step on her own feet all the way to me. I smiled softly and spoke to her. You were surprisingly quick. Did you leave right after my message? Yes, Your Majesty. I couldn't keep you waiting. Zoe said that and bowed deeply on the spot. Though we were outdoors in the garden, it was nearly a full prostration. Despite her deeply fatigued face, her movements were smooth. If she were a martial artist, they might call it a state reached through repetitive training. I chuckled inwardly and said, "That's a bit grandiose." Zoe completed the bow with full decorum, then stood and faced me directly. I read the official notice of your demotion from the Emperor, but I am from Prince 13's residence, and this is our house law. To speak frankly, for us household members, the mansion's master is more revered than Your Majesty the Emperor. I see. Calling you was the right choice. I narrowed my eyes. One could never say publicly, the master over the emperor. But there's an episode where the emperor who visited a prince's mansion only obeyed the prince's orders and not his own, and that emperor praised those servants. You obey your immediate master. The master's master is respected but not obeyed unconditionally. Zoe said this, and hearing it, I felt a little amused. Zoe looked a bit surprised that I said it was the right choice. What do you mean? You keep calling me master, and there are house laws. There are still many who treat me as the emperor and do unnecessary things. When I said that, I felt several maids behind her stiffen. They probably had some clue about those unnecessary things. Zoe, seeing their reaction clearly, smiled quietly, not at me, but so the maids could see, and offered a gentle explanation. It can't be helped. Your Majesty possesses an innate dignity. People new in service tend to act that way. That's why I called you. You'll work with me for a while? Yes, I will serve you to the fullest. There's no official position. Huh, Zoe looked surprised, as if that were the whole point of her summons. I continued without pause. You'll serve as the head steward of Prince 13's residence. That's your title. Amazing, Your Majesty. Her surprised expression instantly turned to one of awe and gratitude. Emphasizing Prince 13 is to stress that you're not the emperor but the governor, and appointing me, who served long in the mansion, there's a statement in that. Yes, legally, a head steward of a prince's mansion is treated like a quasi-official. The title is symbolic, but what you'll do is like the governor's secretary. There will be no deputy governor, so you'll be effectively number 2. Understood. Then I'll wear the maid uniform from the mansion as usual. Do that. Anything else you want to ask? What should I do about those trying to curry favor with me? Zoe asked seriously, and I smiled. Head steward of Prince 13's residence, effectively the deputy governor, and my confidant. Naturally, many will try to get in her good graces. Actually, they will come constantly. Her question is natural if one is loyal to me. Keeping my smile, I first asked her opinion. How many do you think will come? I expect they'll come endlessly at first. Oh, I agreed, but tried not to show it. This land doesn't know Your Majesty well, and I'm a woman given a high position. Until people and events settle, many will be suspicious, and some will try to take advantage. Agreed. I laughed again, somewhat impressed. It was a feeling like a father's pride in Zoe. Even though she is older than me, you can analyze yourself so well, you must dislike being seen that way. It's for Your Majesty's service. I don't care what outsiders gossip. I see. I sentenced corruption and embezzlement cases totaling over 10,000 lien to death. Yes, my tone changed. Zoe's expression also shifted. You asked about those trying to get in with you. For those you judge worthy, if they ask for under 10,000, pretend to accept it. That way they will be satisfied and trust you. Wonderful, Your Majesty, I'll report to you each time. I trust you, no, do that. Procedure is important. I trusted Zoe and could leave it to her, but that would make cleanup troublesome. If she reports to me immediately upon receiving anything, the problem won't arise. Having served as Minister of Legal Affairs, I value procedure highly. Let's talk inside now. Yes, I took Zoe inside the official residence. As we entered the official residence, Zoe looked around at the interior and said, "This mansion survived the earthquake, didn't it?" Yes, it was the official residence used by the previous governor. Even here in Larak, the provincial capital, many houses collapsed, but this mansion reportedly didn't budge at all. They must have invested a great deal of money into it. Money spent on making the building sturdy isn't much of a problem. If the governor himself were crushed under collapsing debris during an emergency, the chaos would only have worsened. You're absolutely right. Nobles and high-ranking officials of equivalent status have many responsibilities. One of these is to maintain their own safety and keep themselves in a condition to command and take responsibility until the very end. This situation is a perfect example. If the governor had been crushed the moment the earthquake struck, the confusion would have increased and the damage would have been even greater. In that sense, investing money to make the residence safe to live in is not a bad thing. In fact, it is essential. It requires a willingness to work yourself to the bone in emergencies, but at the same time you must maintain a perfect condition until such a time comes. By the way, how much bribe money do you usually receive? Huh, you don't embezzle, right? But there must be people who send you bribes. Yes, there are, Zoe answered without hesitation, but I refuse every single one of them. I do not accept any bribes. Why not? Why not? Zoe uttered the question in a strangely surprised voice. It was an instant reaction, a reflex, like a hand clap in Go terms. It must have been a very unexpected question. Though the word why was the same, the meaning behind mine and Zoe's was completely different, and the feelings and nuances were poles apart. While I was asking why she didn't accept bribes, Zoe was half amazed, wondering why I would ask why repeatedly. She had served me for a long time, so there was no fear in her response, but her confusion born from long years of service was clearly evident. I want to know the reasoning, the logic behind not accepting bribes." With those words, Zoe reconsidered her answer carefully. When asked to verbalize the logic behind something we normally take for granted, most people are at a loss. This happens more often than you think. For example, if you ask commoners why they work, a straightforward answer comes back: "Because if I don't work, I can't eat." But if you ask why they start a family and have children, many get stuck or give varied, sometimes forced answers. It's the same kind of thing Zoe was struggling to articulate now. After a moment with a hint of lingering hesitation in her voice, Zoe answered, "Because my master does not wish it. Also, it would tarnish my master's name." "I see. So as long as I give permission, it wouldn't be a problem." "Yes, in this case, it's also part of some conspiracy." Anyway, I believe the fundamental rule is not to tarnish my master's name." At that moment, as if her thoughts solidified, the hesitation vanished from Zoe's tone. I slightly lowered my chin. "So that means you don't receive any extra income at all, right?" "Yes. But if that's the case, compared to others holding the same rank, wouldn't your income look quite poor?" "That's true. But my salary is enough to live on, and considering I work for my master, it's not an issue." "I see." I stopped walking. Standing in front of a large window, I gazed out over the garden. "Master, what about the total income of those under you, not just their salaries? That is, aren't they somewhat considerate toward you, either not taking bribes or keeping them minimal if you are the kind of person who wouldn't want it?" Probably. "Those people don't adore me the way you do. No, they don't worship us like you do." "I'm sorry, Master, I don't understand what you are trying to say." "Imperial salaries are low." I said this clearly. My gaze naturally became distant. "Especially for civil officials, even the first Prime Minister Don's salary is only about 1,000 lians per year officially. That's a lot in some ways, but in others it's not. Do you know how much the average man in the imperial capital earns? According to last year's statistics, men earn about 250 lians and working women about 50. Zoe added the women's earnings as a supplement. "Right now there's a rough standard for supporting a single servant. Generally, your income should be about 10 times theirs. This applies to servants, not family members, because servants need to support their own families." "Yes." Zoe nodded clearly and gave an approving response. Having transitioned from maid to a regional magistrate, this knowledge was obviously well ingrained in her. So, for someone like the first Prime Minister, the official salary can only support 1 or 2 maids. That's obviously not enough. To maintain the status of the first Prime Minister, the residents must have at least 20 servants. 20,000 lians? Following the train of thought, Zoe spoke the simple calculation out loud. For someone in a higher position like the first Prime Minister, things get busy. They can't handle every trivial task themselves. You and Evelyn must understand this better than anyone. "Yes. Rather than doing maid tasks, I want to spend that time working for my master and the people of the territory." After a long silence, Zoe said this reluctantly. Coming from someone with a maid background, it must have been difficult for her to admit that she couldn't handle housework herself. I gently patted Zoe on the shoulder, silently telling her it was okay. "If that's the case, money is needed for that. Now I want to be clear, embezzlement and bribery are unforgivable, and the law states so." "Then what will you do?" "There is only one answer. The direct approach. Direct approach? Raise the salary. That makes sense. I will increase the base salary. If necessary, I'll raise it to a level where you can live comfortably and even indulge. But, the penalties for bribery and embezzlement will be harsher than ever before." "Harsher than now?" Zoe asked cautiously. "Yes. You said earlier that accepting more than 10,000 lians was punishable by death." "That's right. I haven't accepted any bribes either, but I understand the going rates. Once someone starts taking bribes, it's rare for them to keep it under 10,000 lians." Zoe said this hesitantly. "That's exactly what I mean," I said firmly. Echoing Zoe's words, I continued. "I'll increase the official salary. You can live without hardship, even luxuriously if you want. If the salary is low, there might be some excuses, but if someone earns a good salary and still takes bribes or embezzles, that's unforgivable." "That's the logic. That's wonderful, Master. That makes perfect sense. It's the same as your earlier point, follow the proper steps." I smiled softly. "Yes, now there's one thing I want to ask you. This is something I haven't decided yet." "Yes." Zoe looked surprised. It seemed very unexpected that I would consult her on something I was uncertain about. "If the person themselves are caught, no leniency, that's fine. But what about their family? For example, your mother?" Zoe gasped. Her mother, someone I had once helped. "Your mother is a simple woman, but people with ill intent might see her as foolish and easy to manipulate." "Yes, what if she were persuaded somewhere you didn't know, told that what she was doing was for her daughter's sake?" "That would be—" Zoe was at a loss for words, her gaze darting nervously. I stopped and turned around, noticing sweat dripping from her face. Perhaps she was worried her mother might actually be involved, so I decided to reassure her first. Don't worry. I've already checked. Huh, your mother isn't involved in anything like that. That has been confirmed. When did you? That's incredible, Master. Not nearly as good as the late Emperor. I laughed heartily, brushing away the tension. Saying I wasn't nearly as good as the late Emperor wasn't modesty. Before calling Zoe here and discussing this, I had investigated her mother. She still lives with her mother and is known to cherish her deeply. So no matter how impenetrable the person is, actually, the more difficult they are to break, the more likely people around them will be targeted. I looked into it, and her mother isn't involved in anything like that. No embezzlement. There are many ways for a close relative of a high-ranking official to embezzle, and no bribe-taking at all. I've thoroughly checked these things, but I am well aware that compared to the intelligence network of the late Emperor, this is still lacking. Let's get back to the topic, because I've confirmed that I can talk to you about this with peace of mind. I'm simply asking you a hypothetical. Yes, if my mother were involved. Zoe thought for a moment, then met my eyes with a slightly somber but resolute expression. I would have to take responsibility. I see, I thought for a moment and summarized. Then let's legislate this properly. With that declaration, bribery and embezzlement, whether by the person themselves or their family, will be punishable by death. However, for the family members, the actual enforcement will be delayed until the public example has been set and understood. That is amazing, Master. I think that's perfect. I nodded slightly. It would definitely serve as a stronger deterrent than before. There might be new problems down the line, but we can adjust things as needed then. We can't start by fearing that. For now, I decided to try it this way, organizing the plan in my head to send it through legislation with my trusted aide Zoe. The next day, inside the office, I was sitting as usual with Ward standing across from me. What was a bit different from lately was that Zoe, dressed as a maid, was standing beside me as my aide. Ward's kept glancing back and forth between my face and the new face of Zoe, hesitating as if he had something difficult to say. Pull yourself together. Zoe suddenly raised her voice to scold him. Ward's was so surprised that a woman dressed as a maid would scold him so loudly that he flinched and hurriedly straightened his back. You are before the Governor's Excellency. Your report should be concise and clear. Why, yes. Completely intimidated, Ward's expression sharpened. I was impressed by Zoe. With just one sentence, she balanced the reason I called him here to treat me as the governor and the principle that one should be sharp in front of the governor. That was quite skillful. While I was impressed, Ward's began his report. We dispatched troops to the ranches across various regions to exterminate the monsters, but, well, he hesitated again, but this time when Zoe glared at him, he hurriedly continued. Most of them were driven back by monster hordes. Driven back? You mean they retreated? I asked Ward, slightly furrowing my brows. Yes, what does that mean? Weren't these the very people who originally managed the ranches in this land? That's correct, but all of them unanimously said the monsters have become formidable. I see, I nodded in understanding. What do you think it means, Master? Zoe asked with curiosity. I also felt a sense of realization. Zoe, you're not well versed in combat matters, right? My apologies. It's fine. It's understandable if it's outside your expertise. Even Oscar is decent at military strategy, but ranks below a squad leader on the front lines. I comforted Zoe and then got to the main point. The monsters were somewhat weakened when under control, but once released into the wild, they probably grew stronger. They are like beasts freed from chains, regaining their wild nature. I understand now. So, does that mean the current forces cannot handle them? After explaining to Zoe, I asked Wards again. Well, if we are prepared for sacrifices, that's enough. No, we can do it, just give the order. Ward suddenly became persistent. He swallowed the words that were difficult to say and with a changed expression implored me. He must have taken my words as being abandoned, and that was a situation he desperately wanted to avoid. That was understandable. Whether an emperor or a governor, from the perspective of someone at Ward's level, being abandoned by a higher authority must be terrifying. So he insisted, saying, if sacrifices are prepared for, it's possible. However, that was not what I wanted. Master does not favor pointless sacrifices. Zoe, who knows me well as my aide, cut him off sharply. Ward swallowed hard and slightly recoiled. Zoe continued, Master does not like actions that assume sacrifices from the start, only those that are a consequence. Ah, why yes? Wards, told off by Zoe, glanced at me as if questioning if that was really true. Ignoring that implicit inquiry, Zoe continued. Remember this from now on, she declared. You understood? Wards flinched for the second time today, straightened his spine again, and responded with such force that he aligned his heels. After Zoe's lecture settled down, I asked again, tell me the locations of the ranches where the troops were pushed back. Master, will you be going yourself? We can't expect troops for the time being, so I have no choice but to go. Understood. I heard that permission was granted to the civilian guild. Yeah, in that case, Ward's, was it? Why, yes. For the third time, Ward straightened his spine. Zoe gave him a sharp, almost glaring look. Hurry with that. While the governor's excellency can exterminate monsters without trouble, you can't have him keep troubling himself forever. Understood, Ward's responded as if saying, of course. Leaving aside the heroes etched in old war histories, a governor, the top person, should not keep going out to the front lines in peacetime. That's a given, and Ward seemed to understand it well after Zoe's words. After giving Ward's a few more orders to execute, I dismissed him. Then only Zoe and I were left inside the room. I asked her, "You were unusually strict. Was it necessary to go that far? This time I was appointed as your aide." In many cases, it's better for the top and the aide to each focus on the roles of the carrot and the stick. Of course, I wouldn't ask my master to take the role of the stick or be disliked, so I take that role. I see you've learned well. It's all thanks to your training, master. That's an old-fashioned way to say it. I smiled lightly. In recent decades, as the Empire's culture matured, or rather decayed, the word training has come to often refer to the sexual kind between men and women. This is especially common among the upper class with money and power. The most typical usage symbolizes the decadent culture, training sex slaves. However, the original meaning of training, at least in the early empire, referred to education that a superior gives to an inferior. And the inferior person often used the term to express gratitude. In other words, Zoe was using an extremely old-fashioned expression. It's thanks to your training simply meant, thank you for teaching me how. Considering she was formerly a maid, this was quite remarkable. I couldn't help but look at her face deeply and thoughtfully. What's wrong, master? Is there something on my face? No, I was just recalling old times. Old times, when you tried to leave my mansion over the Dasso incident. Ah, she remembered when I mentioned it and suddenly realized. That was when I was still a child. One day, Zoe came and asked me if she could quit being my maid. It was sudden, so I asked for details. She said her hometown had suffered a devastating flood and her family home was badly damaged. She urgently needed a large sum of money for her mother, and she thought that if she sold herself to a brothel, she could manage it. Normally, even that wouldn't be enough. But she had the title maid of the former Prince 13's residence, which had value. In a brothel, being a maid from Prince 13's residence attracted wealthy, curious clients willing to pay large sums. I stopped her. I persuaded her to stay and rescued the entire land of Dasso. I kept Zoe by my side and raised her, eventually letting her out like Evelyn and giving her an official position. And so here we are now. People are treasures. I looked at Zoe and said this. You never know when or how someone will grow or awaken. Even if they seem dull now, it may be due to an unfavorable environment or just late blooming. If you keep waiting, sometimes a flower will bloom. I think you are exactly that embodiment. That is, Zoe blushed, looking pleased, but returned my gaze straight. Master is amazing. Even looking over the whole country, no one else would invest so much time and expectation in a maid, let alone just one among many. Zoe praised me. I laughed softly. So don't be too much of a disliked person. Huh, Zoe was surprised. Her expression clearly asked, why is that? People are treasures. From now on, you have to be their symbol. But being too disliked is no good. Understood, Zoe bowed quietly. Her shoulders trembled slightly. For a moment, I wondered why, but I realized she might be overwhelmed with emotion and chose not to mention it. When she lifted her face, she had immediately regained her usual calm. By the way, master, what is it? About the monsters and the ranches. The civilian guild is unreliable and we can't keep troubling you. Wouldn't it be better to take swift and effective alternative measures? You're right. Then, but rest assured, excuse me, I've already made arrangements. When I said that, Zoe showed a mixture of surprise and admiration on her face. A few days later, inside the office, I was listening to a report from Zoe. I sat at my desk as usual, but Zoe was not beside me like when others were present. Instead, she was sitting across the table, facing me directly to give her report. She read the numbers smoothly. 3,237,001 lien in cash and roughly 10 million lien in other assets such as land and precious metals. I nodded while looking down at the materials in front of me. About 15 million in total. Yes, since these are the assets of those sentenced to death, they will be confiscated into the state treasury. Zoe was reporting on the assets of those sentenced to death for bribery and embezzlement. Imperial law states that anyone sentenced to over 20 years for bribery or embezzlement must have all their assets confiscated, movable property, real estate, and even personal property like slaves, into the national treasury. I had tasked Zoe with liquidating the assets of those condemned in this case, and now she reported the results. While digesting Zoe's report and the documents before me, I asked what was not written. So how many enriched themselves during the liquidation process? Zoe was momentarily surprised, but soon bowed lightly with eyes full of admiration. Master, that's amazing. Not whether there were offenders, but that you already knew there would be. This is a kind of opportunistic theft. We're talking about sums in the tens or hundreds of thousands, perhaps millions. If someone skimmed even 1% of the money passing through their hands, it would equal years or even a decade's worth of earnings. Thinking 1% won't be noticed is a normal mindset. Yes, everyone confessed to being possessed by a moment of madness. I thought so. I threw the report onto the desk. Zoe looked intently at me. Her expression seemed somewhat serious. What will you do? Zoe, what do you think about the saying, if you don't get caught, it's not a crime? It's sophistry and immoral. I think, even though the topic was about how to deal with those who committed new crimes, I suddenly brought up something completely different, which surprised Zoe. Unable to fully grasp my true intention, Zoe hesitantly answered the question in front of her first. I nodded slightly. That is correct. I agree, but with conditions. Conditions? What kind? If we add, if you get caught. Surrender as a stipulation afterward. I see. Zoe's expression changed as if she understood something. The confused look from before had completely disappeared. I smiled faintly and spoke in a businesslike tone. I hereby pronounce the punishment. Anyone who pocketed more than 100 lien will receive 20 lashes for every additional 500 lien. 10 more lashes will be added. 20 lashes, 10 lashes, master. With that, there's a high chance of death, Zoe asked with a face that seemed to say, is that really okay? I recalled the first time I ordered the whipping punishment. That was when I was about 12, encountering a servant of Gilbert in town. That servant was extremely arrogant and even said in a tone looking down on me because I was a child, "This behavior doesn't violate imperial law." He was right. He hadn't violated the imperial law punishing commoners. However, the empire has what is called family law, Chinese letter, also known as the imperial decree. It is used by princes and other royal family members to punish their servants. Gilbert, as the first prince's servant, was under the authority of Prince 13. That grossly disrespectful attitude toward Prince 13 was fully punishable under family law, so I caught that man and ordered him whipped according to family law. He reportedly died after about 10 lashes. People unfamiliar with this tend to imagine whipping as a light punishment, especially peasants, because they are accustomed to whipping oxen and horses to make them work daily. So peasants often think whipping is light. But judicial whipping is not light at all. First, the whip used is more than twice as thick and longer than those used for livestock. The thicker the whip, the heavier and more painful it is. The longer it is, the more it bends, increasing the pain. Moreover, the punishment lashes are struck on the human back, where flesh is thin. The pain is so severe that a weak person would die after 10 lashes, and even a very tough man would likely die after 20. This time, the punishment I ordered was 20 lashes for embezzling 100 lien. Since property settlements usually involve tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands, no one would stop at under 100 lien. Even if it was a momentary lapse, those who did it surely took much more in their pockets. And those were officials and clerks. 20 lashes for a clerk who isn't physically trained almost certainly means death. It's practically a death sentence. Zoe understood this well and asked, "Is that really okay? If you get caught, surrender." I said only that. Zoe was startled. Understood. That much punishment is enough. Put real estate, precious metals, slaves, and such on hold for now. First, make cash usable. This is the time for reconstruction. You can never have too much money. Understood. I gave various orders to Zoe. I detailed instructions to allocate the confiscated property from the executed corrupt officials toward disaster reconstruction. That's the broad outline. The details are up to your discretion. Understood. After finishing the instructions, I sent Zoe to carry them out. In the evening, while continuing paperwork, Zoe appeared again. She entered the room calmly, completely unflustered, bowed gently, and began speaking. "Sorry to disturb you. 2 people named Drake and Poinix have arrived. They're here, where are they?" "Show me." I smiled faintly, stood up straight, and followed Zoe out of the office. Zoe led the way through the hallway. She asked curiously, "Have they served you, master, for a long time?" "Why do you ask?" "Well, one of them said to me, 'You're dressed in a familiar way.'" "Oh," I chuckled lightly. "The first time I met them was when I was Prince 13. They're maids at the mansion, not female court attendants from the palace. The servants at a prince's mansion and palace servants of the emperor differ in appearance, but there are other differences as well. The biggest difference is that palace servants are basically called female court attendants, and, although at the bottom of the hierarchy, hold official posts. Zoe, as the head steward of Prince 13's residence, doesn't have an official post and thus wears a maid's outfit. They didn't know which she was, but saw the maid's uniform and said it looked familiar. That was back when you were still a maid at the mansion, right? Poinix approached me dressed like a beggar and tried to pitch some investment scheme. Such an impudent thing to do. To try to deceive master so presumptuous, there's no way that would succeed. That was a prior issue altogether. I smiled softly. What do you mean? Zoe, walking ahead, turned her face around with a puzzled expression. That guy was dirty, clothes ragged, and even carried a sour smell of sweat and such, but he made a critical mistake. What kind of mistake? His scalp was clean. Zoe made an icy face. Facing forward again, she nodded slightly as we walked. Yes, that is certainly a glaring oversight. A beggar's scalp would never be clean. That's right. So does that mean the two were born into pretty good families? Zoe said. Commoners often say nobles have clean hair as a way to tell them apart, but they don't realize that nobles also have clean scalps. Commoners look up to nobles and rarely get a chance to see their scalps. Nobles, in turn, don't pay any attention to commoners' scalps. Mostly neither knows much about the other, so when Zoe asked, I nodded clearly. Yes, both attended a private academy run by a man named Walter Miller. A private academy? Then it's understandable I wouldn't know. Zoe looked even more convinced. A private academy is, as the name implies, a private educational school. Usually run by local dignitaries or scholars outside official academia, enrolling requires considerable money, and those without connections are often turned away. So attending a private academy equals being born into a reasonably well-off family. With that kind of background, their understanding of beggars would necessarily be superficial. They might have played at begging for a day, but they wouldn't experience it continually. That naivety, master's ability to see it just from their scalps is amazing. After explaining the encounter with the men, we reached the reception room. Zoe opened the door and I entered. Both were dressed in armor, standing inside rather than sitting. As soon as they saw me, they knelt swiftly and bowed their heads. Cres Drake, Lion Poinix, we have come in response to the summons. Cres spoke first, Lion followed, then together they perfectly matched their voices in a well-practiced greeting, a testament to the length of their association. Good, relax, it's hard to talk standing up. Zoe? Yes, sir. Zoe acknowledged and motioned toward the outside of the reception room. Several maids promptly arrived and arranged tea and sweets on the table by the sofa set. After I sat down first, Cres and Lion both took seats opposite me. Sorry for calling you here so suddenly. No, we understand the situation. Being remembered by your Majesty in such a time is the greatest honor. I'm just the governor here now, Cres. For the time being, bear with it. Yes, my apologies, Your Excellency. Cres immediately stood, bent at a 90-degree angle and bowed deeply. Being serious, he was very proper in using Your Excellency after my title changed. On the other hand, Lion, who had appeared before me dressed as a beggar, well, I didn't expect you to call us over. Is it really that bad around here? Unlike Cres, Lion spoke in a frank tone while still showing respect, a subtle but advanced skill. Lion, Cres scolded Lion's tone, but Lion continued unabashedly. Come on, there are tons of people managing ranches all over. If you took the trouble to call us, who have been scattered about together, it must be serious. That's not the case. That tone is disrespectful to Your Excellency. All right, don't mind him, Cres, sit down. Yes, I told Cres not to mind, and he reluctantly sat. Thanks to everyone's support, we've reached chapter 200. Thank you very much. I will continue to work hard and keep writing. Cres and Lion, they have served me for several decades. At first, I had them engaged in the military, but after I ascended to the throne as emperor, I appointed each of them to manage ranches, separating them from the army. Both are men with military talent. Among those attending the private academy in Walter Miller, these two stood out with their overwhelming brilliance and talent. Right after they began serving me, they achieved numerous battle achievements in the military and quickly rose through the ranks. Their speed and magnitude of military accomplishments even surpassed Rice Cake, who is Henry's retainer and confidant, and now commands the Western Army as the general of the Western Front. That wouldn't have been a problem during my time as prince, but the issue arose when I ascended the throne after receiving abdication from Father. Father was still alive and retained power behind the scenes. Though it might not have been necessary to worry that much, out of a kind of restraint, I removed Cres and Lion from the military. Instead, I appointed them to ranches appropriate for warriors. Even there, the two demonstrated their abilities and perfectly managed the ranches. After Father passed away, I could have returned them to the military, but since they had shown such talent and presence, it became difficult to remove them, and here we are now. As you know, here in Enlil province, we were struck by a once-in-a-century earthquake, and most of the ranches collapsed or were damaged. Yes, that means the monsters escaped, right? That's right. The escaped monsters have become more troublesome and formidable than when they were being managed. In fact, when I fought them, I felt their strength had increased by about 30 to 50%. Well, in the end, they're beasts. If you set them loose in the wild, that's what you'd expect. Lion shrugged and said that. His words carried the weight of someone who had long faced monsters. Unfortunately, Larak's troops can't fully deal with this. We've proposed a guild system to civilians, but there's no telling when it will take shape. So that's why it's us? Yes, for immediate response, training newcomers, and reorganizing the troops. There's a mountain of work to do, but I thought only you two could handle it all. Leave it to us, Your Excellency. Cres stood up again, like he had swallowed a stick, his back straightened perfectly, and his gaze shot straight at me. Leave it to me, Cres Drake. I will clean up the filth neatly and show you. I see. But it's amazing, a civilian guild, huh? How did you come up with that? Unlike the overly serious Cres, Lion remained seated, maintaining his usual light-hearted tone. It's because of the earthquake. Because of the earthquake? Lion tilted his head greatly. Cres, standing, also wore a face like he was wondering what that meant, though not as much as Lion. As you know, the Empire is a nation of warriors. Everywhere there are those who train day and night aiming for the Knight Selection, the gateway to promotion. Right. So what about those people? The Knight Selection is a narrow gate. In some cases, one must put their entire life into their military strength. You two should know well that it's common for a whole family to support the talented member, investing in their advancement. Ah, yes, that's true. Lion said this, scratching his cheek with a wry smile. That's fine in peacetime, but people who only have military strength, extreme cases include those who have physical strength but are bad at simple manual work, tend to lean too much toward brute force. Ah, I'm starting to get it. Yeah, those guys are a nuisance in times like these. Lion said this, folding his arms and nodding in agreement. I wouldn't say they're a nuisance. I gave a wry smile. Lion's blunt way of putting things was hard not to chuckle at. Well, shouldn't we just leave them alone? Everyone's having a tough time now. We can just say, we can't take care of your mess too, and be done with it. The problem is that they have power. What do you mean, Your Excellency? They gain strength through training. And since they aim to become knights in the future, many already have a sense of privilege and some degree of pride. I'm talking about military strength and power. I paused briefly before continuing. In some cases, during this period, they'll be treated as nuisances. People will talk behind their backs, calling them useless good-for-nothings despite having strength. In times like these, many are frustrated and angry. Ah, that's a problem if high-pride people get called useless. Lion looked convinced, while Cres's expression stiffened. I nodded and went on. Exactly, leaving such people alone will cause a deterioration of public order. Since they have power when they get riled up, things become more troublesome, so I thought I'd create a place where they could be useful. Well, it's a way to let off steam. Oh, I see. Your Excellency, that's amazing. To have thought all the way through. After hearing everything, the two looked at me with respect, and Cres loudly praised me. That's what the civilian guild is for, and that's exactly why I summoned you. Us. Weren't our duties as public officials to maintain the ranches and nurture the next generation? Cres and Lion both expressed wonder simultaneously. They understood the ranch-related part but looked puzzled about how the civilian guild fit in. You two can create a narrative, I smiled softly. Although you're not knights, you were noticed by the current emperor through monster hunting and rose up. Huh. We weren't exactly noticed because of monster hunting. You said create, Your Excellency, Cres cut Lion off sharply. Ah, I see, so that's what you mean. Lion, chastised by Cres, instantly understood and nodded with a startled look. That's right. If you two perform well here, people will start to see the civilian monster guild as a gateway, especially since I am here on this land. Wow, you called us here with all that in mind? Understood. Then when we tell our stories, we'll tweak the details a bit. Cres, strict but not hard-headed, adjusted what he needed to do according to my intentions. Also, when the civilian guild starts up, there will be overlaps with our work in the field, so we should subtly hint at our presence. It might also be effective to promote one person straight away. Depending on their performance, what do you think, Your Excellency? Leave it to you. That's your domain. I laughed and told them I entrusted that matter to them. With the policy clear, Cres and Lion quickly exchanged ideas. As expected from those who attended Water Miller's private academy, their minds worked fast. The usually serious Cres was no exception, and even the carefree Lion showed remarkable sharpness. After exchanging ideas, I inserted one instruction. But if you promote someone, offer a salary about 1.5 times the usual. After saying this, I explained to them what I had told Zoe about salaries and the crime of embezzlement. We will pay more than before to public officials, and anyone who still commits embezzlement or accepts bribes will be severely punished. That's how it will be from now on. That sounds good, but... Is there something bothering you, Lion? Not bothering exactly, but won't that strain the treasury? In the short term, yes. So short term. Lion was about to say more but noticed an implication in my words. If we pay 1.5 times the usual salary, the Treasury's burden increases accordingly. But even if we pay 1.5 times, they become richer but not to the point of accumulating wealth. Well, that makes sense. Lion gave me a face that said, so what? The salaries paid to those people don't just disappear. Even public officials eat rice and wear clothes. If they don't accumulate wealth, their salaries end up flowing into the city. Lion still looked confused. As I was thinking about how to explain further, Cres said something. The Emperor means that the merchants will prosper. Oh, Cres said that, and Lion voiced his opinion. Ah, like if money goes to the brothels, the liquor shops make money too, kind of thing. The logic is the same. I smiled faintly. If you get money flowing at the source, though there really is no real source of money, and make them spend it, the entire downstream benefits. I see. Having money to spend and the willingness to spend it. That's all the ruler needs to manage. Wow, amazing, as expected of your excellency. At my final summary, Cres and Lion looked at me with impressed eyes. One day, I went into the city with Zoe. The purpose that day was to personally inspect the city undergoing reconstruction. No matter how good the instructions given on paper might seem, it's important to see with one's own eyes how things are actually being carried out on the ground and how that is affecting the people. Father used to energetically travel around incognito when he was young, so I try to follow his example by actively conducting inspections. Larac, the provincial capital, was regaining its vitality. The streets had been almost completely rebuilt, and the overall atmosphere was much livelier compared to when I first arrived. Amid all this, hey, seriously, don't mess with me. At the front of a certain shop, a customer and the shopkeeper were having a dispute. Master, yeah. Zoe and I moved a bit closer and watched the situation from a distance. It seemed to be a liquor store, not a tavern, but a shop selling various kinds of alcohol. A young labor-looking man was angrily complaining to the shop staff. The prices have gone up again. How many times has it been now? Sorry about that, but given the current times, if it goes up any more, I'm not buying any more. We apologize. The man grumbled but ended up buying some alcohol. And it wasn't just him. Most customers coming into that liquor store were saying things like prices went up again, or this is too expensive. Let's go. Why, yes. After witnessing this, I took Zoe and left the scene. Zoe followed as ordered but kept glancing back at the liquor store behind us, clearly concerned. Once we had put some distance between ourselves and the store, Zoe asked me, Master, I hope it's not too forward of me, but, I took a look at the products they were selling at that liquor store, and the prices have roughly doubled compared to before the earthquake. That seems to be the case, I nodded. I had a good grasp of the market prices for the main goods. Comparing them, I could clearly see that, as Zoe said, the prices had nearly doubled. Is that acceptable, letting merchants raise prices like that in times like this? I think that's sheer profiteering. I'll let them do as they please. Let them do as they please? Zoe tilted her head. Though she didn't say it aloud, her face clearly showed she thought that was uncharacteristic of her master. I understand what you mean. Without stopping, I said as I walked through the bustling streets with Zoe. You're wondering if it's okay to leave merchants who greedily profit in such times unrestrained. Yes, that's right. I've also heard that you resolved the rice riots as soon as you arrived in this land. You know well, I chuckled. It wasn't surprising that Zoe in her current state had that information firmly in mind. That case is different. I'll let them do as they please. I repeated the same words once more. Seeing that Zoe still looked unconvinced, I decided to explain as we walked. That's alcohol, not rice. Some people say they can't live without alcohol, but in the end, it's just a luxury item. If it's too expensive to buy, they just shouldn't drink it. A luxury item, that's true, Zoe nodded quietly. If my sense isn't off in times like this, a husband complaining about alcohol being too expensive would probably get scolded by his wife at home. Indeed, Zoe said so and then chuckled softly. She probably found the image of a husband drunkard being scolded by his wife amusing. Taking advantage of the moment, I continued the story. The staples around here are rice and salt. I've issued directives to the merchants not to mess with those two, but for everything else I turn a blind eye if they try to make profits. It's a long road ahead. I don't want to unnecessarily earn the merchants' hatred by forbidding everything. That much foresight, amazing, master. But when it comes to rice and salt, I won't show any mercy, Zoe. Why, yes, I stopped walking and called Zoe's name. She flinched slightly but immediately composed herself. She instantly sensed that something was up because my tone suddenly dropped. I glanced toward a nearby shop, and Zoe looked there too. It was a salt shop. Various kinds of salt were heaped up at the storefront, and customers were being sold salt by weight, a common type of store. Looking at that shop, I said to Zoe, investigate that store. That store. But master, the prices seem almost the same as before the earthquake. By a reasonable amount. Rather than explain in words, I decided to just order Zoe to do it. Understood. Though suspicious, Zoe obeyed my order and went to the shop to buy some salt. She was dressed as a maid, a truly seasoned maid. The shop staff didn't think anything strange and sold salt to her. Meanwhile, I entered a restaurant on the opposite side. "Shopkeeper, give me some water in a bowl." "Water? All right." He looked surprised that I came to a restaurant just to buy water, but when I paid first, he accepted the money, still puzzled, and returned with a bowl filled about 80% with water. I took it and placed it on the table. "Sorry for the wait." Zoe returned with the salt in a small cloth bag. She noticed the bowl of water, looked puzzled, but handed me the bag. I took it and opened the mouth of the bag. Pressing my index finger into the salt, I scooped a tiny amount and tasted it. Is there something suspicious? Taste it yourself." "Understood, excuse me." Zoe did the same, putting her finger into the salt and licking it. The next moment her expression became extremely complicated. "This is a strange flavor. It's salt, but somehow, what can I say?" Zoe looked puzzled. She was staring at the salt she had bought that I was now holding, wearing a face that said, "This is inexplicable." Something was off, but she couldn't find the right word to describe it. Having confirmed that something was indeed off, I decided to reveal the truth. "First, the color. The label says it's sun-dried salt, but it looks a bit strange for that. Now that you mention it, most likely," I said this and dumped the salt from the bag into the bowl of water. The whole bag of salt sank into the water as it dissolved, but the part that didn't dissolve I stirred with my index finger. "What are you doing?" "Look." As I stirred with my finger, the salt dissolved quickly, but after a while I offered the bowl to Zoe. She took it and leaned in to look closely. "Some salt remains. Wait, this is—" Zoe's eyes widened. There was something left that hadn't dissolved after stirring. It was clearly not salt. She put her hand in, picked up the residue from the water, and examined it closely. "It's sand or something mixed in, definitely an adulterant." "Adulterant?" Zoe turned around sharply. The salt store was still going about its business normally. The price list and salt prices at the storefront were clearly almost the same as before the earthquake. "Ah, I see. Even if the price remains the same, by mixing in impurities, they can still greedily profit. Something like this, amazing, master. I can't believe you noticed it." "Zoe?" "Yes, I'm entrusting this to you. Arrest them openly." "Understood. I'll prepare soldiers, water, and a glass container." "Good." I nodded and sat down at a seat in the restaurant. Zoe, having received the order, ran off, and I decided to watch how things would unfold. I raised my hand to call the shopkeeper. "Shopkeeper, prepare some suitable food for me. Anything warm will do." "Yes, sir." Since this was a proper order, the shopkeeper smiled professionally, accepted it, and went back into the kitchen. While waiting for the food, I kept my eyes on the opposite store. Business continued without any obvious incidents. Soon, the dish arrived and was placed before me. It was a noodle soup with plenty of meat and a fairly strong salty flavor. The freshly made dish steamed with a fragrant aroma. I sipped it as I waited. After eating about half, Zoe returned, leading a group of soldiers. They were fully armed and dressed as regular troops of Enlil province. Their presence was striking enough, but having a maid lead them drew even more attention from the crowd. As people whispered about what was going on under Zoe's command, "This store is sealed off. Detain everyone inside and confiscate all goods." "Yes, sir." The soldiers obeyed Zoe, the de facto deputy governor, and surrounded and sealed off the store. Customers were first forced out and kept away, turning into a ring of onlookers. The store workers desperately tried to explain, but no matter what they said, Zoe was in charge, and she acted on my direct orders, so no one listened. The store was shut down in an instant. "Oh, official, we are truly honest merchants. Bring it here." Zoe ignored their protests and ordered her subordinates unilaterally. By then, a large crowd had gathered, and to show them clearly, Zoe had her men bring a large transparent glass container. It looked like a big wash basin made of glass, transparent, and filled with clean water. When it appeared, the crowd buzzed with curiosity, whispering, "What's going on?" Naturally, the desperate merchants inside were bewildered. "Your Excellency," nodding silently to her subordinate, Zoe approached the storefront. As the head steward of Prince 13's residence and the de facto deputy governor, she was respectfully addressed as Your Excellency by the soldiers. Taking a measuring cup placed next to the pile of salt, Zoe scooped a full amount of salt. She then plunged it all at once into the water. "Do it," she ordered her subordinate. The subordinate brought a long stirring rod and stirred the large amount of salt submerged in the water. The salt dissolved quickly, but a large quantity of something remained. No matter how much they stirred, the residue showed no sign of dissolving. Zoe scooped up the insoluble matter with her hand. She held it out right in front of the store clerk's eyes. "If this were salt, it would dissolve." "What is this? That is?" The man, questioned by Zoe, looked around nervously and couldn't answer. "Can't you answer?" Zoe pressed further. The man tried to slip something into Zoe's hand. She shook it off. It was a bribe, a common one. Zoe had permission to accept some bribes since arriving here in Larek, but now was not the time for it. So she clearly refused it. Refusing the bribe only confused the merchants more. Meanwhile, one of the onlookers shouted out loud, "Adulterated, they really mixed something into the salt and sold it." A brief silence followed, then the crowd took a moment to understand. With the delay in understanding, the crowd's anger ignited. "Adulterated? So then the salt sold here isn't actually salt? I thought it was cheap, but they were cheating us like this." The crowd of onlookers erupted into a loud commotion. Among them, quite a few regularly bought salt here. Naturally, regardless of the quantity, it's virtually impossible not to consume any salt at all. No matter how good the meat or how fresh the vegetables are, without salt, the food just tastes awful and can't be eaten. After the recent earthquake, the governor issued a notice declaring that profiteering from salt and rice would not be tolerated, but normal price increases were allowed. After all, the earthquake damaged the roads, raising transportation costs. As long as it's not profiteering, it's considered legitimate business, so no complaints are made. Amid this store had been selling salt at the same price level as before. While prices around had risen somewhat, keeping the price down naturally attracted customers. At the same time, if they mixed something into the salt, customers would surely notice. This is indeed a tricky matter. Salt broadly divides into three types: sea salt, lake salt, and rock salt. Whichever type, producing completely pure, unadulterated salt is quite difficult. Strictly speaking, pure salt is costly to make, so it's typically sold to the wealthy. What circulates in the market and reaches the common people is salt containing impurities. Therefore, some degree of mixing is inevitable, or rather, normal from the perspective of commoners. However, everyone instinctively understands the difference. They know the natural impurities that come with salt and the deliberate, artificial adulteration are not the same. What Zoe exposed before everyone's eyes was exactly this. She dissolved the salt, and what remained was clearly an unnatural mixture. "You cheated us! You corrupt merchants!" The uproar exploded. One person threw a stone at the store staff. When one started, others followed suit. Stones and various objects were hurled at the store one after another. Without needing Zoe's command, the soldiers she brought stepped in to stop the crowd. Zoe, anticipating this, had brought a large number of troops in advance. While restraining the crowd, they handcuffed and chained the pale-faced store staff caught red-handed and escorted them away. Finally, Zoe glanced over at me, and I silently nodded. She led the soldiers and the arrested away. With this settled, I thought it was time to return, when suddenly, "Excuse me." A man approached and spoke. He was a well-dressed, middle-aged man with a calm demeanor. His well-groomed, impressive beard showed he probably made a good profit in business, I thought intuitively. "You must be the governor, Your Excellency." "And you are?" "I am Jamie Jacumi. My family has been engaged in commerce in this land for generations." "I see." I looked toward the seat opposite me. The man who called himself Jamie gave a slight bow and sat down. "So, does that store belong to you?" When I asked as he settled, he twitched for just a moment. My opening punch had landed well, but it was only momentary. Jamie quickly regained his composure, wore a calm expression, and asked me back, "Why do you say that?" "The timing of your appearance is too convenient. I've been in this city for quite some time. If your family has been merchants here for generations, you must have considerable influence. If you plan to approach me, you would have come sooner or perhaps at some specific timing." As expected. We exchanged looks for a moment, and Jamie appeared to raise a white flag quite readily. "But if you allow me to make a statement in my own defense for the sake of honor." "What is it?" "That store does not belong to us. In fact, it belongs to a faction we oppose." "I see, so the exact opposite then?" "Yes," Jamie said so, and I nodded. My guess was off, but not entirely misplaced. I had assumed someone on my side would approach at this timing, but it turned out to be the enemy. I think that sometimes guesses that are completely opposite from the actual situation are not necessarily wrong. That is, if the true situation is too perfect an opposite. Considering that Jamie said he was the enemy, I decided to hear him out again. "Why come to me at this timing?" "To declare our position, so to speak." My family, the Jacumi, have no intention of acting against Your Excellency's policies." "I wanted to say that first." "So that's why you were the only one who didn't send me a congratulatory gift on my appointment?" "Yes." Jamie took a brief breath, but unlike before, he didn't look frightened or surprised. "Since I assumed the role of governor here, many people had sent all kinds of gifts. Most were sent under the pretext of congratulations on your appointment. While it's one thing to accept such gifts as a prince, as a governor it risks bribery, so I had been returning everything sent to me. Among the merchants based in this land, especially in Larak. The Jacumi Merchant Association was the only one that hadn't sent a congratulatory gift, a fact I had noted from reports by words. I commend you for holding back and watching the situation. I am honored, and for trying to probe by the store's name. When I first said, I commend you, a faint look of pleasure crossed Jamie's face, but the moment he heard the next words, he widened his eyes as if about to burst a blood vessel. He looked at me speechlessly, astonished. You noticed. The method was the same used against the former deputy governor executed recently. A sword, was it? Jamie grimaced. The executed governor had accepted bribes totaling 300,000 lians and was hanged. He was originally famous for his integrity. Therefore, even soon after arriving here, he refused to accept any bribes and return them, much like I do now. One day, a request came for him, a knight by background, to give swordsmanship instruction. As someone who trains juniors as a knight, he gladly accepted. After the lesson, the client sent a reward about 5 times the usual amount. The governor hurriedly asked why and was told. The sword you personally used for instruction is displayed in our dojo as proof. That is, the value of the sword as evidence was added on top. While surprised, the governor understood it wasn't unheard of. For example, literati sometimes receive rewards for writing a dedication on a commemorative plaque when a building is completed. While this may appear to be a huge profit when converted to a price per character, it's about the value of receiving letters personally from a person of status and fame. It adds prestige and is not outright profiteering. If the Emperor of the Empire did this, some might even pay 100,000 lians per character. It's the same sort of thing. Personal sword instruction by a knight and deputy governor and the sword as proof. 5 times the usual reward is not excessive. But impressive that you knew that. It's a common tactic. I've seen many similar cases. Yes, well, but I was impressed by how well it was done once I saw the whole outcome. Apparently he paid about 2,000 times the usual price for 1 lesson and 1 sword. His connections with the predecessor were worth that much. Jamie said this with a serious face. In a way, he was right. If a bribe fatally indulged a person, that person would become very favorable to one's interests, so the cost of maintaining that is, in a sense, worth it. Ah, don't be discouraged. I smiled gently. Legally, bribery only applies to public officials. There is currently no law to prosecute merchants for bribery. I said it clearly. Noah Laret, former Prince 13 and now Emperor of the Empire, was known for strict enforcement of laws, common knowledge among those who knew him. For merchants whose lifeblood is information, it's not strange that they know this. If they didn't, they deserve to be condemned. Jamie Jacumi, who managed to hold back a congratulatory gift and concoct such an unusual bribe for his predecessor, is a capable man. He must know this. He showed up before me confident he wouldn't be punished for bribery, I thought. Though he might not worry about it, I said this to formally assure him. But soon, laws will be enacted to punish such crimes. Jamie stepped forward boldly. I was slightly impressed by his audacity. Imperial law's fundamental principle is non-retroactivity. I spoke earnestly. A faint trace of pride from my former post as Minister of Legal Affairs emerged. No law, no matter the offense, can be applied retroactively before it is enacted. This is absolute, and as long as I reign, there will be no exceptions. Jamie widened his eyes, took a deep breath, stood up straight, and bowed deeply. I deeply apologize for the recent troubles. I offer my heartfelt apologies. That bow was from genuine respect. Such behavior was entirely out of place for a city restaurant, and the nearby shopkeeper, glancing over, tilted his head in puzzlement. Sit down, no problem. Yes, I understand your intentions. If you have that prudence, I will not be your enemy. I am most grateful. Jamie bowed his head once again while seated. For a merchant, bribing officials ultimately serves one purpose: to smooth business. In that sense, my words, I will not be your enemy, are worth tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of lians to someone like Jamie. And the feeling is mutual. After a disaster, a major worry in reconstruction is wild price fluctuations. If those fluctuations arise naturally from supply and demand or simply costs, one might quietly accept it. If merchants exploit the situation to greedily increase prices, they will earn resentment from others, and the rulers who allow it, namely me, will also bear blame. If they have prudence. From everything so far, Jamie declared he would not behave like that while I am here. That relates to the fact that I am Emperor of the Empire. No matter how much I declare myself governor, I cannot fully separate myself from being emperor, and ultimately I will return to that position. Therefore, merchants cannot rely on bribery alone, but must find other ways to curry favor. If sending bribes is a high-risk, high-return approach, then following the emperor's wishes and not profiteering is no-risk, low-return. Jamie has taken numerous clues and is convinced that this is what I want and that he can win me over along this path. That said, Is there anything I can assist you with? Jamie asked. He seemed uneasy about doing nothing. I smiled softly. What do you deal in? Profit? Jamie smiled. If it yields profit, anything then? Impressive. I correctly understood Jamie's words, and he understood that I understood. Profit is not just the difference between purchase and sale prices. Responding to and pleasing me, who am both governor and emperor, is also profit for Jamie. In other words, anything I desire. That said, I don't have any urgent needs right now. I thought for a moment and began to pick out from the cases I handle as governor those that were just right. We are currently reclaiming new land. I am aware of that. The main crop is rice, but we are giving out extra land, so some farmers will want to grow other crops as side businesses. I want you to procure seeds. Understood. I will arrange to get them. Good. Next time, come directly to the governor's office yourself. Thank you, Your Majesty. Being able to meet and make transactions with me in person was the greatest achievement of the day. Jamie stood up happily and bowed again. Leaving Jamie behind, I exited the salt shop alone. One of the salt shops was calm now. The store was sealed off and the onlookers had dispersed. As I left the salt shop, I kept thinking about Jamie. My first impression was that he was a decent merchant. I wanted to learn more. I wanted information. I thought to ask Cindy, who is also a merchant. But seeds, huh? I murmured the word to myself, puzzled enough to stop in my tracks. That night in the office, while processing various reports, petitions, and instructions, Cindy, whom I had summoned, arrived. I apologize, Your Majesty. I returned as soon as I received the message, but Cindy immediately apologized for being late to the summons. When she looked up, her face showed considerable fatigue. Yet despite that, her expression was one of readiness for my summons. That's all right. You must be busy running around everywhere. Not at all. For Your Majesty, no, for Noah-sama, I am at your service anytime, anywhere. Don't be so formal. I have something to consult with you. I smiled gently, and Cindy tilted her head slightly, looking a bit puzzled. Consultation is usually between equals or among those engaged in the same work. In this case, between the governor and a merchant, it's unusual to have a consultation. Normally, orders are simply given. That's why Cindy hesitated a little. A consultation, you say? First, I want to confirm. How do merchants currently handle trading seed rice? Seed rice? Well, that's not very common, so I understand. Most farmers produce seed themselves. When they get seed externally, it's usually after a disaster. Yes, so in those cases, they typically go around to other farms and buy any surplus seed. Does that make a business? Cindy slowly shook her head. No, as Noah-sama said, most farmers produce and store their own seed. They also grow the seeds according to their own methods, so unless there's a disaster or something serious, they don't use seed from elsewhere. So there's no real market for it. I was just discussing this with Newf, the sorting of seeds using muddy water and such. Each farm has different ways, it seems. Ha, Cindy responded vaguely, still unsure what this was about. Do farmers profit during disasters? To some extent, but not enough to expect much. Often it's almost unpaid labor. I see, I nodded quietly. Having established the premise, I moved to the main point. Let me ask again, do you think a seed business could exist in normal times? Well, probably difficult, Cindy said reluctantly. While seeds are needed after disasters, even if such stores existed, in normal times I think everyone would prefer to produce their own seeds. I don't think there's much benefit. If there were benefits, what then? Benefits? Cindy looked confused. You know I'm working with Newf to grow a new variety of rice, right? Yes, it's revolutionary being able to harvest twice a year. Would the seed of that new rice be a benefit? Temporarily it might sell, but then everyone would just keep seeds themselves. Then what if new varieties were regularly introduced? Regularly introducing new varieties? Cindy repeated my words. There was a pause of several breaths. This was probably an unimaginable idea in Cindy's worldview, but as soon as she understood, her expression changed. Her eyes widened sharply, surprise passed quickly, and excitement appeared. Then? Yes. Basically, if a seed merchant continuously produces varieties with higher yield or pest resistance than farmers can on their own, farmers would buy from them. Farmers can't handle that themselves, but specialists can. Yes, that's amazing, Noah-sama. If the rice always yields better than farmers' own, it could be a business. Good, I nodded. Is that all? That's all. Assuming it can be a business, is there anything else from a merchant's perspective? Cindy thought seriously for about 10 seconds before answering. Various seeds could be sold. Even for the same crop, some varieties require less work but grow steadily, others require more work but offer higher returns. Depending on soil quality and irrigation, different seeds could be marketed. Good, I nodded again. There's another benefit for farmers. What is it? If farmers want good seeds with current methods, what do? They take good crops directly. Cindy suddenly realized. Right, naturally good seeds come from good crops. They wouldn't take seed from bad crops, and if a crop is good, farmers would want to harvest it at peak time for income. With seed merchants, they could always get the best seeds without worrying about any of that. There's one more. And another one? Surprised, Cindy looked as if wondering what else could be. Do you ever perform simple repetitive tasks? Simple tasks, yes, sometimes. Which is easier, doing the same thing over and over or mixing in some variation? The same thing repeatedly? That's exactly it. I smiled softly. Crops and seeds work the same way. Instead of each farmer leaving part of their field for seed, crop farmers harvest everything, and seed farmers, let's call them seed merchants, use all their crops for seed. It's easier for both and produces better results. Yes, I agree, that's amazing. Cindy was completely excited, her eyes sparkled. Her fatigue from when she entered had vanished entirely. I will provide the funds. I looked Cindy straight in the eye. First, collect good seeds and produce them in large quantities. Yes. Understood. After giving several other instructions, Cindy left. A few days later, in Larak, the provincial capital, Central Square, usually just a plaza, its setup changes depending on the occasion. That day, a scaffold for an execution was erected. Upon seeing this, the gathered crowd murmured, "Another beheading today? Just one person? Just get it over with?" The crowd's gaze focused on a young man tied up on the central stage. Unlike the previously executed, this man had a gag in his mouth and his limbs bound, but his face still showed life, and he struggled desperately. The executioner, the person responsible for carrying out the death sentence, looked up at the sky to check the time by the sun. "It's time. Any last words?" When the executioner said this, one of the assistants approached the prisoner and removed his gag. The freed prisoner pleaded desperately, Why only me? I didn't do that much. Everyone else got reprieves." "Why only me? It seems there's nothing else," the executioner said without listening, giving the order. Though the prisoner struggled, within seconds his head fell. The crowd erupted in cheers once again. Inside the office, I was receiving a report from Cres. At noon today, the execution of one death row inmate was carried out. How was the scene? Yes, it was lively as usual, but some reacted to the inmate's final words and questioned the suspended sentence. "I see," I nodded. In the past, suspended sentences for death ranged from over 10,000 to under 30,000 rian. Yes. This time, because the crime period was during the post-earthquake reconstruction, the sentence was increased by 1 grade and executed immediately. It's legal, though there's no need to explain that. After all, a suspended sentence legally only means it can be executed at any time. "I see. Suddenly, I noticed Cres's reaction. Since he started the report, his responses had been pretty much the same, and I wondered if something was wrong as I looked at his face. I saw that Cres had turned pale. "What's wrong?" "I am sorry. It's due to my ignorance." "Oh, this is about the new official you listed, right?" With Cres's words, I understood everything and why he looked so pale. The person executed today was one of the newly appointed officials filling the positions of the corrupt officials I executed en masse since becoming governor. Cres had listed him, and I had approved him as is. Within less than a month since his appointment, this man was found to have embezzled roughly 10,000 rian, subsequently imprisoned, condemned, and executed. Cres looked fearful, worried about his responsibility and my questioning. I calmly said, "This is the difficulty in dealing with corrupt officials." What do you mean?" Cres, with a pale face, tried to look down and avoid my gaze, but surprised, he suddenly looked up at me. "For example, suppose there's someone who amassed around 30,000 rian through bribery or embezzlement over 3 years. Now, did he increase his wealth by 10,000 rian each year?" Cres looked clearly confused. Knowing he couldn't really answer for various reasons, I continued without waiting for his answer. "The answer is no. Of course, it varies by person, but generally, once their assets have grown to a certain extent, the pace of bribery and embezzlement slows down." "Because they're satisfied?" "That's part of it, but some think I can take it any time. So it doesn't have to be now. I call this being full." "Full? After being full, they only take a little if they feel like it." "I see. Now, what happens if you remove the full ones and bring in the hungry ones?" "They start eating ravenously," Cres gasped, and I nodded. "Then they suddenly start gathering money in bulk. Naturally, if they try to receive large sums in a short period, it puts strain everywhere, sometimes even on the people." I turned to look out the window with a distant gaze. "It's natural to not tolerate corrupt officials, but if you remove the full ones, hungry people will come in." "That is, so this time the sentence was increased by 1 grade. Cres was startled. Only now did he realize that the answer to the people's doubts was being given. He was even more shocked. Now that you mention it, you did say something like that at the first execution." "Yes." I wondered if I had said it, but my thoughts hadn't changed since then, so I assumed I had. That's amazing. You already predicted it back then? Words Quars was increasingly impressed. So don't worry about it. Yes, well then, I thought, the bad example had been shown, next I must show a good one. I started thinking about how. A few days later, at night, late into the night just before the eastern sky began to lighten, while I was doing paperwork in the office, there came a knock on the door. Enter. Without looking up, I responded with just my voice, and a young maid entered. Sorry to bother you so late. What's the matter? A person claiming to be a family member has come. Since it's late at night, let them through. Why, yes. I cut off the maid's words. She hurriedly left. I resumed finishing the paperwork I was working on. In the midst of reconstruction, there was no shortage of work. I wanted to issue this order by morning, so I wrote carefully to avoid any misinterpretation. Just as I finished writing, the door was knocked again. A pair of man and woman were shown in by the maid. They entered side by side. People naturally emit different atmospheres depending on their relationships, and these two showed a married couple vibe that was obvious even to a third party. They both knelt to me simultaneously in a family courtesy manner. John, Mary, we have just arrived. I put down my pen and looked up. Like Zoe, who had arrived recently, John and Mary, probably having rushed from afar, showed clear signs of fatigue on their faces. I felt a bit sorry for having pushed those recently summoned this hard. I looked at the two who had served me for many years. Long ago, my eldest brother Gilbert had his subordinates run a black slave trade. As a black slave trader, the slaves were treated terribly. Unable to endure the cruelty, the enslaved children ran away. By chance, I encountered those children in the city, immediately condemned the black slave trader, rescued the children, and took them in. Two of those children are John and Mary before me now. After working a little as servants in my mansion, Mary married John when he became an official, and they left the mansion together. Because of this background, they knelt in the manner of household staff, not as vassals, but as family servants. Good to see you. Mary, you could have come later at a slower pace. While acknowledging their efforts, I said this. John, an official I formally ordered to come quickly, was understandable. Mary, who was just family, had no problem coming later at a leisurely pace. Yet Mary had come with John, showing obvious signs of fatigue from the forced march. I told her that too. John looked up from kneeling with a faint smile and glanced at his wife. Apparently, it was Mary's will. Mary looked up with a slightly resentful but undeniably happy smile and took over John's words. It's nothing like that. When I thought I could see my master, I couldn't sit still. I wanted to meet as soon as possible. So that's how it was on the way here. I see. I chuckled, stood up, and approached the two. Then I personally helped them up from their kneeling position. Being loyal, they might have stayed kneeling forever if I left them be. Besides, they had served me for a long time, so I felt I could do that much for them. Have you just arrived at Larak? Yes, I thought to just pass by the mansion and come in the morning just in case. John said this and glanced at Mary again. Mary smiled and continued. It seemed like Master was still working by the light. Oh, you can tell that? Yes, the servants were moving accordingly. Haha, I see indirectly. Reminds me of my old self. I laughed and patted Mary on the shoulder. Mary looked pleased. How's the marriage? Well, John looked hesitant and kept glancing at Mary's expression. This series of reactions hinted somewhat at the power dynamic in their relationship. What's wrong? Did something happen? Well, Master, listen, this person is making friends outside. Oh, I thought it sounded interesting. Feeling I might be grinning a bit, I looked at John. His face was bright red, head down, occasionally glancing at me with sideways eyes. Mary poked him again. He's still a novice singing courtesan manager, but while looking after her, it turned into something like that. And he's doing it behind my back. Oh, not bad, John. Well, John looked increasingly apologetic and shrugged his shoulders slightly. Now, thinking how to handle this story that even a dog wouldn't chew on, I was about to consider it when Mary's next words caught me a bit off guard. It's no good doing it behind my back. If you hide and sneak around, you can't take responsibility if something happens. A man who is Master's household member and has risen to a respectable position, not being able to take responsibility for even one singing courtesan makes Master look small. That's quite true, I nodded, somewhat surprised. To me, Mary's idea wasn't a radical one. In the past few decades, especially under the reign of the late emperor, my father, when the country stabilized, it became acceptable for men with certain status to officially take concubines rather than have illicit lovers outside. Having lovers outside was irresponsible. Properly welcoming them as consorts and taking responsibility was considered the mark of a capable man with some standing. The emperor's consort system is an evolved form of that. Principal consort, consorts, concubines, all accepted officially. If children were born, their status was elevated. Taking firm responsibility became the norm. That has been the trend among nobles and ministers and merchants who emulate them in recent decades. On the other hand, this expectation extends to nobles' households. Every behavior of household members reflects on their lord's reputation, and relationships with lovers are no exception. If a household member promoted to an official makes lovers outside without responsibility, the lord will be gossiped about for not teaching them properly. In that sense, Mary's argument is perfectly valid and quite common among nobles and their retainers. So please tell him from the master too, don't sneak around outside. Properly and openly take a consort or mistress. Ahaha, I can't beat you. Hearing that from Mary, I felt genuinely happy and laughed heartily, even looking up at the ceiling. I have many household members. Compared to other princes, I have many who have served me since the time I was Prince 13, and many more I promoted to official posts outside. There are also plenty still serving me as eunuchs or female court attendants. Among all of them, Mary alone boldly makes such requests to me. That amused me, so I decided to play along. So, John, why yes, your wife seems to have learned not only from Master but also from Master's principal consort. Ah, John was startled. Indeed, Mary's argument was almost the same as Audrey's. The principal wife of a nobleman is composed and generously accepts consorts. In that sense, if this goes on, Audrey will be able to discipline them properly, but I won't. That's how it might turn out. I teased John with a grin. Of course, it was just teasing, but logically that was the case. Come to think of it, it might be rare for me to make this kind of joke. But I liked the distance Mary kept, having grown properly from being a girl I rescued from the black slave trade. It was whimsical, but not a bad feeling. Meanwhile, the boy I rescued from slavery long ago hastily bowed his head. I'm sorry, I'll follow Master's example and do better. So that's the story? Thank you. When I prompted her, Mary bowed with a satisfied expression. Now, Mary, you may leave. Understood. With the cheerful conversation settled, and as if to say that from here on it was official business, Mary gave a gentle smile, made a final bow, and left the room. I thought to myself that the way she handled things in a straightforward manner like this was quite impressive. Mary left, and the door closed with a slam. I turned back to John, who remained. Sorry for calling you here all of a sudden. Not at all. It's the greatest honor to be of assistance to your Majesty. Honestly, I've been waiting for this day almost every day. To be honest, we're short on manpower. I slowly circled around the desk and returned to my seat. Sitting down, I looked up at John. We've ruthlessly cut down those who needed to be cut down, including additional cases. Right now, downstairs, people must be wondering what the Emperor really has in mind. Your Majesty is just incredible, John said cheerfully. Although his language wasn't what you'd expect from a man of considerable age and rank, someone who could now be considered a high official, I didn't mind it at all and ignored it. John continued. It's no wonder that the small fry can't grasp your true intentions. That might be fine under normal circumstances, but now we want to rebuild as soon as possible. I don't want to waste time making people guess what's in my heart. What should I do? John, clearly knowing this was the main point, asked directly. I hear you've been focusing on cultivating your own loyal followers. Yes, as I told your Majesty before, I've been imitating your Majesty. Then that makes it easy. You'll also work here in this land, but what will you do if someone comes to you with a bribe? I'll hit them with a broom and chase them away. John's phrasing was amusing, but also refreshing. If it were someone like Cres, he'd probably use strong words like outrageous or deserving of death. Among those who have served me for a long time, only John talks like this. In that sense, he and Mary were a similar pair. I smiled lightly at John and asked further, do you have anyone among your followers who can do similar things for your sake? Yes, probably a few. Probably isn't good enough, I said firmly, my face a bit more serious this time. If someone does it again, I'll have to cut them down without question, so it has to be someone who can definitely do it. Then 2, no, 3 people. If those 2 stoop to corruption, take my head. John became serious and hesitated for a moment before saying that. It seemed these 2 were the people he trusted and could hold accountable. Looking at John's expression and the seriousness in his eyes, I had a vague suspicion, but now I was certain that John's usual behavior was somewhat of a performance. Whether in front of me or elsewhere in his jurisdiction, he always acted as a somewhat worldly man. I knew roughly why, so I didn't bring it up. Then summon those 2, entrust them with the core of the reconstruction, the place where the money flows the most. Understood, I'll call them immediately, but one of the 2 still doesn't have much of an achievement record, so I'm not sure about such an important role. I'll promote them. Given the current situation, even if they're incompetent but have no greed, it's not a problem. That's amazing, Your Majesty, saying it so decisively. Understood, I'll summon both of them right away. Good, I nodded. John asked further, by the way, what should I do? You'll be in charge of rebuilding the waterworks. Waterworks? But the waterworks weren't that badly damaged. Ah. John started to speak, but suddenly realized something. I smiled faintly. Yes, the waterworks themselves aren't seriously damaged, but the interests surrounding it have become a major problem. I saw a lot on my way here to Larak Incognito. I see. So the reconstruction is about the people, not the equipment. Use a heavy hand. If you can secure manpower, feel free to cut down as many as needed. Understood. It seems that some officials affiliated with the prince still remain. John was watching my expression carefully. Like John, other princes have officials working as their retainers scattered throughout the country. In Enlil province, too, there are quite a few who haven't been involved in bribery or embezzlement and haven't been executed or dismissed. When John uses a heavy hand, he'll have to consider these people somehow. John asked what to do about that. You've done your research well, cut them down. I smiled faintly at John and stated the policy clearly. That's why I'm here, the emperor demoted to governor. I can use imperial law, imperial decrees, whatever it takes. Ah, I see. That's incredible, your majesty. John seemed inspired. Then do it. This oral order is effective immediately. Yes, leave it to me. John was enthusiastic and bowed deeply. The next afternoon, on the outskirts of Larak, I arrived alone and met with a carriage. It was a luxurious 4-horse carriage guarded by about 100 soldiers. A long-distance carriage with minimal decoration, guarded by 100 soldiers. Anyone who saw it would immediately know. Someone of extremely high rank must be inside. As the carriage approached to a reasonable distance, the soldiers guarding it all knelt down and the carriage stopped. While most people knelt, a single servant moved. He opened the door and placed a step. A noblewoman stepped down with elegant movements. Audrey, my main wife, the Empress, a woman envied by all others, she saw me and smiled warmly. She grasped the hem of her dress, but I raised my hand to stop her. We're in the outskirts, no need for unnecessary frills. Thank you. Audrey spoke in a calm, pleasant tone. While listening, I signaled the soldiers to stand. They rose and began to guard the area around Audrey and me. An ultra-strict security formation, underscoring that the Emperor and Empress must be protected at all costs. While being guarded like that, I smiled and asked Audrey, I was surprised to hear that you were coming. I'm sorry, there are 2 matters I wish to accomplish. Oh, I heard that the Empress Dowager will be making a tour. Ah, I thought a clearing the way might be necessary. There are some things only a woman like me can do. I nodded but was not convinced. Audrey was a wise woman. The Empress Dowager's tour is certainly important, and preparation and reconnaissance are necessary. But it's not something the Empress herself should do. Of course, I could rationalize it. The Empress Dowager and the Empress are like a mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. If the son's wife does something for her mother-in-law, it wouldn't be strange. In fact, if she wanted, she could even spin it into a heartwarming story. Still, it's not something the Empress should personally do. Audrey was smart and discerning. That she's pushing herself into the clearing the way for the Empress Dowager seemed unnatural to me. Shall we discuss the rest inside the carriage? Yes. Audrey smiled gently and got in behind me. We both sat inside and the door closed. With the horses neighing, the carriage began moving. The sound of hooves, soldiers' metal armor clinking, the wheels turning, surrounded by these various sounds of protection, Audrey smiled brightly and spoke. It's amazing, your majesty. So the second matter is the main one? Yes, Audrey smiled gracefully. I've uncovered something that may bring shame to the imperial family, and I believe only I know about it. Shame? Yes, I couldn't make a definitive judgment, and I was uneasy about sending someone else. Though smiling, the fact that the Empress herself is stepping into this matter tells me it's very serious. I tensed and gestured for Audrey to continue. There is someone connected to the imperial family here. Someone I don't know about? She is Lord Albert's daughter. What? I made a noise as if I were startled. It was the most shaken I'd been in years. Even I could tell how much this shook me. Albert, if Audrey adds the honorific Sama, when calling him, it must be that Albard. Albert Alaret, my elder brother, born as the second prince and crown prince for decades. An ambitious man who attempted a coup to force our then-emperor father to abdicate, but I anticipated it and stopped him. A coup, in other words, is rebellion, and under imperial law, the principal offender is punished by decapitation, and in some cases, extermination of the entire clan. Clan extermination means the entire family is massacred. This could include Albert's children, his wife, and even relatives by marriage. Such is the severity of the crime of rebellion under imperial law. Therefore, I devised a plan. Albert's rebellion was deemed a failed attempt, but he desisted at the last moment and committed suicide. So all the guilt fell on him alone, thus avoiding clan extermination. All of Albert's children should be in the imperial capital. Because of that incident, they are effectively under the surveillance of the imperial household ministry. Audrey nodded slightly at my words. With a preface of I understand, she answered my question. Apparently, after that incident, one of Prince Albert's concubines fled and gave birth to a son 6 months later. 6 months? Yes. If it were a girl, it would confirm the child was fathered by the man she was intimate with, and that's enough time to convince those around her. I see. I stroked my chin, thinking it over. Is it really Albert's child? No. I shook my head. It was no longer the time to be fixated on that. After all, the Empress herself took action. I changed the subject to ask Audrey, is it certain that Albert was involved with her? Yes, several eunuchs testified to that. We investigated, and there are records as well. I nodded. The Emperor and the Crown Prince, effectively a semi-emperor, had their sexual encounters officially recorded. If it happened secretly outside, that might be unknown, but since she was a concubine, the encounter would have taken place in Albert's mansion. Therefore, the records would be meticulously maintained. Her childbirth was 6 months after Prince Albert's death, a full-term delivery, not premature or overdue. I see, I nodded. The Crown Prince is considered a semi-emperor under the Empire system. At the time, I was Prince 13 by birth, meaning I was Albert's brother by blood, but as Crown Prince and Prince we were lord and vassal. This semi-emperor status applied in various ways. For example, many eunuchs were assigned to Albert's mansion, taking care of his primary wife and concubines. Assigning eunuchs, who are castrated and thus infertile, is a strong measure to prevent illicit affairs and preserve the purity of the royal bloodline. Since such a drastic action was taken, other strict measures were similarly enforced. Multiple eunuchs' testimonies mean it's almost certain the woman who stayed at Albert's mansion was only with Albert. And if the childbirth was a normal delivery 6 months after Albert's death, the child must be Albert's. Of course, this is circumstantial evidence. No, that Albert, I slowly extended my hand, manifesting Leviathan. A sword with a form generally perceived as ominous appeared before Audrey and me. Leviathan, formerly Leviathan. The water demon sword for which Albert sacrificed 120 people to retrieve. That single episode reveals a part of Albert's character. Albert would have known about the pregnancy while alive. Being Albert, he surely investigated. If the woman survived, it means Albert had certainty despite his suspicious nature. I see. Though circumstantial, it's not uncommon for a person's character to equate to solid evidence. Albert's case is one such example. Albert cared nothing for the lives of his subordinates and was intensely obsessed with the imperial throne. Naturally, he would never tolerate his children, whom he expected to succeed to the throne, having the blood of an illegitimate man mixed in. If he discovered the woman he impregnated had relations with another man, or even suspected it, Albert would have mercilessly killed her. Having known Albert's character firsthand through Audrey, I was convinced the child was Albert's. Is the child in Enlil province? Yes, Audrey nodded and began to speak. What I heard from her was a story that could become an even greater shame than expected. The woman who bore Albert's child passed away within a few years. Apparently, her death was brought on by the stress of worrying about her child's safety until the very end. It's understandable. Although I had devised the plan to cover it up, Father, the Emperor, and those around him knew the truth. In other words, Albert's rebellion was stopped before execution, but in reality, it was like knocking an arrow and aiming it at the target. If he had only placed the arrow on the string, it might be considered a failed attempt, but once the string is drawn, well, it's hard not to see it as rebellion. Albert's actions on that day became an open secret among the royal family and ministers, but I insisted. If the arrow was not yet released, it was a failed attempt. That was not incorrect, and it showed considerable leniency, but it was logically sound. Therefore, I faced no repercussions. Father and the other ministers, those at the core of the empire, knew me well. I am strict with the law, but not without compassion. Before Albert, our eldest brother Gilbert attempted to assassinate Father. That was carried out with no excuse. Still, as Minister of Legal Affairs, I petitioned for suspension of execution for decapitation. Execution by decapitation was unavoidable, but a lifetime suspension could be granted. With such a suspension, the Emperor could order execution whenever he wished. In other words, the execution could be indefinitely postponed. Even for unforgivable crimes, Father hesitated to kill his own son, so I applied the law's broadest interpretation. There was precedent for this and many others. Therefore, when I applied this interpretation, no one was surprised or protested. Albert's confidants agreed with my judgment. Since Albert died, only his confidants could testify. They unanimously testified that Albert regretted and took his own life at the last moment. And since the rebel soldiers had barely moved, my judgment as Minister of Legal Affairs was justified. Moreover, my approach was supported on humanitarian grounds. If Albert were judged guilty of rebellion, clan extermination was unavoidable. But if it was a failed attempt, his children could be saved. In clan extermination, relatives by marriage could also be punished, but many ministers were connected to Albert by marriage as the crown prince. Those people were grateful. Above all, the supreme authority, the emperor and father, said nothing. Though an open secret, no one complained. That should have been the end of the matter. But that was the perspective of the royal family and ministers, the upper echelons. The woman who bore Albert's child was sent away from the capital, exiled to the provinces, to a place where the central power's intentions could not be grasped. It was natural for her to fear that her family's settling of accounts might unearth the crime and ensnare them. In fact, Audrey said that the concubine lived in constant fear, which likely shortened her lifespan. After the woman died, her young child, Albert's legitimate son, my nephew, did not grow up properly. He started associating with local hoodlums and followed their path. He married as an adult and had a daughter, but did not work properly and was repeatedly imprisoned for assault and fraud. Then came this earthquake disaster. The man's wife died in the earthquake, leaving him living with his daughter. Recently, that daughter, my grandniece, confided in a nearby neighbor, the eunuch I mentioned earlier. Apparently, they came to this land together. According to her, her father has been acting strangely lately. His gaze has become lecherous, and he's been frequently visiting brothels. She cried, saying she feared what might happen to her. Upon hearing this, the eunuch desperately tried to trace old connections and arranged for the royal family to intervene. And so I heard all of that from Audrey. From the middle of the story onward, I clearly started feeling sick. Regarding the man, my nephew, I felt sorry for him at first. I could sympathize up to the point where he had fallen to becoming a thug and a hoodlum. Although my sympathy waned somewhat due to his multiple imprisonments for assault and other crimes. Having seen many people who, as the Minister of Legal Affairs, have fallen into crime, I could understand that pattern logically. It's not uncommon for people to be forced into a life of downfall due to the families they were born into, so I couldn't entirely withhold my sympathy. However, the recent matters, trying to sell his own daughter to a brothel, and worse, behaving as if he was deliberately aiming for that, there was absolutely no room left for sympathy. That child is the cousin of Sem. Your Majesty Noah Alarit treated Albert in that manner, so by logic, that male-line child is still a member of the royal family. That royal family member, the de facto crown prince Sem's cousin? Audrey stopped speaking there, not continuing. Even without her saying it, I understood. If the de facto crown prince's cousin were to be involved with his own daughter, that would be a disgrace. The empire prohibits marriage with direct descendants. Naturally, the prohibition also extends to sexual relations. While in the past, marriages with a younger sister occurred to preserve bloodlines, those were collateral siblings and thus permitted. But direct descendants are forbidden. Relations with one's own daughter are unthinkable both legally under imperial law and ethically. If such a fear were to become a reality and be exposed, it would literally be the empire's, the royal family's shame. Thank you for letting me know. While organizing the sequence of events in my mind, I expressed my appreciation to Audrey. You are most kind. Furthermore, since this concerns a delicate internal matter, it is right that you have come to report. Yes, that's true. Rather, it should be resolved as an internal matter. What will you do? I paused to think a moment. I want a little more information, but more than that, I want to know what kind of person Albert's son truly is. It's not a direct personality assessment, but, Audrey said as she took out a folded piece of paper and handed it to me. I took it, unfolded it, and looked inside. It was a record of the man's imprisonments, his criminal history. Looks like he's involved in quite a lot, I said half in disbelief. The various records noted there left me no choice but to be stunned. Judging by this, if you count those not recorded through imprisonment or exposure, it would be even more. Is that how it is? Yes. From what I see here, aside from murder, he seems to have done just about everything else. I see. Should we investigate those? If we judge him based on unjust accusations, it would tarnish your Majesty Noah's name. You care that much? You are a good wife. I am humbled. Audrey blushed slightly and looked down modestly when praised. She always strives to be a virtuous empress, suppressing showing any emotions such as joy, anger, sadness, or happiness. This was her fullest display of emotion. The empress is said to hold power second only to the emperor. It's only a formal system. Most men are weak before women they love. They tend to grant every wish and whim of the woman they adore. Considering that, the empress sometimes wields power exceeding even the emperor's. Of course, those who seek to curry favor find it easier to approach the woman's side, the empress's side, and can expect results surpassing their desires. Hence, there is no shortage of people attempting to ingratiate themselves with the empress or the current favorite concubine. To ingratiate themselves, one must grasp the likes and dislikes of the target meticulously. Because of that, many matters are influenced by the empress's or favorite's emotions. That's not a problem per se. But Audrey is utterly self-centered on me. taking me, the emperor of the empire, as the core. She has acted so as not to let anything she does cause Noah or Laret to become foolish. As a result, she shows little vulnerability and rarely displays her emotions, considering that this reaction is quite expressive. When I praise you, you don't need to hold back your emotions. I'm no statue carved from a tree. When I do something for my wife, I want her to show genuine happiness. That makes it worthwhile. Yes, Audrey brightened her expression one step more, clearly pleased. I swallowed the words I was about to say. I wanted to tell her, you'd be less likely to attract trouble if you showed your greatest joy when praised by me. But that would be inappropriate at this moment, so I held back. You're amazing, Your Majesty, Noah. I don't know what you mean. Audrey, as always smart, seemed to understand what I meant and said that. I feigned ignorance and steered the conversation back. There's no need to look for new crimes. Then, this man, I waved the paper I had been given to show him. There is a fitting way to deal with him. On the outskirts of Larak, the provincial capital, in a shabby alley. Where a carriage couldn't pass, I disembarked from the carriage and walked forward. The atmosphere was bad, so I left Audrey in the carriage. A soldier accompanied me and guided me to a building. This is the place. Understood, wait here. Yes, sir. Leaving the soldier there, I knocked. It was a poorly fitted door that creaked even with a light knock. I knocked once, no response. Twice, thrice, then finally a reply from inside. The door was roughly thrown open, revealing a disheveled-haired man. What do you want? I told you before I ain't got no money, right? The man looked at me, and realizing I wasn't who he expected, his words trailed off and he stiffened slightly. Who are you? He eyeballed me as if appraising. I was dressed suitably for a governor. This one outfit alone would likely buy this shabby house several times over. With such a man arriving dressed like this, it was no wonder the man was surprised and bewildered. You're genuine Albertson, right? Yes, but who are you? Noah Laret. Noah. Laret, stand aside. I passed the man and entered inside. He looked even more shocked, alternating gazes between me and the soldier waiting outside. For some commoners, a soldier's uniform represents power more than noble attire. This man, genuine Albertson, Albert's son, seemed to be that type. Seeing the soldier reassured or convinced him of something, and his expression changed. Inside the room, bottles, trash, and furniture were scattered, mixing a rancid smell with alcohol scent, causing my brow to furrow involuntarily. There was a dining table, so I pulled out a chair and sat. Genuine nervously closed the door and came before me. Well, do you know who I am? Yes. You are His Majesty, right? Genuine flattered himself shamelessly, but his language betrayed his lack of education and experience, causing me to frown more deeply. I gazed at Genuine. Slightly no, clearly, the resemblance to Albert was there. Albert was the crown prince and my second older brother. He died when I was 12, so our time together was not long, but memories of Albert remain vivid. I could distinctly see Albert's features in Genuine. What about yourself? I asked. Yes, of course. I've heard everything from my mother, yes. Genuine answered with a fully ingratiating face, rubbing his hands nervously. I see. I hear you have a daughter? Yes. Understood. I'll bring her to His Majesty at once. After a brief stunned moment, he spoke with a face that said, I get it. I anticipated what would follow. Prince 13, Minister of Legal Affairs, and the Emperor. Having endured countless flattery and obsequiousness as Noah, I could guess Genuine's would be the most vulgar and unbearable. He misunderstood my wishes and tried to offer his daughter to me, but I did not come to hear such a thing, so I cut him off. That is a promise with Albert, I said sharply. The bloodline confirmation will be done. My failure to acknowledge your existence was my mistake. No, it can't be helped, yes, sir. A promise is a promise. From now on, your status as a royal family member is guaranteed until your death. Really? Leaning forward, Genuine's eyes sparkled. The strong breath reeking of alcohol hit me. Looking closely, his grin revealed fewer than 10 teeth left in his mouth, a perfect reflection of his life's misery. There's a carriage waiting outside. Leave for the capital immediately. The arrangements have been made. Thank you so much, Genuine bowed repeatedly. When I told him to hurry, he headed straight for the door. At that moment, a voice came from beyond the door. What is it? Did Dad do something again? Genuine opened the door with a foolish grin to reveal a raggedly dressed girl questioning the soldier. Dad, why are soldiers here? Did you scam someone out of their money again? Hey, what are you saying? I'm about to, never mind, come here. Kaya, Genuine grabbed the girl by the scruff of her neck and dragged her inside. He paid no mind as she almost lost her balance and nearly fell, pushing her toward me. Here, greet His Majesty. My father's. The words, what is this? Were on the tip of her tongue, but she swallowed them, unsure how to respond. I asked Genuine, is this your daughter? Yes, that shameless girl would never betray me. She's definitely my daughter. What's her name? Her name is Canaan. What are you doing? Properly greet His Majesty. Genuine scolded his daughter. The girl introduced as Kanan looked even more confused. His Majesty, that's just Dad's nonsense. Huh, huh. Kanan's confusion reached its peak. Apparently, Genuine boasted to his daughter about his royal bloodline, and she thought it was a lie. Genuine's story is typical, and Kanan's reaction is perfectly understandable. Genuine. Yes, this is enough here. Go to the capital in the carriage. Your daughter will stay. Understood, and don't be rude to her. After instructing his daughter, Genuine left the house with a skip in his step. The soldier who had already received orders bowed deeply to Genuine, then escorted him to the main street. Feeling empowered, Genuine acted arrogantly, and Kanan's eyes widened further seeing the soldier kowtowing to that father. Excuse me, who are you? Well, in terms of blood relation, I'm your father's uncle, meaning to you I'm your great-uncle. Oh, uncle? Yes. I didn't know someone like that existed, but you look so young. There's only about 10 years difference between your father and me. Your grandfather was the second son, and I am the 13th son. What is it? The second son, the 13th son? Could it be that what my father said was true? I don't know what Genuine said. For now, I said that and repeated myself. Your grandfather was the former Crown Prince Albert Alarit, and I am the former Prince 13, now the Emperor. Kanan swallowed hard. Her expression asked silently, could what my father said really be true? Really? Take all the time you need to come to terms with it. What is it? What will happen to my father? My father left with the impression that he's going to start living luxuriously, but that can't be right, can it? Kanan looked at me cautiously as she asked. I stared at her, observing her face and the intelligence behind her eyes. I want to say something. You're sharp. I mean you're smart. Then what about my father? Kanan leaned forward, her expression tense. Even with everything, he is still her father, so she worried. Don't worry, it's not like they're going to take his life or anything like that. Then, to put it bluntly, Genuine is a disgrace as he is. Kanan fell silent. She surely understood more than anyone that Genuine being a disgrace is obvious, since she's been close to him all along. That's why she had nothing to retort. On the other hand, I took responsibility for him as his father, your grandfather. I promised to look after the children without killing them. Then, a disgrace, yes, but I cannot kill him, so we're confining him to the mansion under house arrest. He'll live with no shortage of food, clothing, or shelter until he dies. It's a measure that balances duty to the deceased and reality. House arrest, I see. Kanan visibly relaxed. Even if it's house arrest, her father's life will be spared, and she seemed relieved by that. Now, as for you, why yes, Kanan flinched, her back straightened and her shoulders tensed. I smiled softly. Don't worry, it's not a bad thing. Yes, I can't just leave you as you are. It's not directly about you, but it's impossible to protect only the children and abandon the grandchildren. You mean, you haven't committed any particular wrongdoing, so this is about family ties and affection. Kanan's expression softened a little. She hadn't thought of it that way, but the logic was easy to understand and she accepted it quickly. That said, Genuine is who he is, and if he has a daughter, things can get complicated. Kanan flinched again. It felt like she was led up only to be let down. Don't get defensive, it's not a punishment. I repeated similar words. Her defensive reaction gave me a glimpse into the parent-child relationship between Kanan and Genuine. Then, I'm going to make you my adopted daughter. It was such an unimaginable statement that Kanan completely froze like a stone. That night, inside the governor's mansion, in the living room on the sofa, I faced Audrey. After hearing the whole story, Audrey looked at me with a dreamy expression. As expected, it's amazing. Especially the way you're handling the two of them, Kanan in particular. I nodded distinctly. First, the face of the man who resembled Albert Alarit appeared in my mind. I saw his face. Without any circumstantial evidence, that resemblance alone was enough to tell he was Albert's son. Yes, Albert's child, a member of the royal family. But even so, a prodigal son. If a third or fourth son of a noble family is living a life of debauchery and about to commit a crime, what would the head of the family do? Bring him back, confine him inside the house, and never let him out. Audrey said firmly in a tone that was almost frighteningly flat. Yes, it's common for family heads to bring back wayward sons and lock them up so they don't trouble others. There's no law against that. In fact, the imperial decree explicitly allows the royal family to confine those who show no sign of remorse. Amazing, no Asama. Things happen in 2 stages. First, recognize him and send him back to the imperial capital, then confine him in a respectable mansion. I'll handle that. It's a trivial task but related to dignity. Eventually, Dustin will gladly and skillfully take over. Yes. At first, I intended to have someone else take Kanan in. Cairo already mostly handed over his household, so taking in a daughter wouldn't be a problem. That's what I thought, but I implied I had changed my mind. Audrey looked surprised for a moment but quickly composed herself and asked seriously, "Could it be she was a treasure? She looked like a raw gem," I stated clearly. Genuine's face vanished from my mind, replaced by Canaan's. Her reaction when she heard the story and my deductions. She was far too intelligent to be Genuine's child. Though she has no knowledge or etiquette yet, I can sense her natural intelligence. "I see. Then how do you plan to treat her?" "First, I'll have her study. If she's suited for politics, I'll take her in. If not, I'll entrust her to you." "To me?" Audrey was a bit surprised and tilted her head. "That's part of my promise to you. Promise to increase the number of princesses." Ah, Audrey's expression suddenly brightened. Not long ago, she had asked me directly to increase the number of princesses. Audrey is the Empress Dowager, the mistress of the entire harem. She was concerned. Imperial princesses are important for politics and diplomacy, often married off to other countries to maintain relations. Sometimes they marry into vassal families to strengthen alliances. In any case, imperial princesses are vital for political marriages, so they must receive appropriate education. They must be taught the proper mindset as princesses and also acquire suitable knowledge and culture. Education must be continuous. If no one teaches them, their knowledge and skills will eventually fade. As mistress of the harem, Audrey worried about this and asked me to have more children to increase the number of princesses. She suddenly remembered that request. "You remembered that? To repay you, how could I forget?" "Thank you," Audrey smiled happily, blushing shyly. "It's difficult to have children immediately, so I was thinking of an alternative." "That's the adopted daughter?" "Yes. It's not uncommon to adopt from collateral branches of the royal family. Not only in Miles, but throughout history, it's rare to find a dynasty that hasn't done it." "You're absolutely right. Did it happen in Newf?" I shifted the topic a bit. Audrey looked surprised, as if wondering why I brought up Newf. "No, only talked about it. That child will also be adopted by us. Rice and seeds both will be major enterprises. It'd be better if she holds the status of an imperial princess." "You've thought that far? Amazing." As usual, or even more than usual, Audrey nodded with complete admiration for me. "Henry, Oscar, are you there?" "Henry, pardon my intrusion." "Oscar, here. The reason I made time today is nothing other than to talk about Albert's child and his daughter. We have decided on Albert's child here and sent him back to the capital. As for his daughter, we will keep her here for a while. Your intention is to execute Albert's child? There's a promise with Albert, though it was just a verbal agreement. I said I would look after his family." "You intend to restore his status?" "Yes, do that. And entrust him to Dustin. Make sure he doesn't do anything unnecessary until he lives out his natural life." "As you wish. That seems to be the most suitable choice. Even if we entrust him to Dustin, it would be better to show it clearly to those around. In that case, I will give him a princely title and a character. Prince Mitsu, Mitsu as in secret, impressive, amazing like a sealed secret. If we go that far, people will surely understand. That's all. Any questions?" "None, none." "Then that's settled. Thank you for your efforts." Inside the governor's official residence, in what looked like a large conference room. I sat in a chair close to the throne, without a table. In front of me was a huge board that looked like a wall, and one of the officials was writing the last characters on it. Each character was about the size of an adult man's fist, making the text clearly readable even from afar. I gazed at it and nodded. Near the end of the board was written, "Minister of War, none Minister of Internal Affairs." "None, Your Majesty." "Then that concludes. Thank you." All the previous dialogue was recorded there as well, with each line headed by the speaker's name. Next to it were nearly 10 people operating and deciphering the Humbaba threads. All of them had large beads of sweat on their foreheads, looking utterly exhausted. "This is amazing, Master," Zoe, standing just behind me to my side, said excitedly. "To be able to conduct almost instantaneous communication and hold a meeting like this." "Indeed." I nodded, satisfied with the board, which was the result of an idea I had on the spot. "Until now, we've used the Humbaba threads like letters, but I thought if we transcribed them as they come in, we could increase immediacy." What I had them do was an extension of what we'd done before. First, Henry, Oscar, and I arranged a time and waited at our respective locations. Then we spoke, sending our words on the spot using the Humbaba threads, that is, instantaneous communication. Instead of sending each message as a letter, we transcribed them in a list on a huge board. With many people assigned as senders, decoders, and transcribers, we created a method allowing us to exchange one word in about 30 seconds. Though this required more money and manpower than regular telecommunication, the immediacy made it worthwhile. Yes, I also use telecommunication, but I never thought of this. That's a thought anyone could have. A while ago I heard from Newf that children who aren't wealthy practice calligraphy in sand. Ah, yes. Then I recalled the sandbox map. It's used to rewrite battle situations instantly. By combining telecommunication and the sandbox map, I thought we could communicate instantly like this. Certainly, when we actually tried it, one word took about 30 seconds, and the fact that previous messages remained visible surprisingly helped. Exactly. This is the first time, but how is it? Zoe looked toward the group handling the telecommunication. An official supervising the operators stepped forward, bowed deeply, and answered. Considering the inexperience, I believe we can ultimately reduce it to 10 seconds per word. Of course, this assumes the best skills and training among those serving the governor and ministers of state. That's sufficient, 10 seconds per word. Considering the express messenger can take several days and risks death, this speed is more than acceptable. No, practically we might be able to reduce it further. Excuse me? The man looked confused. As the supervisor and expert, he judged 10 seconds as the limit and reported that, so he was puzzled when I said it could be shortened more. I had demoted myself to governor and ordered to be treated as such while I was here in Enlil. That had been accepted, but I was still emperor. An emperor's order was absolute, and officials on site could not argue. The man looked worried as sweat dripped down his forehead. 10 seconds includes the time from receiving to finishing writing, right? Correct. Then we can insert one person to loudly read out the messages, splitting the preliminary report and the confirmed report. Even if the preliminary report has slight errors, hearing it first effectively speeds up the reception of what is written. Ah, amazing, Your Excellency. That would bring preliminary reports down to 5 seconds. Indeed, I nodded clearly. And I thought that might be the real limit. By the way, when I asked what would happen if Humbaba took over this method completely, I was answered in a pleasant, smooth female voice. It wouldn't take even 1 second. In other words, 5 seconds is the human limit, but the system's limit is a bit further ahead. However, 5 seconds is fast enough, and faster is probably unnecessary in practice. Later, send Oscar for regular telecommunication and allocate a new budget for telecommunication personnel training. Understood. No, at this point, we should do this more seriously. When we return to the capital, I want to discuss establishing a telecommunication ministry, so consult each minister of state in advance. Understood. This system heavily depends on individual skill. Teams that can go under 30 seconds per word get double salary, and those under 10 seconds get 10 times. You all must work hard. Yes. The supervisor gasped, and during the moment everyone understood and stood up, kneeling before me. What's the matter, master? Zoe asked, puzzled by my sudden silence after issuing the orders. I silently raised my hand toward Zoe, stopping her words. While doing so, I gathered the thoughts forming in my mind. In the town of Larak, in front of a building bearing Cindy's crest, I had brought Zoe here. Zoe opened the door and let me enter first. Sorry, we're not open yet. Your Excellency, Governor. Inside the store, several people were bustling about, and one of them began to speak but stopped when Cindy, who was in the back, noticed me. At the sound of Governor, Cindy said, everyone around was surprised and froze. Are you busy? No, please come this way. Cindy led me to the back reception room. Zoe followed. Once inside, I could hear whispers from the others behind us. Hey, that person, is it the real one? You can tell by Cindy's reaction. Cindy's subordinates were murmuring. I entered the reception room with Cindy and sat facing each other. Zoe stood behind me. Lady Zoe, please have a seat here. This was said by the head steward of Prince 13's residence, effectively the deputy governor. Cindy looked like she felt awkward sitting while he stood. Thank you. There's no seat for household members before master. Oh, I see. Don't worry, I prefer it that way. You understood? Cindy glanced at Zoe once, then deliberately avoided looking at her, focusing on me instead. What is your business today? Do you still have the bill of exchange from the other day? Yes, Cindy nodded clearly. We had some trouble selecting a guard, so we will depart the day after tomorrow, hand the bill to the Imperial Capital's Ministry of Finance, and have it distributed and operated at my main store also in the Imperial Capital. I see. If you had already left, I would have called you back, so this works out quickly. What do you mean, bring that bill here for the time being? In that case, Cindy took from her pouch a cloth-wrapped package carefully and handed it to me. I opened the cloth and took out the contents. It was written on parchment, with my signature and the Emperor's seal affixed. The contents stated to pay the bearer the amount listed by the Ministry of Finance. Bills of exchange come in various forms. Originally, they were invented so that people didn't have to carry heavy cash. For example, 10,000 lien is so heavy that one person can't carry it. Not even a horse-drawn cart can easily transport that many gold coins. Suppose there are 2 places, A and B, 10 days apart on foot. A merchant takes goods worth 10,000 lien from A to B and exchanges them for cash. Traveling merchants would use the money to buy new goods and sell them back at A or elsewhere. But larger merchants, especially those with stores, don't always want to buy from B. In that case, they would have to carry 10,000 lien in cash back to A by cart. Large sums of money are as heavy and difficult to transport as goods and are more likely to attract bandits. That's where bills of exchange come in. If big merchants have their main store at A and a branch at B, they can deliver goods to B and bring back written proof of payment, even a single piece of paper. Back at A, the main stores are close, so they only need to transport money locally. Alternatively, these bills can be used again to trade for the same goods at B. Thus, based on mutual trust, bills were invented to avoid using bulky and heavy cash in business. I composed the text for the Ministry of Finance in the imperial capital to transfer the investment amount to Cindy's main store and gave it to Cindy. If Cindy brings this bill to the Ministry of Finance, she can receive the amount written. This bill of exchange is more like an imperial edict, but is consistent with the idea of exchanging money based on trust and proof. I received the bill and looked back and forth between it and Cindy. Have you always carried it with you? Yes, it's important, so I never let it leave my side. Good, Zoe. Yes, Your Majesty, excuse me. I handed the telecommunication bill, Imperial Edict, to Zoe. She received it respectfully and left the room. I waited a moment. While waiting, Cindy looked on curiously, so I chatted a bit about the seed shop's details. Though she was intrigued, Cindy didn't press deeply and waited for the next development. After about 10 minutes, there was a knock at the door. The door opened, and Cindy's subordinate, acting with great courtesy, led Zoe back into the room. Thank you for waiting. Well, how did it go? Here. Zoe approached me and handed over a sheet of paper. I took it, read through it, and then pointed at it for Cindy. Though still curious, Cindy took the paper and scanned it. This is? Her eyes widened in shock. It states that the Ministry of Finance will deliver cash to your main store by the end of today. Why, yes, this means you use telecommunication to transfer the bill. Telecommunication? Normally, bills carry their own authenticity, but currently any telecommunication issued by me is guaranteed genuine. No telecommunication impersonating me would be sent because Humbaba would never allow it. Ah, that means a telecommunication of Your Majesty's Imperial Edict guarantees authenticity. Exactly. From here to the Imperial capital is a journey of about 10 days on foot, possibly a month round trip. But this took just 10 minutes. Amazing, truly amazing, Your Majesty. Cindy was so excited she reverted to calling me Your Majesty. I chose not to correct her. With this speed, business and every kind of transaction will be completely transformed. Her excitement only grew. There's one more thing. What else? Telecommunication exists only within the Empire, which means telecommunication bills can only be used domestically. That's inconvenient. Cindy's excitement cooled somewhat. She took my words as pointing out a flaw in the system. No, that's not it. At that moment, Zoe spoke up for the first time today, surprising Cindy, who looked at her in full astonishment. Cindy, who had calmed like a cold splash of water, suddenly changed expression further upon hearing Zoe's remark. What do you mean? Cindy spoke respectfully to Zoe. Zoe was older and not just a maid anymore. She had experience as a magistrate and was effectively the deputy governor of Enlil province. As a civilian merchant, Cindy respectfully asked the minister-level Zoe for clarification. A safe and incredibly fast bill usable only in our country, while other nations still rely on traditional hand-delivered bills. With a sudden thud, Cindy's foot hit the sofa as she stood up. Her eyes were so wide and intense it looked like they might literally split. Once she grasped the advantage of telecommunication, how money and information could flow instantly, and the tremendous effect and superiority this created, she was stunned. Amazing? This time it was a deep, heartfelt amazing. Just that one word, but it sounded genuinely from her soul. This will be a trial run for now to identify any minor issues. Cindy, I'll need your help. Yes. Leave it to me, Cindy was thrilled. On the return carriage, Zoe asked quietly, Master, what is it? I wonder if you might have some other aim. Oh, why do you think that? I found it amusing and asked her with that same expression. Well, it's just a feeling, really, but I thought that if you put the bill system on telecommunication, there might be other benefits too. I can't think of anything concrete. It's just a vague hunch. Zoe said this with a very humble expression. To be making such a groundless guess to me, her master and the emperor, I chuckled softly. Well, that feeling is correct. Then what is it? I nodded slightly. Looking out the carriage window at the rapidly rebuilding townscape of Larak, I continued. When you were magistrate, haven't you often wished you could know exactly how much profit merchants were making? Yes, Zoe answered immediately. Especially salt merchants, I always thought that. Salt, they are among the most deceitful merchants. I smiled lightly. Though it was an area we would have to address eventually, I continued. Farmers have always been easy to manage historically, whether by head tax or land tax. Neither can be cheated much, but merchants are measured by sales, by book figures, so they can manipulate those numbers however they want. So the telecommunication bills? Yes. Of course, calculations and audits are necessary, but if the telecommunication bill is routed through us, the details and flow are transparent. Wouldn't they resist that? That's fine. I smiled again. The effect of telecommunication bills is clear. If merchants don't want to use them, they don't have to. They're businessmen, after all. They can weigh immediacy, safety, and taxes carefully. To think you've considered all that, amazing. It's possible only because Humbaba's web effectively depends on me personally. Even if they complain, nothing changes, so I can act confidently. Master, what is it? Well, is it possible you're creating something to replace Humbaba's web? Zoe asked cautiously. Oh, I nodded with a bit of admiration. Yeah, Zoe's eyes grew wide. Back at the official residence in the garden designed like a mountain and water painting by the former governor, I faced Zoe. You can't use magic, can you? No. Have you ever had your subordinates use magic? Yes. Then this will be simple. I beckoned, and 3 maids standing a short distance away came forward. Together they brought a long pole, like a laundry rod. At the same time, another maid came holding a rod about the length of a forearm, from elbow to fingertip. What is this? A magic wand, but made from the same material. Magic wand? Zoe rolled the words over her tongue, staring at the laundry rod-like pole. It was about 3 meters long. It hardly looked like a magic wand, and Zoe looked puzzled. She also looked at the other, which looked more like a traditional magic wand. I picked up the shorter, more typical wand. A magic wand simply assists in casting magic. Yes, most practitioners channel magic through the tip of the wand. Years of technology have shown that's the most efficient method. I said this and used the shorter wand to cast magic. A ball of light appeared about a fist's length away from the wand's tip. Like this? Yes, Zoe nodded clearly. This was the most common way magic was used. That image was what she recognized. Now watch me do the same with this one. I returned the short wand to the maid and stood at one end of the long pole. Gripping it, I cast magic again. At the opposite end, about 3 meters away, a ball of light appeared similarly. Then, concentrating a little more, I alternated white and black light balls. Ah! Seeing this, Zoe gasped. She seemed to understand what I was telling her. That's right. While we haven't found or made anything that changes the material itself like Humbaba's web does, using a medium to show black and white light remotely can be done with existing technology if we're clever. Amazing! I never imagined such a method. Zoe was astonished. Holding the pole, I continued making the lights appear and disappear, blinking them. It was just like the white and black of Humbaba's web. Zoe, who knew Humbaba's coded telecommunication, was struck and began decoding it. Useless for practical use, she suddenly faced me. WI. It looks like there's no problem. When I tried it, I realized that using the wand in this form caused the required magic power to explode in proportion to the pole's length. Is that so? Humbaba's web is stretched throughout the Empire's main cities, but even a level 50 Grand Mage can only manage a wand communication within the same town. Within the same town, that isn't very useful? Exactly. It's not meaningless, but in the same town you can send a person running or meet directly. It doesn't have the value of Humbaba's telecommunication. Humbaba's web's greatest strength is instant use across provinces. I see. Of course, we're researching this approach too, but I smiled faintly. Until then, I'll enjoy this advantage. Yes, under Sem's reign, practical devices will be invented. Under Sem, sir, my father left me great wealth. I released the pole and signaled the maids to step back with the 2 magic wands. The greatest of those are Henry and Oscar. Oh, those 2? Zoe was surprised, but I myself was rather baffled in a different way. My expression confused Zoe even more. People are treasures. Ah, if you think that way, the greatest inheritance my father left is those 2. Is that so surprising? And no. Well, Henry, yes, but Oscar is, well, Zoe hesitated in what she said. I nodded knowingly. The royal family's internal strife, or rather, not quite strife since Oscar never acted, but the family situation is well known to Zoe, who served at Prince 13's residence. Oscar had once been dissatisfied with my imperial throne after I was abdicated to, and was trying to move behind the scenes. I managed to stop that, and now we have no problems as ruler and subject. From the outside, it looks like an elder brother who lost the throne to his younger brother and a political rival. So it's not surprising there are resentments and rifts. In fact, Zoe's few words suggested she understood that. Her astonishment that I called that the greatest inheritance seemed to come from that. I smiled softly. A treasure is a treasure. Just because you dislike it or can't keep it close doesn't diminish its shine as a treasure. Even if you prefer jewels over gold, that doesn't lessen gold's value. After saying this, I looked at her with a renewed expression. The value of a treasure is not lessened by past grievances. What a magnanimous thought! Amazing! Zoe was deeply moved. To make father a wise ruler, I must at least do the same, ideally surpass him. I'll leave treasures people from now on, but I also want to do more. I understand. Zoe seemed to have truly accepted my words. The next day, Governor's official residence conference room. On this day as well, an official of instantaneous communication was waiting by a huge board with Zoe and me present. What was different from yesterday was that the huge board was painted black. Try it. Yes. One of the officials I ordered took a white stick about the length and thickness of a finger and wrote characters on the blackboard. After writing some random characters, another official wiped them off with a cloth. They disappeared. Zoe was surprised and looked at me. What is that? That's a local specialty called white chalk. It originally came from children's play where they used stones to draw on other stones. They gathered the white substance, solidified it, and that's how it started. While I was explaining, the officials continued writing and erasing characters. When I said enough, they stopped. Instantaneous communication can involve long exchanges. If used continuously, it's better if what's written can be easily erased. Indeed, amazing master, Zoe was impressed. Prince Regent, Your Highness has arrived. One of the officials reported to me. I nodded and said, begin. Communication began, and white characters made of white chalk were written on the black board. I apologize for troubling you during your busy schedule. Not at all. When I spoke, my words were written on the blackboard and sent by communication to the Prince Regent, Oscar. Thus, our conversation began between Enlil and the imperial capital, 2 places far apart. To be frank, it's about the budget. I thought so. It's still insufficient. Yes, the national treasury is already at its limit. At this rate, this fiscal year will face a huge shortage. What about the internal treasury? That is also at a critical level. Her Majesty the Empress Dowager says so, but we can't force her to endure extreme conditions. That makes sense. It's difficult. I now understand the hardships of the late emperor. Is this about the fines? Yes. Old memories flooded my mind. Back when I was the Minister of Legal Affairs, Father once asked for my opinion. A member of the royal family offered to pay fines themselves because their son committed a crime, accepting responsibility for inadequate supervision. That in itself was like saying, please forgive us because we apologize first, so it wasn't a big issue. The problem was that Father was deeply moved by it and asked me, as the Minister of Legal Affairs, whether this should be accepted since it was related to a crime. At that time, I firmly rejected it. As the Minister of Legal Affairs, I said there was no crime of inadequate parental supervision under imperial law. Therefore, there was no basis to punish. Instead, I proposed the idea of selling honor as honorary knights. At that time, I didn't think deeply about it. No, I simply didn't understand. But now, holding the same position of emperor as Father once did, I fully understand. There are situations where you must find money by any means, even from the smallest things. Thanks to your Majesty's good governance, money flows abundantly among the people. This is an emergency. How about a slight tax increase? If only for emergencies, as a last resort, it's not out of the question. And then, Oscar asked back. Because my answer was a roundabout rejection, he was asking, then what shall we do? What to do? Sell honor, I murmured unconsciously. The official in charge of communication reacted, and I told them not to convey those words. Give me a day, that's all for today, I said, and my words were sent through communication as I stood. Zoe, I leave everything to you for half a day. Where to? Zoe asked. There was no objection to my being assigned as de facto deputy governor, but she wanted to know where I was headed. I'm going to meet Her Majesty the Empress Dowager. Huh! Evening, Imperial Capital Palace. I flew straight from Enlil province to the imperial capital on Jiz's wings, and catching a stunned eunuch, told him I wished to meet Her Majesty the Empress Dowager, mother, and sent him to notify her. It was common knowledge inside the palace that the emperor was far away in Enlil province, so it was understandable that they were surprised. Still, the notification was accepted without objections, largely because the empire was a warrior nation. During times of war, successive emperors had a tradition of creating a ghost-like presence in battle tactics. Therefore, though surprised by my return, no one thought it impossible. I was probably also seen as simply executing a ghost-like move. After a while, I was told that Her Majesty granted permission, so I was led by the eunuch to Mother's detached palace. Entering the detached palace, I went to the room where Mother awaited. Though not as grand as the Emperor's, the Empress Dowager's private room was still quite spacious. Seated there was the principal Empress Dowager on her throne, flanked by female court attendants. I stepped forward, knelt before Mother, and lowered my head. Long time no see, Mother. I was surprised by your completely unexpected actions, just like the late Emperor in his youth. I am humbled, I replied, still bowing. Thinking about what I was about to say, even if told it's fine. I couldn't bring myself to raise my head easily. I could sense the sudden stir among the female attendants around us. It was only natural. This was a rare meeting between mother and child, both of royal blood. Though Mother said, "Raise your head and speak," I kept apologizing with my head bowed. Anyone witnessing such a scene would be unsettled and confused. "What is it about?" As expected of Mother, as expected of the Empress Dowager. Having seen many harsh scenes, both in number and in nature, her calm voice was far steadier than the female attendants, as she asked me directly. "This concerns the summer villa where the late Emperor used to spend every summer." The summer villa. That's the nickname for a resort located north of the imperial capital, a bit away. It was built just before I was born, when Father, unable to endure the summer heat of the imperial capital because of age, had it constructed. Though called a summer villa, it accommodated the emperor, his consorts, attendants, and guards. Altogether, it was always the size of a small town, with no less than 1,000 people. When I was first granted full authority as regent, and my status was maxed out with all SSS grades, Father had taken Mother and the consorts to that summer villa. What about it? I wished to obtain permission to transfer it to civilian hands. At my words, the women around us all gasped in unison. "Thank you very much for reading up to this point. Thanks to you, I am just about 2,000 points away from the total evaluation of 430,000 points. I will keep working hard and continue writing. If you think so far, Noah-sama is amazing. I support your updates. Looking forward to the anime. Please rate from the below the advertisement. Even a little support encourages the author, so thank you very much." For a moment, Mother's eyes widened. It was clear beyond doubt that she was greatly surprised by my words. Of course. That summer villa was the villa that Father, the late Emperor, often used in his later years, and Mother was the consort who was most favored during that time. We had gone there many times together to escape the summer heat, so it was a land filled with deep sentimental value. So for me to say I wanted to sell it, it was only natural for her to be surprised. No, it might be more accurate to say she was right to be surprised. After that brief but understandable shock, Mother regained her composure and looked at me with quiet eyes. I quietly returned her gaze. There was no agitation. I felt some remorse, but I deliberately kept it from showing on my face. It was important. Disposing of the late Emperor's summer villa, a property equivalent in scale to an entire town, was indeed important. But there was nothing shameful about it. On the contrary, I believed it to be a rational decision. So without hesitation or looking away, I stared firmly back at Mother. While the female court attendants around us were anxious, we maintained our gaze. Naturally, the attendants understood the significance of that villa. By Mother's side, as Empress Dowager, there has always been a middle-aged female court attendant who has served her for many years. She should understand the weight of this matter just as well as Mother. And so they were nervous about how this conversation would unfold. Taking all those gazes upon myself, I kept looking at Mother. After a while, Mother spoke quietly. "As your mother, I am constantly surprised by you." "I apologize," I bowed my head. "Gossipy people say this," suddenly she said, which made me raise my face and tilt my head slightly in confusion. Mother continued. "Prince 13 is said to be too devoted to the law and lacking in compassion. I believe I have done things that make such comments inevitable." I truly thought so. Rather, I felt that my life had been judged correctly, which even brought a slight smile to my lips. I rose to prominence as Prince 13 and earned the late Emperor's respect precisely because of my strictness towards the law. I was strict with the law, and that did not change even with my brothers. More than that, I even admonished the late Emperor, who held the highest and most revered position as Emperor at the time, that certain actions should not be taken as they would violate the law. If the assessment of me was too devoted to the law and lacking in compassion, then I would rather be pleased. But I think differently. Mother, regarding Gilbard, the late Emperor often praised you to me. Time and time again he spoke highly of those moments, and Mother looked straight at me. He was grateful. I involuntarily straightened my spine. Hearing the late Emperor's words from the Empress Dowager carried more conviction and credibility than anyone else. It was as if I was receiving words directly from the late Emperor himself, and my spine naturally straightened. The Gilbard incident, a major event from when I was still a child, memories from decades ago vividly resurfaced in my mind. Mother continued. At that time, Prince Gilbard attempted to assassinate the Emperor. Using a certain food and a certain sake, harmless separately but fatal when combined at the same time, Gilbard administered them in a time-staggered manner with the intent to poison the late Emperor. The late Emperor had already detected this beforehand. Yes, but he did not expose it. Because Gilbard was his own blood, even though he was nearly murdered, he could not bring himself to take his child's life. Speaking as a parent, Mother's face was solemn and painful. After a few breaths, she continued. That's when you advised. Both items were already presented, so the act was considered committed and death penalty was unavoidable. However, as the greatest leniency, a reprieve was allowed. Yes, that was a crime of rebellion. The reprieve doesn't erase the crime for eternity, but it can be enforced when the emperor wishes. He could order execution in a moment of displeasure or never order it at all. In other words, you said he could be effectively sentenced to life imprisonment. Mother paused and, unusually for her, showed a slightly irritated expression. That was overruled by Albert's interference, but the late emperor was deeply grateful. He had to kill his child, but found one kind soul who considered a parent's feelings. That is, for an emperor, a being so exalted, how precious it is to have someone who understands the heart. I need not say this to you now. It is a great thing, you are a great person, your Majesty. Mother said that. Her shoulders trembled slightly and her hand almost reached out. In an ordinary family, a mother might reach out to stroke her child's head or touch their cheek at that moment. But Mother is Empress Dowager and I am Emperor. Such familial gestures are not permitted between us. Her shoulders moved only slightly, but her arm did not rise. Instead, she wore one of the gentlest expressions and eyes I have seen in the past 10 years. And now you have come to listen, considering my feelings and heart. Mother smiled gently, then tightened her lips into the dignified expression of an Empress Dowager. This is a matter of state. The harem has no objections. Thank you. I bowed deeply to Mother. From above, I felt a gaze full of praise from her. I took my leave from Mother and left the harem. Instead of returning to my post, I first headed to the Ministry of Finance in the imperial capital. It was located near the palace, in a stately building less ornate than the palace but still formal. Stop! Who goes there? Possibly due to strict discipline, the gatekeeper stood straight as if he had swallowed a stick. He questioned me briefly, but upon seeing my face, he was startled. Why, Your Majesty? I apologize. He turned pale. The gatekeeper immediately dropped his weapon and prostrated himself before me. No need for such formality. Is Oscar here? Why, yes, he's been at his post since morning. I see. I'll go myself. Good job. Saying that, I tossed about 10 lien in gold to the gatekeeper. As the Ministry of Finance gatekeeper, he had firmly done his duty by questioning the unexpected visitor and then recognizing me as the emperor. From the gatekeeper's perspective, he had fulfilled his role well. But he might worry about offending His Majesty. If he were to worry too much, it would be a shame to lose such a capable gatekeeper. Thinking so, I gave him a modest reward to ease his concerns. Then I entered the Ministry of Finance. Inside, an official recognized me immediately and stopped to kneel, but I told him to stop and simply guide me to Oscar. The official hurriedly found a younger staff member to deliver the message and personally escorted me. After a short while, we arrived at the minister's office, and I entered. Oscar greeted me and immediately knelt, bowing his head. I did not know Your Majesty had returned. I apologize for not coming to meet you. This is my independent decision. It would be problematic if my movements were discovered. I see. I have something to discuss. Do you have time? Right this way. Of course, he didn't even say of course because it was obvious. In this country's etiquette and common sense, the emperor never says I have no time when visiting. Oscar, as the Minister of Legal Affairs, understood this. He led me to a sofa in the corner of the room. We sat facing each other, and after he ordered his subordinates to bring tea, I began. I just came from the Empress Dowager. Is that so? Oscar nodded along but looked puzzled. Why? There are still several villas used by the late emperor. I have received permission to sell them to private parties. Oscar froze. He looked completely stunned by the unexpected news. After a while, he cautiously said, to sell them off. I am still young and will not use such things for a while. I see. In that case, letting them sit unused would be a waste. I turned my face sideways. There was a window there and I looked outside. You understand the state of the treasury better than I do, right? Yes, but still, what do you think? I turned my gaze back to Oscar and asked seriously. He swallowed hard. Then he thought for a moment and quickly returned to his usual calm expression. Finally, he said, Honorary Knight. I tilted my head slightly, not understanding immediately. Oscar continued. When Your Majesty was a prince, you proposed the honorary knight system to the late emperor. I think this is the same idea. Oh, now that you mention it, yes, I nodded clearly. I hadn't been thinking of it that way, but once he said it, I realized the similarity. That was probably when I was about 12. At that time, Father was troubled by the empire's chronic financial difficulties. He kept searching for funds and even considered raising the threshold for actual criminal punishments while strengthening fines. Having already been appointed Minister of Legal Affairs, Father asked me about this. I opposed it. I thought that expanding fines too much would weaken their deterrent effect as punishments, especially since Father wanted large sums for the treasury, not small change. He aimed to target nobles and major merchants. However, to those people, paying money means exemption was a serious matter. I feared this might make the deterrent to crime almost non-existent, so I opposed it. Father accepted this, and the fine expansion plan was dropped. but the treasury's hardship remained unchanged. So I proposed the idea of honorary knights. People could buy the title of honorary knight by paying money. Unlike knights selected by merit, these titles gave no real power or benefit but were directly awarded by the emperor. Only honor was granted. Of course, some might abuse this honor, the fact that they were directly recognized by the emperor. In fact, that happened later, but such things occur in all matters. For example, if the emperor visited a tea house during an inspection because he was thirsty, that was honor and could be abused. Thinking about all that, there is no end to such concerns. Honor is granted, but no real power or benefit is given by the empire. That compromise helped slightly ease the treasury's hardship. Oscar pointed out that this was similar. I hadn't been conscious of it and didn't connect the dots until he mentioned it, but since the idea came from my own mind, it made sense that the essence was similar. I found it a bit amusing. I chuckled and told Oscar, right, have the private sector pay and buy the honor of the knights, the honor of owning the villa used by the emperor. It's essentially the same thing. Yes, the late emperor's summer villa was used to escape the heat. These villas are roughly the size of a town. An imperial summer residence, though called a villa, would include the emperor, the accompanying consorts, staff who served them, bodyguards, and others attending to various personal matters. Ordinarily, it would number around 1,000 people who also have daily lives and routines. Thus, it becomes a small town called a villa. My expectation is that, being the emperor's villa and demonstrating the wealth to purchase an entire town, wealthy merchants will be eager to buy. Yes, the villas themselves are limited and unique. We can set the price as we please. That is true. That's the plan. What is your opinion? I hadn't yet heard Oscar's thoughts, so I prompted him. Without hesitation, Oscar answered with admiration. As expected of your Majesty. I never thought to see a vein of gold there. Not a vein of gold, but purely an inheritance left by the late emperor. I said that, and Oscar smiled. Indeed, it is natural for a child to use the father's inheritance. Any objections? I asked once again. Oscar's expression grew serious. Not none, but very few. Thank you for reading this far. Thanks to you, we have surpassed 430,000 total points in ratings. I will continue to work hard and keep writing. Also, starting January 7 next year, the TV anime adaptation will begin airing. Please be sure to watch it. If you read this far and think, Noah-sama is amazing, I support the updates. I'm looking forward to the anime. Please rate us with 5 stars from below the advertisement. Even a little support encourages the author greatly, so thank you very much. I wouldn't say no, Oscar said with a serious expression, though there was a hint of hesitation, as if he was wondering, is this really all right? Speak up. If it's something we can settle here, I'll listen to anything and make sure it's not forgotten, as you wish. Oscar bowed once before speaking. Unlike honorary knights, granting a summer villa comes with some damage to the emperor's dignity. That was exactly the response I expected. Oscar holds the concept of the emperor in high regard. It was no surprise that this reason came from him. I've considered that as well. Of the summer villas father left behind, the one in the north, the largest one he used until the end, right? Yes. Then, when granting the villa, have plans drawn up to build a new one, larger, say about twice the size. That way we can say we're replacing the old, cramped one with a new, spacious villa. At least nominally, that should be possible. A new summer villa, if it's about twice the size, even if we dispose of all the current villas, the net result should be positive. Oscar showed some reluctance. You're saying that since we're granting villas because of financial difficulties, building a new one would have the benefits, right? Yes, in a way. That's why I said plans. Oscar blinked in confusion. He was so surprised he widened his eyes. It'll take 10, 20, well, maybe not as long as 30 years. All that time I just have to keep saying plans. Yes, Oscar gasped. I see. Naturally, a larger scale makes one more cautious. Indeed, I am selfish. I have no intention of compromising with half-baked plans. I smiled and said this with a slight teasing tone to try and coax a laugh from Oscar, but instead he looked at me with even greater respect. Amazing, Your Majesty. If that's the case, after granting all the current summer villas, we can turn them over to the national treasury. How much would that be? If all of them, it would be the equivalent of 5 years' worth of the national budget. No. Oscar stopped himself mid-sentence and looked at me straight on. An intense, serious face, one I know well. This was the face he often made when he was about to make a difficult suggestion. As brothers and later as lord and vassal with decades of acquaintance, I've seen that expression many times. Respectfully, Your Majesty, would it be possible to use the villas once with Empress before granting them? I see, so using them would add prestige, wouldn't it? I nodded firmly. Yes, having been cherished by the late emperor and myself across 2 generations, that would certainly add value. And I could say that I found the old one cramped, adding a story behind the change. You're absolutely right. Then there's no choice. When I said that, Oscar's face brightened. In that case, we can secure up to 10 years' worth. I know a few merchants who want to keep up appearances even if their houses are falling apart. I see, I nodded. 10 years, that's just right. Just right. What do you mean? Oscar tilted his head. You know we're developing new rice varieties. Yes, regarding the budget for that. If rice production increases, the population will grow. Needless to say, most of the country's problems can be solved by increasing the number of children born. Exactly, Oscar nodded seriously. The foundation of the nation is agriculture, and the empire is a country of warriors. From every angle, the number of children born population is directly connected to national strength. Though there were exceptions in history, for the empire, nearly all problems can be addressed by increasing the birth rate. Develop new rice varieties, increase the number of people the land can support per unit, and to visibly increase births starting from now. About 10 years from now, Oscar said, and I nodded. It takes a few years after the new rice variety is developed, a few more for it to become widespread, then several more before increased yields translate to more children. Roughly, about 10 years altogether. The empire has a head tax. If the number of children increases, legitimate tax revenues will also rise. Amazing, Your Majesty, Oscar said, and I nodded. We plan to skillfully manage the late emperor's legacy to increase the population. Oscar found this very reassuring. If he thought so, I believed I could confidently promote this plan. Thank you very much for reading this far. Thanks to you, the total rating has surpassed 430,000 points. I will keep working hard and continue writing. Also, starting January 7th, 2026, the TV anime will begin airing. Please be sure to watch it. If you read this far and thought, Noah is amazing. I support the updates. I'm looking forward to the anime. Please rate us with 5 stars below the advertisement. Even a little support encourages the author, so thank you very much. One day soon, I came to inspect the relief supply site, bringing Zoe along. There were dozens, even hundreds of relief sites, and each time I visited a different one. Different sites had different people and different circumstances. Until the situation settled down, I intended to frequently visit various sites for inspection. That day was no different, but when I arrived at the site, the scene before my eyes made me stop and frown. Is something wrong, Master? Zoe asked, not with a curious expression, but a serious one. Zoe, who had served me for many years, seemed to understand from my expression that something was happening, yet she asked anyway. Probably because from the visible scene she couldn't read what that something was. It made sense, given Zoe's background. It wasn't something obvious at first glance. I gave a small nod and said, "There's too much smoke from cooking fires." Smoke from cooking fires. ... Indeed. Zoe followed my gaze and examined the scene. At the relief site, more than 10 plumes of smoke were rising. Most were white, but some were black. That's strange. This site shouldn't be a large-scale relief operation. That's not all. The black smoke is worrying. Perhaps the people cooking are inexperienced? Zoe immediately understood the meaning of the black smoke. Though now she was the governor's deputy, Zoe originally served as a maid at Prince 13's residence. She understood cooking better than an ordinary deputy. Usually, cooking smoke comes from stoves and is mostly white. During disaster relief, rice is the main food used, so the smoke is mostly white. But here, although mostly white, there were patches of black smoke mixed in. It was clear this was not proper cooking smoke. Despite the bad news, I thought, I'm glad I came. Let's go. Yes, I led Zoe and entered the relief area. Located on the outskirts of Larak, the provincial capital, this place was even larger than the central square, which gathered large crowds during festivals. Refugees sat on the ground here and there. Some had erected simple tents made of wood and grass to shield themselves from the rain. Most people lifted their heads and looked at us with curious eyes as we passed by. Relieved that they had the energy to look up, I glanced at their hands. "Master, look at those with tents," Zoe said. "Yeah, I see, they're cooking for themselves." Before Zoe pointed it out, I had already noticed. Those who had made tents from grass and wood had also created simple stoves from earth, using them to cook something. I approached one such stove. "May I have a moment?" Who are you?" A middle-aged woman cooking at the stove stopped and looked up at me. Dressed in the governor's official uniform, I must have seemed suspicious to her. I pointed to the stove and asked, "Are you cooking rice?" "Yes, that's right," she answered as if to say, "So what? Why are you cooking rice yourself?" "Because we received rice, we have to cook it ourselves." "Received? You mean it was distributed to you?" "Yes, apparently there aren't enough people to cook at the relief site. They said they'd distribute rice, so we should manage cooking on our own." I fell silent. Behind me, Zoe muttered, "Is that really how they're doing things?" Distributing rice for victims to cook themselves. All sorts of thoughts rushed through my mind. This won't do. What's wrong, Master? Suddenly recalling something, I turned and left the woman behind, who still looked puzzled, and strode forward. I looked around as if searching for something. "Master, what are you looking for?" Zoe hurriedly followed behind me. From my behavior, she could tell I was searching for something. Without answering, I pressed on, scanning my surroundings for what I suspected was there. There, found them! After a while, I found them. In front of a grassy patch, several children lay listless. Some sat, some crouched on the ground, but all clutched their stomachs in pain. "Is this diarrhea?" Zoe was shocked, but quickly covered her nose and looked around. Though I couldn't see any filth directly, a foul smell that seemed like excrement wafted from the grass. "Hang in there." I crouched and placed my hand on one of the boys. He was about 10 years old, struggling to keep his eyes open, but his gaze was unfocused. "Did you eat rice?" "Huh?" I asked, and Zoe was surprised. The boy weakly nodded up and down. "Zoe?" "Yes, master." Though Zoe didn't quite grasp the situation, she obeyed my command promptly. She took a whistle from her bosom and blew it sharply into the air. Its high-pitched sound echoed, attracting attention. After a while, the clanking of armor and stomping footsteps approached rapidly. A dozen or so armed soldiers arrived at once. "You called for us? Take these children away. Don't let them die." "Yes, sir." Compared to Zoe's urgency, the soldiers remained calm. Unlike Zoe, who hadn't heard the word rice, to the soldiers these were just children suffering from diarrhea. After a major disaster like this, such mild injuries were considered minor. Having likely seen far worse at the sites, the soldiers executed Zoe's order without flinching. They quickly grabbed boards and other materials nearby, loading the children to carry them away. After seeing them off, Zoe asked me, "Master?" "Yes, I will arrest the person in charge immediately." "No need. This is not a case of poison or spoiled food," I said as I crouched again, holding some scattered, uncooked rice from the children's hands. It looked slightly old but wasn't particularly problematic. "No need to arrest them. Just call them over, I want to talk." "Understood." Though puzzled, Zoe bowed and ran off. After a short while, she returned with an official. The official looked at me with curiosity. Zoe said, "Why are you standing there dazed before His Excellency, the governor?" "I am sorry." Hearing governor, the young official quickly prostrated himself. Perhaps because of all the cooking around, the ground was muddy, but hearing before the governor, he didn't care about dirt and bowed deeply. I stood and looked down at the official and asked, "Are you in charge here?" "Why, yes. Was it your idea to distribute rice like this?" Don't hide anything. Answer honestly." "Why, yes, sir." Zoe scolded the hesitant official. The official trembled, almost jumping in surprise while still on his hands and knees. The higher-ups ordered us to get the rice to the victims as soon as possible, no matter how." "I see. So they were just focused on distributing as quickly as possible and handed out uncooked rice." "Why, yes. And that's why there was more smoke than usual," Zoe gasped. This scene hardly qualified as a proper relief meal. Normally, relief meals are cooked in large pots and distributed. But here, obsessed with the order to distribute as quickly as possible, they decided it was faster not to cook the rice but hand it out as is. Then those who received the rice would cook it themselves, causing more smaller plumes of smoke rather than fewer large ones. "So those children ate uncooked rice and got sick," I concluded. Zoe tilted her head. "You can get sick from uncooked rice? Usually, a little raw rice isn't a problem, but after a disaster, hungry people who eat enough raw rice to fill their stomachs get sick immediately." "Is that so?" "Yes." "I see. Master, did you realize this the moment we arrived?" "Yes," I nodded. "Distributing raw rice and cooking it individually isn't just a disaster issue. People who get hold of raw rice when starving often end up sick." "That's amazing, Master." I shifted my gaze from Zoe to the prostrating official. The official nervously looked up at me from under his brow but shrank back down when I met his gaze. "You heard the explanation? Why, yes, why, yes. From now on, starting today, do not distribute rice uncooked. Cook it properly before distribution. Why, yes, go." "Huh." The official was surprised, lifting his head while still on hands and knees and staring at me in disbelief. "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" "And no. It's just, Master, will this person be punished?" Zoe asked. The official flinched briefly but looked as if to say, "That's exactly what worries me." Indeed, when nobles or authorities make mistakes, being reprimanded or punished isn't always the worst fear. Sometimes not being punished at all is scarier. Punishments delayed and carefully dealt with later can be more serious, or sometimes no punishment comes and the person is simply abandoned. Sometimes the authorities don't care, but others around them punish harshly to curry favor. For example, this official is in charge here. If I let him off, his superiors might punish him excessively to please me. Superiors might feel they need to do this to avoid repercussions themselves. So, for a young official, not being punished immediately might not feel like a good thing. When Zoe asked and the official looked at me with that in mind, I recalled this. It was a misunderstanding of the order, but not ill intent. Then it should be corrected. "Yes." Zoe immediately nodded, satisfied. She was loyal enough not to argue further. The official, unfamiliar with me, still looked uncertain. Don't give up, make it right by correcting it. I'll come back to check. Show me then that it's done properly. What is it? Still have questions? And no, then get to work immediately. Why yes, the young official rubbed his head on the ground once more, then bounced up and left like he had been propelled away. This is amazing, master. I would have punished him right here. From what I see, the rice is uncooked, but at least distributed properly. People are treasures. If their hearts are in the right place, there's no need to punish excessively. Amazing, master. Should I go and behead a few others somewhere else? Zoe's expression shifted from praise to cruel in an instant. Had the young official still been here, he would have trembled. To highlight the contrast, perhaps. Yes, those who make mistakes but work for the people are not punished. Those who enrich themselves are never forgiven. It's a chance to spread your excellency's stance. I gave Zoe an approving look. That's right, we've already beheaded so many, let's be a little stricter. As you command, officials who keep making the same mistakes, behead them and display their heads. Understood. Good, thank you for reading this far. Thanks to you, the overall rating has surpassed 430,000 points. I will keep working hard to write more. With less than a week until the TV anime, Noble Reincarnation, begins airing, here's a summary of the first episode's broadcast info. January 4, 2026, 24 o'clock. January 5, 0 o'clock. Advanced streaming on ABEMA and D Anime Store January 7, 2026, 24 o'clock. January 8, 0 o'clock. Tokyo MX January 7, 2026, 24:30. January 8, 0:30. BS Nippon Television January 8, 2026, 24 o'clock. January 9, 0 o'clock. ATX January 10, 2026, 24 o'clock. January 11, 0 o'clock. Regular streaming begins on Bandai Channel, Hulu, TELASAJ, Comstream, Milplus, Amazon Prime Video, Anime Times, Unext, Anime Howdai Nikoniko, FOD, Lemino, DMM TV, and YouTube Rental. Please watch using whichever method is most convenient for you. If you've read this far and think, Noah is amazing, I support the updates. I'm looking forward to the anime. Please rate the story with 5 stars below the ads. Even a little support encourages the author, so thank you very much. I took Japanese letter, and started walking again. There had been an unexpected accident, but as an inspection, I hadn't seen much yet. I decided to look around a bit more and walked on, with Japanese letter following behind. A little further ahead, I saw a commotion. By one of the cooking fires, around a pot of freshly cooked white rice, there was a middle-aged man and a young girl. The man looked to be around 40, and the girl was probably just about 10 years old. The girl was holding a chipped teacup and was pleading with the man about something. Isn't this amount too little? Are you making baseless accusations? And no, it's not like that, it's fine now. The girl, having been threatened, had tried to plead something, but unable to do anything, she could only retreat dejectedly. She began walking slowly, still holding the steaming bowl of rice. I quickened my pace to catch up with the girl. Zoe followed as well. Hey there, girl. Can I have a moment? I called out, and the girl stopped. She looked at us, somewhat frightened. Seeing our appearance, she started to tremble. Even if you do nothing, some commoners are afraid of officials. Because of the authority tied to official positions, timid people are sometimes scared just by their presence. This girl hadn't done anything particularly wrong. She was just scared at the sight of well-dressed officials. Don't be afraid, I want to ask you a few questions. Why yes, what is it? It looked like you were having a dispute earlier. Did something happen? The girl lowered her eyes. After hesitating for a moment, she timidly began to speak. I asked someone to cook rice for me. Cook it for you? Yes. Well, my father and mother aren't here anymore, so I don't know how to cook rice. I see. From behind, I felt Zoe's presence change. I sensed irritation, or rather anger. This was another consequence of distributing raw rice. Cooking rice requires skill and tools. Without tools, you need even more ingenuity. Unlike the children from before who apparently knew not to eat raw rice, this girl, having lost her parents and probably her home in the earthquake, didn't have the knowledge to cook rice herself. Since she couldn't cook it on her own, she must have begged someone who could to cook it for her. So the rice was cooked, but they cheated you on the amount? Probably, I'm not sure, but when others cooked rice, there was more. The girl said this, gazing sadly at the bowl of white rice she held. The one from before, it's fine. Zoe turned around, but I stopped her. She paused and looked at me. More importantly, fetch some rice and a pot too. Yes. Without asking, Zoe took off running. I looked around. There was a small forest a little distance away. Do you have family? No, it's just me. I see, come with me, I said and started walking with the girl. She followed, still carrying the rice. We left the cooking area and arrived at the forest. In part of the forest, bamboo was growing. I summoned Leviathan and cut several stalks at the base. Gather some dried bamboo? Why, yes. The girl hurriedly followed my instructions. Still holding the rice, she skillfully gathered the dried, brown bamboo with one hand. While she did that, I processed the freshly cut green bamboo. I used a single segment to make a tube shape and carved a lid that could open and close. By the time I finished, the girl had gathered the dried bamboo. Is this all right? Yeah, it's nicely split and dry, so it should make good firewood. After confirming the bamboo she gathered, I used it to start a fire. Many think that putting bamboo on a fire will make it pop loudly, but that's only true for green bamboo. If bamboo is dried, split, and has lost moisture, it won't pop when lit. I started a fire with the dried bamboo, nurturing the flames. Bahamut was insisting in my mind that it was his turn, but I calmed it and let nature take its course. While I was doing this, Zoe returned. She had brought 2 soldiers with her, carrying multiple pots, a decent amount of rice and water. Master, is this all right? Yes, now I will teach you how to cook rice. Watch and learn. Huh. Why, yes, the girl, who had been confused until then, brightened upon hearing that she would learn how to cook rice. After a brief look of surprise, she understood what I meant and her eyes gleamed. Zoe washed the rice and cooked it in a normal pot. I did the same but put the washed rice inside the bamboo tube and closed its lid. Then I put both the pot and the bamboo tube on the fire simultaneously. During this, I explained. The water should be about this much. Too much isn't much of a problem, but too little will burn it. Be careful. Yes. While I was giving these fine details, white steam bubbled over from both the pot and the bamboo tube. After letting it cook a bit more, I removed them from the fire. Then I let it steam a little while keeping the lids on both. Steam rose and freshly cooked white rice appeared. Wow, this is roughly how it's done. Understand? Why, yes. If you have a pot, that's best, but as you can see, you can also do it with bamboo. Some even get creative and use armor or helmets. What is it? Is there something you don't understand? Can it really be done with a kettle? The girl asked me timidly. I was somewhat impressed. Yes, if you do it well, it's possible. More so, even earthenware water jars can work. The key is that the container doesn't burn up and doesn't leak water. Yes, the girl, having learned how to cook rice, nodded with a smile. I served her the freshly cooked white rice. She compared it with the rice cooked by the middle-aged man from before. She said it was delicious and seemed more interested in the rice cooked in the bamboo tube. Her surprise and joy at the fact that rice could be cooked in bamboo were clearly visible. I ordered the soldiers to clean up the fire and look after the girl a little, then had them take her along. Before leaving, the girl looked back at me repeatedly, bowing her head as she went. Master, what was that just now? After seeing the girl off and returning to just the 2 of us, Zoe asked. I taught her how to cook rice. I understand that, but why? It's easy enough to hand out fish, but in the long run you have to teach people how to fish. Ah, Zoe nodded as if she understood, and I thought for a moment. I put out the fire, clasped my hands behind my back, and walked on thinking. The boys from before and that girl, they were all left without knowledge or skills passed down from their parents. Yes, it's common in disaster situations. Kids can survive with their strong vitality, but right after it's always like that. Indeed, I nodded. The boys might have stomach troubles but won't die. The girl may grow to resent adults or develop distrust in humanity, but she won't die. That's thanks to children's strong vitality. Master, Zoe peered at me with a what's wrong expression. I was thinking about the Dasso flood disaster. Dasso, when I had just started serving you? Yes, I nodded. Probably the Dasso flood was what cemented Zoe's loyalty to me. I had ordered Durin to conserve the land, and I remembered various reports from that time. There was a child who survived alone, returned home, and dug up a money jar from underground. In a way, he inherited his parents' estate, but he almost starved to death holding onto that money jar. Right after a flood, no matter how much money you have, it's useless. Yeah, in those times, knowledge matters. And that knowledge is usually passed down from parents. The children of Dasso, the boys with upset stomachs, and the girl who was cheated on rice quantity. All lacked knowledge inherited from parents. Zoe, yes. Do you know how to eat tree bark? Tree bark? Is that even edible? Yes, some kinds are edible, but if eaten raw it can cause stomach troubles far worse than raw rice, and some types can even be fatal. I see. Zoe looked as expected. Normally no one thinks to eat bark, and if they do, they can easily imagine the stomach pain that follows. But if done correctly during disasters, it can keep you from starving to death. Bark at trees would remain after floods or earthquakes, but not everyone can do that. I was silent and kept walking. We left the cooking area. After a short walk, we came to a place piled with garbage. Some people set up tents and live at the cooking site. Where people live, trash naturally accumulates. Mixed in with the organic waste were rubble probably fallen from collapsed buildings in the earthquake. I picked up a tile from the rubble. I stared at it intently. What's with the tile? Just imagine if instructions on how to cook rice, how to process bark, and other disaster survival tips were engraved on tiles like this. That's amazing, Master. Zoe looked momentarily stunned, then understood what I meant. If it's tiles, they would survive floods, earthquakes, and even fires that might follow. Right. Summarize disaster survival knowledge, inscribe it on tiles, and mandate that new buildings use those tiles. That's incredible, Master. I never thought of that. Not just words, but illustrated diagrams. Gather people who can draw easy-to-understand pictures. Yes, and also the water supply. The water supply? Yes, the Empire's waterworks, especially the primary pipes, are built sturdy. There's no record of pipelines being completely destroyed. Let's embed disaster guides in the waterworks structures too. I see. More than that, any knowledge that can survive disasters and be easily checked should be preserved in physical form. If you think of anything, report it. Yes, understood. This is amazing, Master. Zoe said this, her eyes shining. Thank you for reading so far. Thanks to everyone, I've surpassed 430,000 total evaluation points. I will keep working hard and writing more. With less than a week left until the TV anime Noble Reincarnation begins airing, here is the summary of the first episode's initial broadcast. January 4, 2026, 24 o'clock Jan 5, 0 o'clock. Early streaming on ABEMA and D Anime Store January 7, 2026, 24 o'clock Jan 8, 0 o'clock. Tokyo MX January 7, 2026, 24:30 Jan 8, 0:30 BS Knitter January 8, 2026, 24 o'clock Jan 9, 0 o'clock. ATX January 10, 2026, 24 o'clock Jan 11, 0 o'clock. General streaming on Bandai Channel, Hulu, TELASAJ, Comstream, Milplus, Amazon Prime Video, Anime Times. Unext Anime Hadai Nico Nico, FOD Lemino, DMM TV. YouTube rental, please watch by whichever method is most convenient for you. If you read this far and thought, Noah is amazing, I support the updates. I'm looking forward to the anime, please give a rating from the below the advertisement. Even a little support encourages the author, so thank you very much. One afternoon, I was inside the government building working on paperwork. John was standing across from me at the desk, and I was reviewing the documents he had brought. Since becoming the governor of Enlil province, I've skimmed through most matters due to the emergency situation. But John, having served me for a long time, knows me well enough to bring me things of importance. Today's documents were just that, court cases, legal matters. I read through them thoroughly from start to finish. Disputes between citizens, huh? That's right, John nodded, wearing a troubled expression. We'll deal with appropriate crimes on our end in an appropriate manner. I nodded. From that statement, I could tell John was wise and usually hid it well. The word appropriate has two meanings. At that moment, John meant appropriate, as in to handle properly and suitably. John's ability to use language so skillfully proved his intelligence, embodying the saying, people are treasures. As I was thinking this, John continued with his serious face. But as you can see from what I brought, well, assault resulting in death, robbery, and murder, I see, each of these could warrant the death penalty if pursued. Yes. John nodded and added, well, these times are tough. The people are on edge, desperate to survive, so various incidents happen. True, sometimes things escalate on impulse. And so, what should we do? We officials have the principle of, punish one as a warning to 100, right? Punish one as a warning to 100, huh? That's it. John clapped his hands and said so. John, originally a slave, had risen to high office thanks to my patronage, but he still sometimes showed gaps in his knowledge. However, knowing John well, and having just been impressed by him, I understood that either he was pretending not to know or deliberately avoiding learning certain things. John's character was that, though his origins left gaps in knowledge, he made up for it with wisdom, and he was consciously playing that role. Just as I had admired him moments ago, I decided not to point that out here. I'm totally in favor of that, I said. At this time, officials should impose the harshest punishments possible. If necessary, we could even consider extermination of entire clans. But then what about the people? I nodded in understanding. Assault resulting in death, robbery, and murder both can be punishable by death, but not always. Of course, assault resulting in death is lighter, and roughly only about 10% of those convicted face the death penalty. Conversely, robbery and murder is heavier, and the percentage who avoid the death penalty is roughly 10%. Two crimes that can swing either way, and with severity that's almost opposite. John had brought these cases to me, seeking my approval. I figured he intended to use them as future standards. I pondered over the phrase John used, punish one as a warning to 100. It literally means to impose a severe penalty on one person as a deterrent and example for many others. That's what the officials are doing now. At this moment, anyone caught corrupt or enriching themselves is mercilessly beheaded. That's fine, that's what needs to be done now. But what about the people? At this moment, the people are not just citizens, but disaster victims. I understood John's hesitation about applying punish one as a warning to 100 to them. In fact, it might be better to be lenient with the people now. I let out a soft laugh. What is it, Master? These guys, they all deserve the death penalty. Huh, you mean beheading them? John looked a little surprised. Given the situation and knowing me, he must have predicted I'd be more forgiving. I continued. However, everyone will receive a suspended sentence. 1 year should suffice. Death sentence with a 1-year suspension? John pondered deeply. I added details, so there had to be meaning behind it. He tried desperately to understand. John might appear unknowledgeable, but he's a man full of wisdom. He put his brain into overdrive. After 1 year. Release them, half correct. I laughed softly again. As a guideline, I'll return to the imperial capital in a year. From governor back to emperor, let's call it a recoronation. Is that even possible? Not really. I understood his doubt well. Even I thought it sounded strange saying it. Demoting from emperor to governor is unprecedented. That's true. The term doesn't matter, but a coronation is a coronation. An emperor can grant pardons. Hearing this, John suddenly widened his eyes and muttered in surprise. Then, those who can be released will be, in other words, sentenced to death but not executed. People are treasures after all, I nodded firmly. A deterrent is necessary for the current situation, but we want to avoid killing the people as much as possible. That's amazing, Master. This will at least keep things under control for now. John's face brightened. So it is as I thought? Yes, well, John gave a wry smile and hesitated. There are some who say Master is too soft on the people. Oh, well, I'm talking about those scoundrels who disdain us and then cause trouble. I think it's fine to just behead those types. John laughed as he said this, but his eyes were stern. What kind of thoughts does he have about those who disrespect the Master? John's true nature is very similar to Leviathan's. A mad dog and loyal dog, Leviathan. He never forgives anyone who insults his master, reacting fiercely at even the slightest provocation. Compared to Leviathan, John is the same but more restrained, able to push and pull with some moderation, as his words just now showed. I told John that will take too long. No, I mean. If we judge them, we have to gather solid evidence and follow proper procedures. John snapped to attention and fell silent. That's been my policy since my time as Minister of Legal Affairs. The law must be strict, but if judging it requires proper evidence and process. Right now, officials are stretched thin. We can't spare people for the citizens. Understood. Then what about these people? John said as he glanced at the list he just reported. We'll judge them appropriately and create excuses for retrials later. That will do. I exhaled deeply. This should serve as some deterrent for now. Thank you for reading this far. Thanks to you, the total evaluation points have surpassed 430,000. I will keep working hard to write more and more. With less than a week until the TV anime, Noble Reincarnation, starts airing. Here is the compiled information for the first episode's broadcast. January 4, 2026, 24 o'clock midnight of the 5th. Advanced distribution on ABEMA and D Anime Store January 7, 2026. 24 o'clock midnight of the 8th. Tokyo MX January 7, 2026. 24:30 12:30 a.m. on the 8th. BS Nippon TV January 8, 2026. 24 o'clock midnight of the 9th. ATX January 10, 2026. 24 o'clock midnight of the 11th. Regular distribution begins available on Bandai Channel, Hulu, TELASA, J, Comstream, Milplus, Amazon Prime Video, Anime Times, Unext, Anime Hadai Nakanico, FOD Lemino, DMM TV, YouTube Rental. Please watch using whichever method is most convenient for you. If you've read this far and think, Noah-sama is amazing, I support the updates. Can't wait for the anime. Please consider rating us with below the advertisement. Even a little support encourages the author greatly, so thank you very much. Happy New Year. Please continue to support Noble Reincarnation this year as well. In the early afternoon, I took Zoe and went out into the city. I wasn't dressed as the governor, nor was Zoe in her aide uniform. We were dressed like ordinary merchants, accompanied by a servant, just the two of us in such attire. Because of this, no one spoke to us or reacted. We blended seamlessly into the city streets. This is the first thing that amazes princes who have never left the imperial capital. When you hear prince or royalty, you expect them to be prominent figures. You wonder how it's possible for prominent figures not to be recognized. But the truth is, there's no way to know, so even without significant disguises, they can blend into the common crowd. Even the top local officials, like newly appointed governors, are the same. With such a rather casual disguise, Zoe and I inspected the streets of Larak, the provincial capital of Enlil province. Because it's the provincial capital, and also because I, as governor, am focusing my efforts here. The city is recovering at an incredible pace. Even now, aside from the usual livelihoods, construction and civil engineering projects are ongoing all over the place. Seeing this, I nodded as we walked. The vitality is coming back, I murmured my impression. Zoe immediately responded, "This is all thanks to Master's ability. If this continues, then next we just... I wonder about that." Huh, Zoe was surprised. She must have genuinely thought, from now on, it's all good. Since I denied that, she seemed quite taken aback. Continuing to walk, I said further, "This reconstruction involved quite a few forceful measures. In such a situation, it can't be helped. I think so too, but there must be some corresponding distortions." Distortions? Zoe repeated the word in a flat tone, as if she couldn't quite imagine what I meant. It was unusual for her to respond so plainly. "It's a hunch," I chuckled softly. "I don't think it's going to go smoothly from here. So you're inspecting?" "Yeah, if it were Father, there'd be an information network that lets him grasp this without such measures, but mine is still under construction. That's why I rely on my own feet." The late Emperor's information network? That was incredible. Even now I'm far behind him in that regard. I've experienced that myself. So after the late Emperor passed away, I investigated. What form it took, what kind of people were involved, how it was done. You're interested in that? That too, but also because if I could uncover it, maybe I could introduce it to Master. Ah, I nodded in understanding. But no matter how much I searched, I found nothing. It was as if those people never existed, a mere illusion without a trace. I checked as well, same result. I gave a wry smile. That's exactly the late Emperor for you. Father's information network, or rather intelligence network, was so formidable that knowing this only made me want to build my own. I glanced briefly at the status display at the corner of my vision. Name: Noah Laret, Governor of Enlil Province. Gender: male. Level: 33/Infinity HP. Stamina: SS triple S rank Fire, SS triple S rank MP. MP SSS Water, SS triple S rank Strength, SS double S rank Wind, SS double S rank Stamina, SS triple S rank Earth, SS double S rank Intelligence, SS double S rank Light, SS double S rank Spirit, SS triple S rank Darkness, SS double S rank Speed, SS double S rank Dexterity, SS double S rank Luck, SS double S rank. I've come to ignore this status display in the corner of my vision recently. After Father passed and I took control of the Empire, two changes happened. One was all statuses becoming SSS rank. The other was the removal of the plus sign. The plus had been there since birth, increasing as humans joined my ranks. This was the biggest reason I firmly believed that people are treasures. Since the Empire became mine entirely, I searched for Father's intelligence network, but couldn't find it. While admiring Father's skill, I realized I must build it myself. With that thought, I kept walking. While inspecting, I spoke to various people and casually bought some street food. I checked if the commoners' livelihoods were going smoothly. I wandered until the sun was quite low and saw no problems, or so I thought. A certain scene caught my eye and I stopped on the spot. Zoe stopped too and asked, "Is something bothering you?" "That man." I said this and pointed. The man held a leather bag. He sighed deeply. Even though the city was lively, not everyone had a bright expression. For example, near some houses, there were husbands being scolded by their wives with the words, "You're drinking too much just because the host is treating us." Faces like that. In a way, the man I noticed must be like that, but something made him stand out. I was very curious. "I'll talk to him a bit, don't interrupt." "Understood," I told Zoe and headed toward the man. I deliberately lost my balance halfway and bumped into him. "Oh, sorry, After bumping, I acted as if just noticing. Some dipping sauce from my street food spilled on his clothes. Of course, it was intentional, and I apologized remorsefully. "Really sorry about that?" "Oh no, it's my fault for being distracted." The man apologized with a listless face, saying it's okay. That only made me more curious. "I need to properly apologize. You, Zoe, go look for a clothing store nearby?" "Yes." Zoe was about to move, but the man stopped her. No, it's fine. It'll wash off." "But then, at least let me buy you a drink at that shop." Go to the shop and get us a table." "Understood." Zoe immediately understood the real intention. Though she hesitated at the first order, she ran off immediately at the second without being stopped by the man. "Right this way." Well then, since he insisted so much, the man reluctantly followed me. We entered the shop. It was an ordinary tavern. Perhaps because of earthquake damage, the walls had just been repainted and looked brand new. Of course, being a tavern, the atmosphere inside was much livelier than the rest of the city. Most people were cheerfully drinking. Occasionally, some tables were too lively, almost leading to fights from too much drinking. But I thought that was a good sign, a sign that life was returning to the people. After waiting briefly at the entrance, Zoe came back after making arrangements and led us to the farthest seat on the second floor. A common spot for those who want private or quiet talks. Normally, even a busy tavern keeps such seats reserved unless strongly requested. Zoe, being a capable attendant, probably bribed a little to secure that seat. I had the man sit in the seat of honor, then ordered food and drinks. The food arrived quickly. The man looked surprised that I would go to such lengths just because I spilled a little on his clothes. "Please, don't hold back," I smiled and offered the food and drinks. Though confused, the man first drank some alcohol. As the alcohol went in, he gradually loosened up. After letting him drink a bit, I brought up the main topic again. "Excuse me, but you didn't look well when we bumped into each other. Is something wrong?" "Ah, yeah, well, this meeting might be fate. Perhaps there's something I can help with." No, it's nothing serious, it's just the currency exchange." "Currency exchange?" Repeating the word, I looked at the man to encourage him to continue. His face was already bright red from drinking, and his speech was smoother than before. "Yes, the lien has gotten expensive." "Ah," I nodded in understanding. "The legal exchange rate is 1 lien to 1,000 wen, right?" I said this, and the man nodded. "Since being reborn as the noble, Prince 13 Noah, I've barely used it, but the Empire has the lien and wen as currencies. The lien is mainly gold, and wen is mostly copper. In other words, gold coins and copper coins. The legal exchange rate is set at 1 lien equals 1,000 wen. But that's only the legal rate. The actual rate constantly fluctuates. Especially around tax season, it fluctuates greatly. The Empire requires taxes to be paid in lien. There's a practical reason for this. The Empire collects all taxes at the Ministry of Finance in the imperial capital. That means taxes must be transported from all over the country. Since transporting 1 lien coin is much easier than transporting 1,000 wen coins of equivalent value, the tax system requires payments in lien. Of course, there are exceptions, but that's the basic rule. Because of this, during tax season, commoners try to get lien coins to pay their taxes. On the other hand, their usual income is mostly in wen coins. So during tax season, they visit money changers to exchange wen for lien. Though called exchange, it's basically a transaction. Since demand for lien spikes, its value rises. If you exchange early, you can get lien cheaper, but that means turning your money into unusable coins sooner. Commoners, not having much leeway, often have no choice but to exchange at high rates near the deadline. Remembering this, I asked the man, "How much is it now?" They said 1 lien is 1,100 wen. "I see. That's why I was about to go home, but they said tomorrow it might be 1,150. Indeed, the lien is expensive now." "Yeah, they said it's because money is needed for reconstruction." The man said this and downed his drink in one go, slamming the cup on the table. I nodded. I understood what the money changer meant. Money is needed for reconstruction, and not all reconstruction is done by the government or governor. Merchants are also moving, seeing this as a business opportunity. If they were just profiteering, the story would be simpler. But pure demand for goods is rising, increasing purchases from production areas. That means money is flowing out and decreasing. If money, lien, decreases, the exchange rate against wen rises. 1 lien to 1,150 wen. Considering current demand and reconstruction's momentum, it's not profiteering. It's a reasonable number. In a way, I was convinced. Next to me, Zoe, standing, seemed to catch her breath. I glanced at her. She looked at me with full respect, as if to say, "Master, it's amazing you predicted this." Finding the sighing man in the city and inviting him let me hear concerns closely related to governance. She felt amazed that I saw through it at a glance. "Thank you for reading this far. Thanks to you, we've surpassed 430,000 total points. I'll continue to write even harder. With less than 3 days until the TV anime, Noble Reincarnation, begins airing. Here is the summary of the first episode's initial broadcast information. January 4, 2026, 24 o'clock Jan 5, 0 o'clock. Advanced streaming on ABEMA, D Anime Store January 7, 2026, 24 o'clock Jan 8, 0 o'clock. Tokyo MX January 7, 2026, 24:30 Jan 8, 0:30 BS Nippon Television January 8, 2026, 24 o'clock Jan 8, 0 o'clock. ATX January 10, 2026, 24 o'clock Jan 11, 0 o'clock. Regular streaming on Bandai Channel, Hulu, TELASAJ, Comstream, Milplus, Amazon Prime Video, Anime Times. Unext, Anime Howdai, Nico Nico, FOD, Lemino, DMM TV. YouTube rental, please watch via whichever method is most convenient for you. If you read this far and thought, "Noah-sama is amazing. I support your updates. I'm looking forward to the anime," please rate below the advertisement. Even a little support encourages the author, so thank you. I smiled softly and thought, In this disaster recovery, the focus is especially on whether there is any corruption or misconduct. I've been thinking about how to deal with that. In a way, no matter what comes, I can handle it as within expectations. But this is not that. The soaring value of the lien, this comes from the Empire system. It's nobody's fault. If anything, it's the responsibility of all the Empire's rulers up to this point. No one has particularly committed any wrongdoing. I turned my gaze back to the man. Perhaps because he had vented his frustrations, the alcohol seemed to be going down even better. He was slumped halfway over the table, letting out a big sigh. I could understand why. To put it simply, let's say the man's tax payment this year is 1 lien. If he can exchange that today, the tax burden in Wen would be 1,100. But since he doesn't have enough on hand today, he was told that if he waits until tomorrow, it might be 1,150 Wen. That's a difference of 50 Wen. Even though the tax amount is the same 1 lien, the actual amount paid changes depending on the day of the exchange. If this was a wealthy person earning in lien, it wouldn't be a problem, but the fact that he's sighing so deeply means he's probably an ordinary citizen earning in Wen. The actual tax amount is a bit higher, so the difference is even bigger. Of course, sometimes the exchange rate can drop below the official rate of 1,000 to the 900s. That depends on supply and demand. But the man before me surely knows this too. He was told as much. Right now, during the recovery, the market is bustling and the lien is continuously soaring. For the time being, it might go up, but it hardly ever falls. I smiled at the man. I smiled softly. If you don't mind, would you exchange that lien for 1,100 Wen for me? I said this and took 1 lien out of my pocket. I placed the golden lien gold coin shining on the table. Eh? The man looked puzzled. His face was still flushed red and he froze, half slumped on the table. I just happened to need to break it down. I plan to do a little more shopping, so having some small change would be convenient. But I only have just over 1,000 Wen, not 1,100. Consider the difference a tip. I said that, pointing to the dirt on his clothes. Though old, the man's clothes were well washed, but there was food sauce on them. I had deliberately bumped into him to leave that stain, using it as a pretext to draw him into this. Then, using that as a further excuse, I proposed exchanging at a rate lower than the money changers. The man looked at the stain, then at me. He glanced back and forth, looking a little troubled. Is this really okay? I'm asking. Thank you, I'll take you up on that. After a brief hesitation, he said so, took a leather pouch from his pocket and pushed it toward me on the table. After I took it and handed it to Zoe, I saw that he took the 1 lien from the table. After the man left, Zoe and I remained in place. I sat and Zoe stood. Together, we watched the man go down the stairs and leave the shop. Lack of lien, huh? I muttered, reflecting on what I had just heard. Should I arrange for supplies? Zoe caught my muttering and made a practical suggestion. It's natural for exchange rates to rise like this. From the money changer's perspective, they're just conducting business fairly. Of course, they could force strict adherence to the official rate, but in the past, doing so caused wild fluctuations in copper's value and mining accidents, which led to instances of melting down currency to sell as precious metal. In other words, they chose constant small inconvenience over the occasional major chaos. Now, with disaster recovery boosting cash flow, there's a temporary shortage of lien in Enlil province. If that's the case, the only way to fix it is to increase the amount of lien circulating in the market. Zoe, no longer just a maid but now a magistrate fully on the official side, understood this well and offered a practical proposal. It was realistic, but no, wait a moment. I thought a lot. Something was about to spark in my mind and I tried to shape it. Either way, a shortage is a shortage. After murmuring to myself, I looked up at Zoe. She straightened her back. It seemed she immediately understood that I had decided something and was about to give orders. To that Zoe, I gave my command. Make arrangements. Transport extra cash here. Understood. Zoe seemed a bit relieved. My acceptance of her advice had eased her. I immediately gave the next order. And one more thing. Why, yes? Surprised, Zoe startled and straightened her back further. This year's taxes can be paid in Wen at the official rate conversion. Announce this widely. That would mean transportation trouble to the imperial capital or losses from exchanging here. Considering the current situation, it could mean up to a 20% revenue reduction. Also, transporting large amounts of Wen coins to the imperial capital would require thousands of guards and laborers. That would cause even more losses. Telecommunication bills. Zoe looked puzzled. We've begun incorporating telecommunication bills. We'll use those. Zoe was struck by realization. Send the tax amount via telecommunication to the imperial capital and handle the bookkeeping there to avoid the need for transport. Exactly. That's amazing, Master. That can greatly reduce both labor and losses. Factoring in security, the effect is immeasurable. Zoe's eyes shone brighter than ever. Telecommunication bills, combining Humbaba's threads and the Empire's credit for near-instant communication. Using that, sending the collected tax to the imperial capital, and handling the bookkeeping their cuts transportation needs. It's only possible now when huge funds for recovery are being sent from the imperial capital. Transporting tax lien to the imperial capital risks attacks by bandits. Of course, the Empire's military escorts them, but historically, attacks have happened. Losses from goods stolen and costs for military escort all add up. Telecommunication bills can almost entirely eliminate those problems. One more thing, what is it? If we use bills, we won't need to use when for current expenditures. When the lien value drops, we can exchange then. Rather than a 20% loss, there's even a possibility to gain. Indeed, I nodded. In other words, unlike that man or ordinary citizens, the Empire, at least in Lille province, does not have to immediately convert when into lien. Especially now that father's summer villa inheritance has been converted into cash. Well, I won't be greedy and take the gains. The Empire will continue issuing at 1 lien equals 1,000 wen, so there's no loss even if we proceed normally. That's amazing, Master. Good deeds must be done quickly. Go ahead. Yes, Zoe bowed and happily ran down the stairs and out of the shop. After seeing her off, I muttered, but this situation needs to be improved eventually. I kept thinking about how to untangle this web-like, tightly knotted system. Thank you very much for reading this far. Thanks to you, we have surpassed 430,000 total points in overall ratings. I will keep working harder and writing more. The TV anime, Noble Reincarnation, will begin broadcasting in 2 days. Here is the summary of the first episode's initial broadcast. January 4, 2026, 24 o'clock. January 5, 0 o'clock on ABEMA and D Anime Store for early streaming. January 7, 2026, 24 o'clock. January 8, 0 o'clock on Tokyo MX. January 7, 2026, 24:30. January 8, 0:30 on BS Nippon TV. January 8, 2026, 24 o'clock. January 9, 0 o'clock on ATX. January 10, 2026, 24 o'clock. January 11, 0 o'clock regular streaming on Bandai Channel, Hulu, TELSAJ, Comstream, Milplus, Amazon Prime Video, Anime Times, Unext, Anime Dojo, Nico Nico, FOD, Lemino, DMM TV, YouTube Rental. Please watch by whichever method is most convenient for you. If you have read this far and thought, Noah is amazing, I support the updates. I'm looking forward to the anime. Please rate us with 5 stars from below the advertisement. Even a little support is a great encouragement for the author, so thank you very much. One noon, I visited the ranch where I had previously brought Newf. Though I had come alone on horseback, perhaps because I had informed them in advance via telecommunication, the main gate of the ranch opened as soon as my horse, and I came within visible distance on the highway, and a group of soldiers led by an officer appeared. As I approached further, I realized it was the unit led by Lion. In front of the main gate, I dismounted my horse and immediately handed the reins to a soldier who had rushed over, then approached Lion. Your welcome is a bit too early. I'm terribly sorry. I only received the notice a short while ago, and I wish I could have dressed better, Lion said apologetically. True to his own description, his clothes were dirty and stained with what seemed like blood from monsters, looking as if he had just come from battle. Quite the manly look. Ah, no, and compared to when we first met, this is much better. Ha ha, Lion scratched his head and laughed, a shy, somewhat apologetic smile. When I first met Lion, he had come to me with a business proposal for investment. Back then, his hair was messy, his clothes covered in mud and dirt, and at a glance he looked like a beggar. But I saw through that, he was not a beggar. Begging is typically accompanied by poor hygiene and various diseases, especially skin diseases that are immediately noticeable. Lion had cleverly disguised the visible areas, even managing to put scab-like marks on his face and exposed arms. However, beneath his messy hair, his scalp was remarkably clean. Normally, the scalp would be dirty, swollen, or have rashes, but his scalp was pristine. Well, perhaps it's hard to fake the scalp beneath the hair. That's how I knew Lion was in disguise. Mentioning that first meeting made Lion laugh sheepishly. After some casual greetings, Lion spoke again. So, what brings you here today? Do you have a mission for me? No, it's an inspection. An inspection? Lion looked a bit surprised. I've already sent reports, though. Better safe than sorry, I said with a serious face. Lion mirrored my expression. It's no exaggeration to say that the previous emperor's greatest achievement was completely eradicating wild monsters within the empire's borders. Before that, they lived in the wild. Yes, that's right. If you've ever been on the battlefield, you'd understand just how much the occasional presence of roaming monsters threatened the safety of the people. That's true. In my hometown, there would be deaths every year because of them. Completely exterminating and controlling them was the late Emperor's greatest achievement. Repressing them again is my highest priority. I must see it with my own eyes. I see. Well then, please go ahead, Lion said as he invited me into the ranch. Among my subordinates, he is the most casually spoken. He and Cres, my childhood friend who also serves me, are quite the contrast, Cres being strict and serious. By the way, is it true that some ministers say it's cruel to exterminate monsters, and that if they can be managed, they should be returned to the ranch? Yes, such petitions have come. What did you do with them? Rejected them. I chuckled softly. If those were not monsters, but say, bears or other wild beasts, perhaps I would have said, I'll send them to your mansion, you take care of them. Haha, well, that's a relief. Those ministers can say such lenient things only because your Majesty has complete control. The younger ministers don't understand the threat posed by monsters. Thanks to the late Emperor, there's nothing I can say against that. Lion laughed jokingly. As we entered the ranch together, I first looked around and felt the atmosphere with my skin. It seems they are completely suppressed. Oh, you can tell just from that? Yes, it's the air, its weight, you could say. Have you ever been to a livestock slaughterhouse? You mean the market? Lion tilted his head in question. No, a place where live livestock are slaughtered and butchered. No, I haven't. I've heard of blood draining but never actually seen it. That's surprising, especially since you've led troops. I honestly thought so, given Lion's background. When I was on the frontier, I heard of nomads culling large numbers of sheep to survive winter, but I never actually saw it. I see, I nodded, understanding. Since you know about mass sheep culling, that's good. Such places slaughter and butcher many animals a day, so the heat and weight, almost the life energy of the creatures lingers in the air and doesn't dissipate, even outdoors. Wow, is that different from a battlefield? A little. The heat of humans sometimes exceeds that. I understand. But they're similar. The air in places where monsters live is like that. Now I don't sense that here. That's amazing, Noah-sama. I don't know about livestock, but here what you say is true. Lion puffed out his chest slightly. We killed every monster that escaped and resealed everything. You can say this ranch is completely under control. I see, haha, I laughed. Perhaps because it was a somewhat restrained smile, Lion looked at me curiously. What's wrong? Well, I was thinking that Father would have known the situation without having to come here himself. You've received reports, haven't you? My father's information didn't come through normal channels. It was more intelligence. Intelligence? Have you ever experienced it? You quickly report to the late Emperor, but he already knows everything. Sometimes he even knows things you don't. Ah, yes, I have, Lion smiled wryly. One time we finished a monster hunt and went to report, just like you said, he already knew. He even had detailed battle results I told him on my way out. That's exactly it. That was incredible. Lion and I reminisced about the late Emperor's intelligence network. One area where I fall far short of Father is in his intelligence network. That's something I want to improve someday. On a clear day in the suburbs' rice fields, I watched the rice harvest from a slightly elevated spot with Newf. The rice fields were golden and bountiful, with many farmers hard at work harvesting. We've made it this far safely. Yes, there was an earthquake, but compared to the town, fields and paddies can be repaired in an instant. That's true, I nodded at Newf. In Enlil province, there had been a massive earthquake that toppled many buildings. Given its magnitude, the farmland was naturally damaged too. For example, irrigation systems holding water sometimes broke, causing leaks, and water level controls were also damaged. Yet, as Newf said, repairing fields is overwhelmingly easier compared to towns and buildings. Evidence of this was the harvest seen before me, so bountiful that it was hard to believe a major earthquake had struck so recently. Everyone looks cheerful. It's the second harvest this year. Newf said that, though she probably included herself in everyone, she didn't seem to realize it. Although the work is still clumsy and it's not quite double, the fact we safely made it to the second harvest gives everyone hope. Extra income comparable to a regular harvest does that. Yes. Looking around, I asked Newf, any major problems so far? Major, Newf repeated, and I nodded. There aren't any major issues. The fact that fertilizer needs nearly doubled could be considered major, but we'll manage that. That's a baseline issue. Then Newf said it was okay. I looked again at the harvest and the fields. The second harvest this year, with rice yields expected to nearly double ahead. Seeing this, I could imagine the future results beyond even that. Maybe I was smiling too. I felt that way. Suddenly a voice called from right beside us. Newf and I turned around. A boy stood there, his face desperate as if trying to convey something. He looked about 15 or 16. He was slender but had sparkling eyes. What is it? Did some problem arise? Why, Your Excellency, the governor, right? Yes, I wanted to thank you. I looked at him, wondering about what. I'm the second son. Our family has been poor for a long time. There are 8 siblings, all working hard, but only the eldest brother got a wife. I see, I nodded quietly. This was a common story among poor farming families. Children in farming families are pure labor power. Some even consider children assets. So farmers have many children to increase productivity. However, sadly, that increased productivity rarely suffices to marry off all children. Mostly, families work together, save money, and only manage to marry off the eldest son. Marriage is not free. You must pay a bride price to the bride's family. Sometimes a new house must be built, and that requires new furnishings. Marriage costs a lot. By the way, building houses and making furniture also generates income. Economics ripple through the community. It's no exaggeration to say most of the empire's economy depends on how well ordinary people marry and have children. Even with such awareness, stories like this boy's, where only the eldest son marries and younger siblings must endure, are common. Did something happen to that wife? I wondered if something befell the brother's wife, but the boy's answer was different. No, well, I might also be able to get married. With this additional income from the rice, my parents say it might be possible, maybe even to a widow. I see. So I wanted to thank you, Governor, thank you. The boy quickly bowed his head. That's the result of your family's hard work. No need to thank me. But thank you. Until now, no matter how hard we tried, things didn't work out. Thanks to you, Governor, so thank you, the boy said, bowing his head repeatedly like a woodpecker. I smiled softly. This boy might have a talent for praising others. Then work hard. Newly harvested rice doesn't sell. You have to work all the way to the end, or the marriage will be just a dream. Yes. I'll do my best, he said, and ran off, likely back to his family to resume harvesting. Marriage is tough, huh? Newf said, but her words lacked real feeling. She was still young, after all. But it's amazing. The more people who can marry, the more children will be born, right? Yes, that's true. If I remember correctly, most problems can be solved by increasing the population by having more children. If you oversimplify governance to its limits, yes. That's amazing, praised by Newf, I thought. That wasn't in my expectations. But logically it made perfect sense. Farming families are poor, so only one child could marry before, but with 2 rice harvests, the possibility of a second marriage emerges. I won't miss this opportunity, I murmured, ignoring Newf's puzzled look, and gathered my thoughts. Thank you for reading this far. Thanks to you, we have surpassed 430,000 total points. I will keep working hard to continue writing. The TV anime, Noble Reincarnation, will start airing in just one day. The first episode's initial broadcast schedule is as follows. January 4, 2026, 24 o'clock. January 5, 0 o'clock. Advanced streaming on ABEMA and D Anime Store. January 7, 2026, 24 o'clock. January 8, 0 o'clock. Tokyo MX. January 7, 2026, 24:30. January 8, 0:30. BS Nippon Television. January 8, 2026, 24 o'clock. January 9. 0 o'clock. ATX. January 10, 2026, 24 o'clock. January 11, 0 o'clock. General streaming on Bandai Channel, Hulu, TELASAJ, Comstream, Milplus, Amazon Prime Video, Anime Times, Unext, Anime Howdai, Nico Nico, FOD Lemino, DMM-TV, YouTube Rental. Please watch through whichever method suits you best. If after reading this far you think, Noah-sama is amazing, I support the updates. I'm excited for the anime. Please rate from the 5 stars below the advertisement. Even a little support encourages the author, so thank you very much. The evening of the day I returned from the inspection, inside the government office, I called Zoe and told her about what I had heard in the rice fields. Amazing, Master, Zoe said quietly at first. It's naturally heading that way now, but we can't afford to miss this chance. I want to use policy to push this trend even further, I said. How do you plan to do that? If people's income is expected to increase, they might be able to marry. So I'll support that politically. Yes, I stated my intention clearly. If the goal isn't clear, plans can waver or go off track, so I made sure to be straightforward from the start. You know the Empire still has many widows, right? Yes, Zoe nodded firmly. Then, like a student answering a question, she began speaking seriously and fluently. The Empire is a land of warriors, always fighting external enemies. Men die in battle, and as a result, widows are born. That's right. For example, as I mentioned earlier, if the eldest son dies, the second son often marries his brother's widow. This is especially common in rural areas. Yes. For farmers, children are assets, and the widow of an older brother is also considered an asset. Zoe came from the farming village of Das, so she might have a better grasp of these realities than I do. Even so, some widows are left without a partner and abandoned. In those cases, the remarriage rate is low. Why is that? I asked another question. Zoe, who was an excellent student, answered immediately without hesitation. If she's given birth before, she's considered more valuable because she can definitely bear children. Sometimes, the bride price for such a widow is even higher than for a young woman of marriageable age. That's right. It's a paradoxical situation, but sometimes the value is so high that no one wants to buy her. Yes, Zoe nodded and asked me, so will you lower the bride price? Direct intervention to that extent isn't desirable. Forcible interference would just result in superficial changes and empty formalities. Then, there's the head tax. Widows who remarry will be exempt from paying the head tax for 10 years. If she's given birth before, a lifetime exemption might be appropriate. Won't that reduce tax revenue again? Even if the tax from one widow is lost, if one child is born, it's a net gain. Not just breaking even. Consider the remaining adult years and the child's entire lifetime. I don't think it's something to calculate precisely. Zoe suddenly understood. Her expression was as if a scale had fallen from her eyes. Suppose a widow is 20 years old. Humans live roughly until 50, so her remaining years are about 30, and so is the head tax she would pay. If she remarries and has one child, and that child lives roughly 50 years, that adds 50 years worth of head tax. Exempting one widow for 30 years, but gaining one child for 50 years is a net positive. Of course, I don't think it will be just one child. People will have children as long as they can afford it, and I intend to keep improving their financial situation. Amazing, Master. Men will surely be happy if their head tax decreases by one as well. The governor has the authority to grant individual exemptions for the head tax. Leave the document drafting to me and ensure the news spreads throughout the province during the rice harvest season. Yes, I'll write the letter. It doesn't need to be urgent. Send it slowly by horse to Oscar in the imperial capital. Yes. Thus, alongside the reconstruction of Enlil province, I devised another policy to increase the population. It's something a governor can do, closer to the field and capable of immediate decisions, rather than the emperor. I proceeded one feasible step at a time. One night I was invited to Cindy's mansion. Cindy had established a large residence as a base in Enlil province and already employed nearly 100 servants, despite having just set it up. Creating 100 jobs so quickly, I thought I should commend her somehow. With that in mind, I was shown into the reception room. There, Cindy seated me in the seat of honor and took the lower seat herself. We sat facing each other on sofas with a low table between us. Once settled, Cindy bowed lightly. Thank you for coming despite your busy schedule. It's no trouble. What's on your mind? Here. Cindy took out a letter and slid it across the table to me. I took it, cut the seal, and opened it. The letter was addressed to Cindy. It seemed to be from a clerk at Cindy's main store in the imperial capital. Reading the letter, a Tsarli merchant has gone bankrupt, huh? Yes. As you know, the empire borders Tsarli in the north, and merchants from both countries actively trade near the border. Ah, strictly speaking, Lucy Tsarli lies between them, but I set that aside for now. The telecommunication bills invented by your Majesty were adopted by over 90% of merchants with stores near the border. As a result, we gained an overwhelming advantage over Tsarli merchants who trade with conventional bills. So this is the result. I held up the letter for emphasis. Yes, and I've just sent my response. Using telecommunication and telecommunication bills, I immediately deployed half of my assets near the border. Tomorrow, I have arranged to buy all the rights held by the bankrupt merchant. Quick to seize the opportunity. I smiled softly. I recalled the first time I met Cindy at the residence of the third Prime Minister when we were both children. She had just been adopted by a merchant. Now she had grown into a merchant capable of quickly buying up all the rights of a bankrupt competitor. As expected. I'm honored by your praise, but Cindy smiled earnestly at me. The real credit goes to your excellency. Without your telecommunication bills, this would have been impossible. I also have a store at the border, but it's just a branch with limited funds. Acting immediately was only possible thanks to your telecommunication bills. I nodded. Cash is obviously the strongest in trade. Bills are somewhat less strong, but still powerful. Even verbal promises carry weight if made by the head of a large trading company. But in this case, none of those applied. The person managing the branch near the border is not insignificant, but doesn't have all the authority. And Cindy herself is far away in Enlil province, where the climate allows 2 rice harvests per year. She couldn't possibly get there quickly. Delivering bills by conventional means takes time, a time that's just too long. But Cindy made up for all that delay with telecommunication and telecommunication bills. She made full use of everything I had envisioned. By conventional mail and bill delivery, even by express messenger disregarding human life, it takes at least a month. Of course, communicating across the empire to have Cindy decide immediately, then contacting the main office in the imperial capital, which in turn sends the bill to the border. Even with an express messenger, it would take a month. So now it only takes about a day, half a day. I see, this speed makes it impossible for Tsarli merchants to compete. Though this happened after the Tsarli merchants' bankruptcy, if everything moves at this pace, it's no wonder Tsarli merchants can't keep up and are driven to bankruptcy. As expected of Humbaba, I thank the awakened spirit Humbaba inside me. Yufufu, a gentle, almost maternal laugh answered back. Thank you, Your Excellency. But with this, I thought deeply. I reviewed what Cindy said and the current situation. Without Humbaba's thread, Tsarli cannot prepare anything rivaling telecommunication. Yes, Tsarli has always lagged behind the Empire in communication networks. That was the late Emperor's great achievement. My father, the late Emperor, built an incredible information network. When I, a prince, meet someone and discuss in a reception room, what we talked about is already reported to the Emperor by the time I have an audience afterward. This network exists not only in the imperial capital, but throughout the provinces to quickly obtain information. To maintain that, roads and public highways must be well maintained. Father put great effort into that. Thanks to him, it's easy to travel between the Empire's major cities. The scale and quality of the main roads may be the best in human history. As a result, civil engineering improved, and the scale of Father's summer villas alone could enrich the treasury by selling just one. That's a side note. With well-maintained roads, express messengers' efficiency also increases. The Empire did this, but Tsarli couldn't. Or rather, they couldn't afford it. Father managed this level because the Empire was at its peak prosperity with the wealth to support it. Thus, Tsarli has always lagged behind the Empire in communication means. Now with Humbaba's thread-driven telecommunication, the gap has become too wide to compete. Naturally, there's no way they can suddenly prepare a countermeasure. I agree. Unless they ally with something like Humbaba. Yufufu, don't worry. Humbaba's voice came again. On top of that maternal tone, there was a slightly mischievous nuance. I don't know why I should be reassured, but perhaps just the tone from an entity like Humbaba is enough. The power of merchants reflects national strength. So I thought, organizing the words in my head, Tsarli will always be strongest today from now on. What do you mean? If national power is declining, tomorrow will always be weaker than today. So today is the strongest. Exactly. The rice harvest is on track. Once Enlil's reconstruction is done, it's time for a large-scale personal military campaign. Could it be a personal military campaign? Cindy asked, her eyes shining. Yes, I nodded clearly. If we cut off even a quarter, let alone half of Tsarli, the Empire's territory will be the largest in history. That's the first step. Amazing! Hearing largest in history made Cindy's eyes shine even brighter. Thank you so much for reading this far. Thanks to you, the total rating has exceeded 430,000 points. I will keep working hard to write more. On January 4th, the TV anime will start pre-release streaming on ABEMA and D Anime Store. Please watch it if you can. If you read this far and think, Noah-sama is amazing. I support the updates. I'm looking forward to the anime. Please rate from the below the ads. Even a little support encourages the author, so thank you very much. You are amazing for listening to chapters 171 to 220 of Noble Reincarnation. If you are enjoying this story, please consider subscribing and supporting the channel.